test of 3 between the Black Caps and England. Whether you're watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel or listening on TalkSport 2, thank you for joining us at the spiritual home of New Zealand cricket, the Basin Reserve. England were the first ever international visitors to this ground all the way back in 1930. But of all the cricket played since then, involving any country, the England Test of 2023 that we also brought to you on TalkSport 2 will go down as the best ever played at this ground. New Zealand becoming just the 3rd country in cricket history to win after following on, and by 1 run, the barest of margins indeed. On that occasion, the gates were open to the general public on the final day, fans streaming in from all over the city to witness one of the great tests for free. And similar to where we were at the start of last year, England come into this Wellington Test 1 match up with a series win in sight. But after Christchurch, England also know they can't rely on New Zealand hospitality to go on forever. Nathan Smith, and it's dropped twice.
Dropping a player like Harry Brook once is criminal. Oh, he's dropped on the back foot. This is an epidemic.
And it's uncharacteristic of New Zealand. They're usually a crack fielding side. They put umpteen catches down.
This is pulled up and towards deep square leg, where it's been dropped again.
But we put ourselves in positions to win this test match throughout, and yeah, we all know probably what cost us in the end.
Harry Brook, and he cuts behind square on the offside for 4 to bring up his century.
These are the sorts of conditions you see the best England.
Route 6, scoop pull shot.
The old cliche, we'll take a lot of positives from this test and know that we were right in it for the key thing.
Bethel takes the single. England have won the test match by 8 wickets.
I still think both sides, mid bat to mid ball, they've all got suspected vulnerable areas.
Bowden roots out. Smith has a 2nd wicket.
Test cricket, you cannot beat it.
Well, you need to get back on the horse, don't you, Harmy? Steve Harmison alongside me here at the Basin Reserve. We will be bringing you exclusive player interviews with the 2 captains, Ben Stokes and Tom Latham, very, very shortly. The news from the middle is that New Zealand have won the toss and they will bowl first. Any surprise there, Steve Harmison?
Good morning, John. Good morning to everybody back, or good evening to everybody back home. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Whoever won the toss, I'm sure Ben will, when he does his interview, he will say he would have bowled first. There's a nice coverage of green grass on it. It's a bit dry. Both camps think the ball's going to spin, but they've not sort of altered their teams, form a spin bowling. A spin option in mind. Mitch Santner misses out for New Zealand, but I'm not surprised they've had a bowl first on this. It's a beautiful ground. All the grounds here in New Zealand are beautiful. It's filling up quite nicely. I think it's sold out for a first few days, so fingers crossed we get another test match like we had at Christchurch, and a pitch like we had at Christchurch, because for me, John, that pitch at Christchurch was one of the best test wickets I've seen for quite a while, and a bit for the bat and a bit for the ball. Bashir got 4 wickets on it, and so I think all in all, from a pitch point of view, we had a good start down in the South Island, and fingers crossed we get the same in the North.
These are 2 very close teams. Forget the 8-wicket win, the margin of, and we're not going. Let's not dwell on the drop catches any longer after this comment. But essentially, if not for those chances going the way of England, essentially, it would have been a nip and tuck test match. And I think here on this ground, with the pitch that is in front of us, the conditions that are going to be consistent throughout this test match, they will be changeable, so there will be periods where you're going to want to be bowling, and there will be periods where actually, as we saw last year, on days 3 and 4, Kane Williamson batted throughout essentially. It does flatten out, so you're going to see periods where you're going to think that run scoring is nigh and impossible, and then there'll be periods where you think getting a wicket is looking pretty difficult as well. That's what you want from a test match.
Oh, absolutely. You want, you say it's 4 seasons in one day, city. This, when it comes to the weather, you want that on the out of the surface and out of the pitch. That's what these two sides will give you. They both play a nice brand of cricket. They've got shot makers. You're just watching to my left, Rachin Ravindra going through his routine, finishing his routine off and getting himself ready for the Test match. You've got players with quick scoring qualities on the New Zealand side. I mean, England go fast forward from the very, very start. We've seen that in the fourth innings of that game. So, yeah, I mean, both sides, I think, are matched up very, very similar. They've both got vulnerabilities at the top. They've both got, I think, good bowling stock, different types of bowling stock. I mean, we have a varied attack, which is good. And I think, both teams know what happened in Christchurch, the difference. And that was the drop catches. We might say we don't want to dwell on it, but it happened, and that was the most important thing from a New Zealand point of view on why they lost the Test match. They batted okay. They bowled very well, I thought. You have to take the catches, then, I mean, I'm not saying New Zealand win, but I mean, the game would have been a hell of a lot closer than a comfortable England win. So, 8-wicket win.
We're going to be hearing from Ben Stokes very shortly, as well as the New Zealand skipper Tom Latham. Pleased to say that we're going to be outside here. The TalkSport side is going to be bolstered by former New Zealand all-rounder Grant Elliott and also Katie Martin, former White Ferns. So looking forward to getting their reaction. It was a little bit head in hands in Christchurch. Full house across 4 days. Plenty of anticipation and, dare I say, expectation from the New Zealand cricket fans. They were let down a little bit by New Zealand, but here at the Basin Reserve, despite going down to Australia at the start of the year, this is a pitch that, as they say, they love to play at. Now, looking at this New Zealand bowling attack, there was a lot of talk about Mitchell Santner coming in. There was a bit of talk about potential changes for the England side. You picked it, though. You said on day 4 that you can fully expect both sides to be unchanged, and so it's proved. What kind of a handful, what kind of a threat do you think Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley and Jacob Bethell at 3, what kind of threat is going to be confronting them from the likes of Tim Southey playing his last ever Test here at this ground at the Basin Reserve, Matt Henry, and then of course William O'Rourke and Nathan Smith? What is the threat that they pose to the England batting order?
I'd imagine they'll be looking to pitch the ball up and see if there's any lateral movement on the surface first and foremost. There's a wind across the ground. I think it's across the ground. Me and Manners talked about it yesterday. I don't think it's going straight up and down. I think it's going a little bit more across the ground, so that will help from a swing point of view. New Zealand have to try and get the ball pitched up. Offer England some, just dangle the carrot a little bit. I think if anything else, give them the odd boundary to hit through the extra covers, because you want to be bowling fuller, especially with the new ball. England won the toss and bowled first down at Christchurch, and by and large fluffed their lines with the new ball. And I think there were circumstances, out of the bowler's control, i.e. the footmarks, that made it very, very difficult for a consistent landing point, and then you get a different release point, and then you drag it down short. So England weren't at it in the first 2 hours at Christchurch. I don't think that's the same here. That pitch looks a little bit drier. The footholds look a lot drier, and the home bowlers know what lengths to bowl on. So I reckon it's going to be a lot more of a tougher task for the England opening batters here, when the opposition have won the toss and put you in, than what it was down in the South Island of Christchurch. England's vulnerabilities are still there. I mean, they are very, very much hit and miss. England's top 3 are very, very much hit and miss. They could come out here, get 150 on the first session, blasted it away, and you go, well, that's England. You could also see, like we were in Christchurch, 45 for 3, and Harry Brook and Ollie Pope and Ben Stokes having a real counter attack at the New Zealand bowling attack. So the initial early part will be the inside-outside edge. New Zealand have got to try and pitch it up, hit that 4.5-5 metre mark, and that's questions of the England batter's technique on the front foot as opposed to anything sort of short wide on the back foot.
Zach Crawley under a little bit of pressure, or is it just as it is?
He went 18 months without scoring a run. He's no pressure whatsoever.
In his own mind?
No, because
Not
I think he's
necessarily
been
from the
there.
dressing room.
No, he's been there. I mean, Zach's got great mentality. I mean, he has. He really has got a great mentality. I mean, he doesn't let things get to him too much. Goes out there, picks his bat up, and tries to be aggressive as he possibly can. There's no pressure on Zach Crawley. There should be. There should be. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about past experience. I'm talking about the way this England team thinks and the way the mentality of this group is. There's no pressure at all on Zach Crawley. I am not saying there shouldn't be, because there should be. There should be pressure on Zach Crawley, pressure on that number 3 spot, whether it's Ollie Pope, Jacob Bethel, because it's his first test match, second test match. From an outsider, you look at it and you think, well, there should be, because the volume of runs is not there. They're still averaging. I mean, Zach Crawley's still averaging under 35 as an international cricketer, and he's played a lot of cricket. But in his mind, Stokes' mind, McCullum's mind, Key and Wright's mind, no pressure on Zach Crawley whatsoever. He's got a job to do, picks his bat up, goes, tries to be aggressive, and put the opening bowlers under pressure. So from that point of view, I don't think that's... I mean, doubt is here, and doubt is going through any part of Zach Crawley's mind.
Steve Harmison alongside me here in the commentary box, high up in the R.A. Vance stand just above the pavilion. It's such a sight here at the Basin Reserve, which is surrounded essentially. We're in the middle of a roundabout, and you will hear cars going past all day. There'll be sirens, and essentially you're in the middle of a bustling, not the centre, but it's certainly quite a sight. Very different from the Hagley Oval, where it was just grass and trees and green as far as you could see. Just as populated though on the grassy banks. There's a little bit more permanent seating just to the right of us as well, and we are set for another full house here on day one of this second test match. The skipper of England has been speaking to Scott Taylor, TalkSport producer and reporter. Let's hear what he had to say after losing the toss and being asked to bat first.
Thanks for joining us. Lost the toss. Put into bat. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, we were going to bat actually, so yeah, it worked out quite well. Yeah, it's been a day of watching the overheads this morning as we got to the ground.
And obviously, we saw how you chased down that 104 in Christchurch. Let's continue the momentum this week.
Yeah, definitely. That was a real good opportunity for lads to go out and express themselves when you're in those sort of small run chases. They can be quite difficult, but I love the way that we took the game on and just sort of ended it pretty quickly. But look, this week's a new week, new game. We know New Zealand are going to come back hard as they always do, so look, we've got to start again and hopefully put in a really good performance.
Just finally here in Wellington, the conditions are very windy. How are you looking forward to seeing how your bowlers deal with that challenge of the winds?
Yeah, it's sometimes the conditions, it's either cold, warm, whereas we seem to have all three here in Wellington. So look, we're going to be challenged with a few different uncontrollables. So yeah, we'll have to deal with that when that comes up.
Good luck this week.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
So England would have batted themselves. Surprised by that, Steve Harmison?
Very surprised. But they say you got to believe him. That's what he says. But I mean, it might have been different if he came down on the right side of the toss. But no, look, Ben is, like we've said many times before, there's things go on inside Ben's head that don't go on in others, and I think that's what makes him unique. That's what makes him brilliant. That's what makes him be part of the transformation for me of Test match cricket, and for the better in a positive route. So yeah, look, I thought both sides would have bowled on it. Ben says he would have batted on it. Let's see how it goes. New Zealand, I think, will ask better questions of England here at the Basin than what England asked of New Zealand down at Hagley Oval.
There is a lot of pressure on this New Zealand side, though. Maybe a touch less, though, after the news that both sides have been fined, and more importantly, have been docked points for overrate. I understand the rules are in place, you can't change them, 18 months into a World Test Championship cycle. But it is peak cricket that we are entering a period towards the back end of the World Test Championship cycle where a lot of people are really interested in series not involving their own countries. South Africa taking on Sri Lanka at the moment, Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia, and then this one here with 5 teams still battling it out for a place in the final. And New Zealand have effectively been knocked out because of slow over rate.
Who got knocked out last time off slow over rate? The Aussies?
Australia, the first one, yeah.
Australia,
New Zealand wouldn't have been in the final.
Yeah, England would have been. Well, if England hadn't have been sort of slow over it, had their points back, England would be above Australia at this moment in time in the table. If they're 21 points, is it 21 or 22 points? That would count. So look, I mean, yes, it's such a difficult subject to talk about, this the over it, because I get what Ben's saying. If you win a game in 3.5 days, should the over rate really come into it? My answer is yes, it should. I think because of the value of, for me, of where Test match cricket is in the world and how much it's dying. I mean, we don't need any more negativity in a way which is we're losing 7 on the first day, 6 on the second day, and 10. I mean, that's criminal. Only to bowl 80 overs in a day. That's not good enough. So I think there has to be sort of repercussions of that, whether it's points, whether it's fines. I think it's simple, and I said this to Manners yesterday while I'm sitting here in a ground with no lights. I mean, everywhere in the world has got them. Play till you've bowled 90 overs, and you'll sharp see players getting off at half 6. They will be off at half 6. They'll get round quickly. New Zealand made sure, they were trying in that 4th innings at Hagley to get round quickly, to make sure that they can get their over rate back, because they knew they were in trouble with the World Test Championship points a deduction looming. So I think it is such a great area. I don't want to hurry the players up in such a way where we devalue the product, but I think at this moment in time, walking off with 10 overs to go, when you're seeing the prices, especially in England, around the world for a day's Test match cricket, they're devaluing the product by not giving value for money. England give value for money by performance and the way they play, and they get people on the edge of their seats. But still, you pay for a 90 over day, you should be getting close to it. The odd 1 over here, 2 over there, I can put up with, but 10, I'm sorry, that's not good enough.
Okay, if you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, the news is that Tom Latham, the New Zealand skipper, has won the toss and decided to bowl first. There's a real green tinge to the strip here at Wellington. There was a feeling that Mitchell Santner might be brought into the attack to bolster the spin, but essentially New Zealand have come in unchanged, so they will be opening the bowling in about 13 minutes time, with Tim Southey playing his final test at the Basin Reserve. Matt Henry alongside Nathan Smith, who really impressed on debut in that first test match, as well as William O'Rourke, who you would expect both of those bowlers to get a touch more fortune than they enjoyed in that first test match. So New Zealand unchanged, as are England. There was one concern, wasn't there, that Ben Stokes, when he pulled up midway through an over at Christchurch, that his place within the side in terms of his bowling capabilities might be under a microscope. If that was the case, maybe we would have seen another Durham seamer playing today. That hasn't proven to be the case. Ben Stokes declared himself fully fit after play in Christchurch, and then of course with the announcement of an unchanged England team, it shows that he's going to be able to bowl his full quota. Of course, he was born in Christchurch, but he actually spent a couple of years just a couple of miles up the road from the Basin Reserve, didn't he? This is where he moved. His father, Jed, got a gig playing some rugby league, so the family moved north from the South Island to the north, and actually played or lived a couple of years here near the country's capital. It's a lovely place to come back to, isn't it? It's a bustling city. It's full of character and culture, and it feels like a proper city here, doesn't it, Wellington? Yeah,
it was 2 contrasting venues from Hagley to the Basin, 2 contrasting areas where you walk to the ground at Hagley and it was so relaxing, and where this is the hustle and bustle. You're right, you were saying before, we're in the middle of a roundabout, and Ben, to be fair to Ben, I've seen him on this trip, he looks in such a relaxed mood. He does, he looks in good form, his body looks as good as I've seen it for quite some time. He bowled yesterday morning, I watched him for about 20 minutes. He's bowled a bit this morning. Like I said before, he just defies the norm. He just got to the point of three balls into his over and thought, don't need to bowl anymore, somebody else can have a go, and walked off. And whether it was a little niggle in the back from a dive he said in the field, or whether he just thought, well, you know, this over's not going anywhere, I'm going to give somebody a chance to have some impact. This is the way he thinks. I think he looks in really, really good form, both physically, mentally, and when we seen him bat last week, I think his movements and his batting was excellent last week. So all around, I think Ben's enjoying being back to where he belongs, or where he feels comfortable back home in New Zealand.
Brilliant stuff. Harm will be back for the start of commentary alongside Neil Manthorpe here on TalkSport 2. We're bringing you live and exclusive coverage of the second Test match of 3 between New Zealand and England. It's New Zealand who have won the toss. They will bowl first, and we will be bringing you the first ball live from the Basin Reserve in about 10 minutes' time. You're listening to TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. Zach Coy. Test cap 672, Ben Duggins. Test cap 718, Jacob Bethel. Test cap 655, Kevin Roos. Test cap 707, Harry Brook. Test cap 687, Ollie Pope. Test cap 657, Chris Woods. Test cap 714, Gus Atkinson. Test cap 717, Ryan Cars. And test cap 713, Shoaib Bashir.
Chases, you know, they can be quite difficult, but I love the way that we took the game on and, you know, just sort of ended it pretty quickly. So this week's a new week, new game. We know New Zealand's going to come back hard as they always do, so we're going to start again. Sometimes the conditions, it's either cold, warm, whereas it seems to have all three here in Wellington. So look, we're going to be challenged with a few different controllables, so yeah, we'll have to do that.
The challenge awaits England, batting first here at Wellington. Tom Latham winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Time now for an odds update with William Hill.
In the zone, TalkSport 2 with William Hill, 18 plus
Well, as the players make their way out onto the field, time now to hear what the toss has done and affected the odds. Lee Phelps from William Hill.
Yeah, it's just made New Zealand slight favourites here. It was a pick'em, 21-20 each, and 8-1 the draw with the toss. New Zealand go odds on 19-20. England pushed out to 11-10. The draw at 10-1. Fantastic first test, wasn't it? You know, and England do generally get off to very good starts in these series, but the question is, can they finish it off? Just thinking back to that last match here between the two last year, an amazing match when England declared enforcing the follow-on and then lost by a run. Can we hope for the same thing again? Maybe with England winning it this time. I thought New Zealand looked pretty poor in the first test, but that hasn't really affected their odds because you would expect them to bounce back. In terms of the enhanced odds, there's a few interesting ones. Harry Brook and Kane Williamson both to score 50s. That's been enhanced from 9-2 to 11-2. The England win with Joe Root being declared first innings top scorer has gone out from 13-2 to 15-2, and the same England win and Harry Brook declared first innings top scorer have been pushed out from 15-2 out to 9-1. Plenty of markets around Zach Crawley and his total run. 17 times he's batted against New Zealand, averaging 9.88. So you can back him to be to score under 14.5 runs, and that's 5-4. Plenty of other markets around that as well, and all your first innings top scorer markets as well. All available at williamhill.com and on the app.
That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
OK, let's hear what the New Zealand skipper had to say. Speaking with Dan McCarty, it's Tom Latham.
Tom Latham joins us. Tom, reasoning behind having a bowl first?
Yeah, traditional Wellington wicket here by the looks of things. So, yeah, obviously a bowl first usually. Yeah, and hopefully we can make first use of it first up. But, yeah, we know it's always an important 2 hours whether you're batting or bowling, and hopefully we can put the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving at this ground. To the untrained eye, you know quite well you've still got a pretty important job to do in that first session.
Absolutely, yeah. Even though the wicket may offer a little bit of assistance, it's important that we put them under pressure as much as we can, and we've got that opportunity first up. So, yeah, we obviously took the positives from last game, and the boys have worked hard the last couple of days, so we're looking forward to the challenge this week.
What were those positives?
Well, I think we created opportunities, which is the most important thing against this England side. We know the way that they're going to come, so if we're able to take those opportunities and put them under pressure, then you just never know.
Don't need to talk about the catching, it's been discussed enough, but there are a lot of half chances too. Your bowling group in Christchurch created a lot, and that probably gives you a fair bit of self-belief.
Absolutely. As I said, against the England side, it's about trying to create opportunities. We know they're going to come hard. It's the nature of the way that they play, so if we're able to create those opportunities and take them, then hopefully we can put them under pressure.
Lastly, unchanged side, was there much conversation about any potential changes?
Not really. I think this looks a pretty traditional wicket here at the Basin. So last year it took a little bit of turn, but by all accounts, throughout the time of year, and might just get on. So we've got options if it does spin. So yeah, it's a well balanced side.
Good luck, Tom. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Tom Latham live from the middle.
Tom Latham there speaking with Daniel McCarty. So the challenge is and has been laid out clearly for us here at the Basin Reserve. We're just a few moments away from the first delivery of the second test match. The England players making their way from the field, the New Zealanders staying where they are. It's New Zealand who have won the toss and they will bowl first. Your commentators for the first commentary stint will be Neil Manthorpe alongside Steve Harmison. Steve Harmison, a proud Durham man, and I don't need to tell him that the number 501 is a very famous number in cricket. Very famous. 30 years ago, Brian Lara scored 501 for Warwickshire against Durham. Harmy wasn't bowling, he hadn't quite made his debut by that stage. But 501 is also an important number today. Gary Morgan, our statistician, our scorer back at base, has just provided me with this absolute nugget, because whilst 501 will always be associated with Brian Lara, 501 is also the number of runs needed by England, and they scored 499 of them in one innings at Christchurch. England need 501 runs to become the first test side to score 500,000 runs from the bat. Harmy, we're peaking early, but that is top statage. Greetings to you, Gary. I will let Steve Harmison ponder that before Neil Manthorpe comes in for his first commentary stint for what it is set out to be a terrific day's Test cricket here at the home of cricket in New Zealand, Wellington, where it's England who have been set the task of batting first.
501 for 500,000 that from the bat. The first innings total, I think average total, Dan McCarty was telling me yesterday, was over 400. So we could get to 500. The one thing about this England team is they'll get there quickly because that's the way they're playing. Be a challenge here first up in that morning. Ryan Morris 501 for Warwickshire was another woe of drop catches. Chris Scott dropped him on something like 17, and I think he uttered the fateful words, manners, that I bet you this lad goes on and gets 100. Simon Brown said 45 minutes later he got 100, and 4 sessions later he had 500. So I don't think we're going to get anybody getting 500 here individually, but England, if they can get over this new ball of Tim Southey, they might find themselves on a fast scoring ground to get a score up close to 500, and that'll be 500,000 runs off the bat for England. Good morning, Mr. Neil Manthorpe.
Good morning, Harmy. Tim Southey is set to bowl the first over from our commentary and the IRA Vance stand end. 3 slips and a gully, orthodox looking field, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg down away in the distance. Absolute picture, the Basin Reserve. Packed, sold out, was 2 weeks ago. Here's Southey, the wind has knocked him off his stride. I think actually Zach Crawley saw some movement behind the bowler's arm, so the first delivery of the Test match is aborted halfway through Tim Southey's run-up. There was some movement now. Zach Crawley's just confirming that something is distracting the view from behind the bowler. The wind actually isn't too bad. I mean, it's by Wellington standards, it would be described as a windy day anywhere else, but for Wellington it's a mere zephyr of a breeze. I think there are some people struggling to find their seats. There's a lady in a floral dress who appears to be causing the problem on me.
Yeah, I think her hat fell off, and then now I think she's gone and retrieved the hat while the stewards are telling her to sit down. She's like, that's not my seat, it's just me hat.
It's sorted. Crawley's on strike. Here's Tim Southey, first delivery, and it's a drive and a thick inside edge. A cover drive that's gone through square leg, and England underway immediately. Zach Crawley might be short of runs, but you bowl full and wide outside the off stump. You're not going to stop him cover driving. That one didn't go where he intended. Thick inside edge, but swing immediately for Tim Southey. We expect that. He's not got the pace that he had once had, but he certainly swings it. Jerusalem starts after the first delivery, as it always does. Here's Southey once again, bowls full and straight, and driven by Crawley once again. Not timed. Nathan Smith is after it. He'll overhaul it 10 metres in from the boundary, but another 2 to Zach Crawley. As I said, Harmy, it doesn't matter what form he's in, you're not going to stop him driving.
No, absolutely. John Norman asked me, manners, about 10 minutes ago, was Zach Crawley under pressure? And I was like, he didn't score a run for 18 months, and they didn't even look like dropping him. This lad's not under pressure. I don't think he feels pressure. And he started quite positively with his movements.
Southey in again, bowls, and Crawley drives once more, 3 in a row, this time straight to Rachin Ravindra at cover point, and no run. Away in the far end is the Adelaide Road, stretching away to our right. One of the nerve centres of this wonderful city, but I'm trying to work out where the majority of England supporters are sitting, where the Barmy Army are based. Have you located them, Harmy? As stands away to our right, and the great grass bank to the left. Here is Southey once again, just back of a length, and Crawley momentarily set off for a run, but Nathan Smith reacted quickly at mid-off, and Crawley had to hit the brakes, handbrake turn, and head back into his ground. Where are they?
I think they're over to our left, where more or less where our car park is on, going to just the road that comes down through the tunnel, left, at backward point from where Zach Crawley is at this moment in time. I think they're on the hill there. I think that's where Finchy, the trumpet player, is at this moment. So I think they're congregating. We'll be backward point.
3 slips in the gully, Southey in again. This time Crawley defends, pushing it up to Nathan Smith at mid-off, and there's no run. The grass bank is, funnily enough, known as the bank. And in the middle of it is the now very, very famous landmark, the William Wakefield Memorial, which has a very long and checkered history. More of that in a moment. But the grass bank absolutely packed, as are the stands. Here's Southey again. Bowls. Crawley drives handsomely, and I think that might have gone all the way. It certainly has. Last ball of the first over of the second test has been straight driven for 6 by Zach Crawley, and there was nothing edgy about that. That was 100% intended.
That was 100% intended and 100% hit out the middle of the bat. It was a beautiful full flourish of the bat, straight back down the ground. Zach Crawley's not trying to hit this too hard. He is trying to hit it for 6. He wasn't trying to hit it for hard. He kept his shape, didn't lose his balance, and he just continued on with the shot. A fantastic shot to end the over, and he looked in. I mean, he always looks in, attacking an aggressive mood, but he's put a shot off every ball there. He's faced 6 balls of Tim Southey, and he's put a shot off every single ball. So obviously it's the conscious plan of England to go at Southey and make it uncomfortable for New Zealand's all-time great, playing his last test match at the Basin Reserve.
Even the one he defended, he did so aggressively almost, didn't he? I mean, he was really stepping into it. So yeah, it's an unforgiving place, international cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Don't care if you're close to 400 test match wickets or not. If it's up Zach Crawley's mind, it's off.
3 slips in the gully for Ben Duckett, as well as Matt Henry is into him for his first over, and Duckett plays defensively. He's trying to tuck that off his hip through the onside, but I think it might have just bounced a bit more, and in the end has trickled up towards mid-off rather than on the onside. Henry, of course, with the extra pace, will get the extra bounce, and actually it's hit him on the thigh pad, hasn't it? So there was extra bounce.
Yeah, it's just surprised Ben Duckett, just slightly. It just bounced a little bit. That's what Henry brings off this surface. He hits the pitch hard.
Here is Henry once again. That's full and straight and defended by Ben Duckett. That's a good delivery. Challenging off stump, and Duckett happy to play defensively, or is he? I get the impression he's not happy to play defensively, but he will do if he has to.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he respects the ball that's bowled to him. I think he tries to find his own way of combating how he can score off them good balls. I said before, that 45 angle bat through cover point is normally the route he takes.
Here is Henry once again, and Duckett defends. Again, that's good bowling from Matt Henry. I say, we forget in the wake of an 8-wicket victory, comprehensive as it was, just how well New Zealand bowled, and particularly for the first 20 overs. They were absolutely on the money, and England lost 3 early wickets. They were 70 on for 4. But those first 20 overs, they were really, really hot, and Matt Henry was at the forefront of that, as Duckett is beaten outside the off stump. Back of a length, he's defending, and he's beaten outside the off stump. I mean, you mentioned it a number of occasions. You were, oh, actually, did he play inside the line of that?
He just played inside the line. It bounced, didn't it? No real movement yet. No, not through the air. I mean, there wasn't much swing for Tim Southey first up. There's a little bit of seam movement for Henry.
Here's Henry again, and Duckett defends once more as it is guided up towards Kane Williamson at mid-off. I mean, Tim Southey was treated with a little bit of respect, but he swings the new ball. I mean, that's the whole point. And when Will O'Rourke came on, maintained the pressure, and those first 20 overs, England were really, metaphorically anyway, on the back foot. Here's Matt Henry again, and bowls, and Duckett is beaten, definitely beaten this time. Last ball of the second over of the second test match, and that's a beauty from Matt Henry. It's angled across Duckett, but may well just have gone away a little bit further off the pitch. 2 overs gone, 10 without loss. Zach Crawley has all 10 of them, all of them off Tim Southey. That was a maiden over from Matt Henry.
Yeah, good start from Matt Henry. To bowl on that little bit shorter of length. Probably a good length for Zach Crawley. Possibly a bit too short for Ben Duckett, and that's always a challenge from a bowler's point of view, bowling at England's 2 openers. The lengths you have to bowl to Crawley, the lengths you have to bowl to Duckett are a little bit different. I'm sure Matt Henry hitting the pitch hard. He's got himself into a little bit of a rhythm there. Bowl that sort of back of the length, and I'm sure in the next over he'll try and get a bit fuller to England's left-hander.
Here is Southey again, and Crawley is thick outside half of the bat. I'm not going to call that an edge. It's flown away between gully and backward point. Rachin Ravindra chases, and they've gone through for 2. It was edgy rather than an edge. Outside half of the bat.
Yeah, it was outside half of the bat. Look, Tim Southey, I wouldn't be too worried about what's happening at this moment in time. You've got Zach Crawley looking to play shots. And I would be thinking, right, I know if I get in a certain area, get that a little bit fuller, the minute he loses his shape, I can nick him off. So as long as he's playing his shots, I've got a chance.
Southey is in, bowls. Crawley drives gloriously and misses. It's a beautiful looking shot.
Just like that. He's trying to hit it too hard. He's trying to hit it a bit too hard. He's trying to hit it too straight. Ball just going away off the angle. That's why I'd be so encouraged bowling at Zach at this moment in time. I mean, if he's still there in 25 minutes, I'm not going to be that encouraged. But this is how I would say, right, I can get him out when he's in this mode. I'll give him 25. I'll give him 25 to sort of keep playing shots to give his wicket away.
Here is Southey once again running into the breeze, and it's down the leg side. He's overcompensated there. And that didn't swing, and it might just have flicked the pad of Zach Crawley before being taken by Tom Blundell. There are sometimes, Harmy, when you're standing in the slip cordon and you think there's nothing happening here. There's sometimes you bend down and you have no sense of anticipation. And there are others, like right now, where you're rubbing your hands to keep them warm, and because you are half expecting everyone to find the outside edge. Crawley's driving. Tim Southey's pitching it up, swinging it away. There are 3 slips in a gully. You reckon they are in business. Here's Southey again, bowls to Crawley, and he's forward and playing defensively up to mid-on. No run, Matt Henry fields.
Yeah, if you're a slip fielder there, was that Mitchell at 1, Latham at 2, Williamson at 3. I mean, you are in the game. Blundell's thinking every ball could come to me in the air, but you're also looking at Rachin Ravindra at cover point, and you're thinking that I need my sprinting shoes on because I'm going to be chasing it to the boundary. That's the fun of the fair of what Zach brings, and I think that's why this England team love him. That's why he's not under pressure at all. Gets England off to flying starts.
Southey again bowls. Crawley drives and misses again. That's the game. That's the game. Southey pitches up. He's prepared to be driven. He wants to be driven, because he's swinging it away, and he's beaten the outside edge once again on this occasion. Oh, is it inside edge?
Yeah, just a little scrambled seam. That's gone over middle stump. How on earth this has missed middle stump? I've got no idea. Little scrambled seamer. It's gone nip back, missed the... Oh, my word. It's gone over the top of middle and off. Just missed the bails by... Oh, it's a fantastic delivery. Not trying to swing it away. He's got a little scrambled seam. Ball's just nipped back, off stump, onto sort of middling off. It was a beauty.
Was a beauty, wasn't it? Here is Southey again, bowls, and Crawley drives up towards mid-on, all the way along the ground, and Matt Henry fields. Good over from Tim Southey, really good over. He's still a new ball maestro, is Southey, and that was a beautiful bit of bowling. Crawley's acutely aware of the away swing. I mean, he's tried to cover it, isn't he? And then he bowled the little scramble seamer, and of course it doesn't swing away. 3 overs gone. New Zealand bowling first by choice at the toss. Crawley has 12. England have 12 for none.
Yeah, good start from England. I think if I was Tom Latham, I'd just be encouraged that the length that Matt Henry's just bowled to Ben Duckett. I'd be just suggesting, if I was at Will O'Rourke, I'd just suggested Matt Henry just bowl one on his hip, get a little fine leg, and get Crawley on strike. When he's in this mode, you fancy your chances.
Matt Henry again to Ben Duckett, who pushes defensively up to Williamson. at mid-off. Williamson has gone from third slip to mid-off because Southey occupies third slip when he's not bowling. Glenn Phillips in the gully, I think the secret with Glenn Phillips, if you're a batsman, is to make sure you hit it straight at him and not 2 metres either side.
2 metres either side, he catches it one-handed, yeah. Either straight at him or up in the air, and you might have a glimmer of a chance. I can't see that happening again. Such a freak thing.
Here's Henry again, edge taken at second slip by Captain Tom Latham, who dropped a couple in Christchurch, and the first chance that's come his way and he's gobbled it up, low down at second slip. Fine start from Matt Henry, just his 8th ball, and Ben Duckett has to go without a run to his name. Early wicket for New Zealand, 12 for 1.
Yeah, instead of getting Ben Duckett off strike, just get him out. And I mean, it was a beauty of a delivery just outside off stump. I think he has to play it, Manners. The angle that he's at, I really do. I'd like to see it again and replay, but I think naked eye, he had to play at it. He pushed it outside off stump. An excellent catch from Latham low down. There's a lot happening out here in this first 3 overs. Crawley's playing big shots from a good length from Tim Southey, and Matt Henry, he's just gone where he left off up at down in Christchurch. That length, that really tough length with a brand new ball at the top of the stumps, asking batters to come forward, challenging inside and outside edge. That's his strength. And on a wicket where his captain's won the toss and decided to bowl first, New Zealand have put the ball in the right area and got off to a fantastic start. But so far, Manners, I mean, the ball's gone to hand. New Zealand have caught it.
You know what? I mean, Latham dropped a couple in Christchurch, one at cover, one at slip.
One like that.
Yes, that's right. It was similar, very similar, wasn't it? At least there was
one had a bit more pace on it, came to him, the one was looping to him.
It's a golden rule about slip catching. If you are going to drop it up. And he did manage to do that.
But Tim Southey didn't know where it was. I think Tim Southey was put off by the fact that Tom Latham's glasses and his hat fell off at the same time, and there was a lot of moving parts.
Right, new batsman Jacob Bethell, looking forward to this. Very, very exciting prospect. He had a licence to thrill in a small run chase in the 4th innings, made an unbeaten 50. Henry in, bowls to Bethell, first ball outside the off stump is left alone. He certainly showed why he has such a glittering reputation, and there are such high hopes for him. 50 not out from 37 balls, scored the winning runs. He was only at the crease of 15 balls in the first innings, but well, I mean, you made the point at the time, didn't you, that he looked organised, and it looked like he belonged. Here's Henry again, bowls to Bethell, and there's an appeal, polite one, not with any conviction, and certainly no sense of expectation there. Just a throat clearer.
Yeah, just a little bit of a gargle to get rid of a few cobwebs, waiting for the one that does pitch in line and hit back. I don't think that was anywhere near, really. But you're right, I think Bethell shaped up nicely in that first innings. Question, because he's not a natural number 3, he's playing for his off stump was always was one in the first innings. He was feeling for a little bit, understandable, wanting to get bat and ball. It's his test match debut, but good signs there. First ball left it on length, very, very good.
4 slips now in a gully as Bethell comes forward and plays defensively. It'll be fielded by Rachin Ravindra at mid-off. Kane Williamson has been drafted in to reinforce the slip cordon. He's at 4th now, so Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Tim Southey, Kane Williamson, Glenn Mitchell in a row of 5. Devon Conway is at cover, Rachin Ravindra mid-off, and Will O'Rourke at mid-on.
Henry's going to go around the wicket now to Bethell.
More from you on that in a moment. Here is round the wicket, bowls to Bethell, beats him outside the off stump, over the shoulder of the bat, I fancy, into the gloves of Tom Blundell, whose fingers are pointing upwards, indicative of the pace and bounce that Matt Henry is generating. Bowling in the mid-130s. Looks a bit quicker than that, but that's because he's putting it in the right place. Why did he go round the wicket last ball of that over?
Just to create the angle, got him out in the first innings. He was got out by Nathan Smith, I think. He was got out in the first innings from around the wicket. Just try and create the angle, see if we can get it to nip away. Well, an excellent over from Matt Henry. Good start from New Zealand. Zach Crawley's been positive in his movements and his shot making. Duckett got a good ball, excellent catch by Latham.
And Southey to continue. Oh, at 20 minutes as Zach Crawley just lets this one go through to Tom Latham. Wow, that 20 minutes has flown by. I mean, we've had a 6 in the first over. We've had a couple of plays and misses. Terrific couple of overs from Matt Henry. 2 maidens and the wicket of Ben Duckett. A catch taken by Tom Latham.
Good catch taken.
Good catch. Sets the tone, right? And here is Southey playing in his final test match at the Basin Reserve. Well, one of the points made by Steve Harmison on commentary just a few moments ago is that Tim Southey, who possesses pretty mean outswinger, will just continue pitching it up a touch and waiting for Zach Crawley's body shape on the drive, for the batter to lose his body shape on the drive. That's exactly what happened. Tried to hit the ball way too hard, and that has missed the bat by a good couple of inches. Crawley readies himself, pitched up again. This time he can hold the pose. 2 fielders at cover and mid-off, and both will chase the ball to the boundary, Ravindra and Smith. That was a touch over pitch. There was still that movement, but didn't stop Crawley from climbing into the ball and thrashing it through the offside for 4.
Better from Zach. He's still trying to hit it hard. He's still lost his shape a little bit, but he's looking to hit it through extra cover, where the ball before he's not. He's trying to hit it a lot straighter, and that's why he's lost his shape.
3 slips in a gully. This is on the pads, and Crawley will just clip this to the fielder coming in. Conway it is at deep square leg. New Zealand unchanged for this test match, and that was announced yesterday. England's saying the same thing 2 days ago, as is their wont. 48 hours out from a test match, they normally announce their squad. And I do kind of get it, because from a New Zealand perspective, it's not as though they've got a 20 test 100 man waiting to come in, or a bowler with 100, 200 wickets in the bank. No like-for-like replacements really is this time. Bethel, that's well fielded at third slip. As the inside edge, or the outside edges this down into the turf and to the left of the fielder. That's a good diving stop. There's no cover at third, so miss that, and that goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I said right at the end of day 4 that I didn't expect either side. I wouldn't surprise me if either side for a change. Because, I mean, John, have that conversation as a captain with a bowler. Sorry, you're missing out this week, you've been dropped. Well, hold on. The amount of chances we created up there, and you didn't catch them. You're dropping me for it. I think I'd have been very irate.
Southey coming round the wicket to Bethel, who this time plays defensively, left-hander, coming forward and just playing the line of off-stump. 17 for 1 England, if you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Just 5 overs of play, but we've had a flurry of boundaries and a wicket. And Jacob Bethel, we're not even talking about him. Playing in just his 2nd test match. And early stages of this match, Steve Harmison, but the selection conundrum that faced New Zealand in terms of the bowlers was, should we or shall we drop a seamer for a spinner? And right now as we stand here looking out over this famous old ground, which is bathed in sunshine, although with a wind whipping across it, I think New Zealand will feel having 4 seamers rather than 3 is where they want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I just didn't see how they could get Mitch Santner into this side.
Henry continues, and he's going to be bowling to Zach Crawley, who shapes to come forward and either play defensively or through the line of the ball. Either way, he just holds his stance. It's a fraction wide and on a length, so he lets the ball go through. Just a sighter. He hasn't seen a great deal of in fact, was that the first ball? That's the first delivery that Zach Crawley's faced to Matt Henry. Matt Henry yet to yield a run from his 13 deliveries, and he's picked up a wicket as well. He's back in, down the track, Crawley, and he attempts to pull him on the front foot through square leg, doesn't connect, and there's a little word from the bowler to the batter.
Yeah, this is the battle I wanted to see. The Tim Southee back of a length pierced that Tim's bowling at now 127, 128, and that's not really going to trouble Zach from coming out of his crease or standing in his crease and flailing the bat. He's more kiss the deck bowler. Matt Henry, he's only bowling 134, but the way he hits the deck hard, this is the challenge for Zach.
Henry again, and he's struck on the pad via an inside edge, possibly from Henry, still yet to give up a run. Crawley is batting out of his crease, and he's coming down the track to Henry, and he's essentially trying to disrupt his line.
Well, he's trying to smother any sort of movement off that good length that Henry bowls. Henry gets, the way he runs in and he hits the deck hard in and around a good length. Anything in the surface, any movement in the surface, that's what Zach Crawley's trying to smother.
Henry again, beaten this time. Crawley comes forward, he's playing defensively, straight bat. Once again, Henry just getting enough movement to beat the batter. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, there's mid-on and a mid-off, and 2 fielders on the boundary at third and at deep square leg. And New Zealand bowlers backing up their captain's decision to bowl first, and they started terrifically well in first innings at Christchurch. We shouldn't forget that fact. Henry in again, and Crawley coming forward, but sees the line, realises it's safe enough to leave alone, and does exactly that.
Good from Henry, good from Crawley as well. He's got a plan against Southee. He's going to try and come at every ball, understanding that New Zealand's all-time great is under pressure. Where Henry, it's a bit different. The length that he bowls, Zach, that's a big shot, big drive from that back of a length.
Henry again, down the track, Crawley once again misses the ball. He's trying to play this delivery from off to leg, trying to clip the ball on the drive and on the move to mid-wicket. It seems a risky shot to me.
It's a horrendous looking shot. It is. It's horrendous. You know what he's trying to do. You mentioned earlier, is he under pressure? He's not under pressure, but in his mind, he's not in any sort of rhythm or any sync. I think we've seen that by a couple of drives. So he's trying to belt himself back into form. He's trying to get himself some confidence. He's trying to get his head and his body into the ball, because I think he's leaning back. I think that's what he's been trying to do there.
Bethel facing, and he comes forward and again defends. It's Southee bowling round the wicket from the RA Vance stand, where the TalkSport 2 team are situated high up in the rafters. It is a glorious sight. We've got the Steve Harmison McDonald's to the right of us, yet to be frequented in this test match, but must have picked up a gold pass when we were last here at the start of 2023.
Sam Allard. It was Sam Allard that had sort of Egg McMuffins all from ear to ear last time.
Well, he is an Egg McMuffin, isn't he? Southee again, and this is square cut from Bethel as a dive at gully. But Bethel has hit this into the ground, and it's bounced up and to the left of the fielder, and he'll take a boundary. That's a good looking shot there from Bethel. Just a touch of width, but look, sort of a surprise when Bethel, who's played so straight. Boy, that's a good shot from Bethel. Gets off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, a good shot into the ground. He was in control. He let the ball come to him. He wasn't sort of playing away from his body. He let it get right under his eye line and hit it into the ground and managed to get it over that full slip area.
Here is Southee again, this time more leg stump than off. Bethel will feel he's missed out on runs here because there's just one fielder on the leg side, just square of the wicket. There's a mid-on and there's a fine leg, but it's Rachin Ravindra at mid-wicket. Bethel has clipped that at healthy pace straight to him. So an overcorrection there from Southee, which I didn't quite expect. I thought he would have continued bowling just around 5th stump, or fourth stump rather, to Bethel. New to his innings and new to international cricket. He's struck on the pads, offering no shot, but this ball would have sailed down the leg side. So there's no shout from behind the stumps. That was a strange delivery actually from Southey. I'd like to see how fast that was.
I think it's the wind, John. I think Southey's bowling into the wind. I think he's pushing his body to try and get to the crease, and I think when he's getting to the crease, he's just lost his action the last couple of balls. I think he is bowling to a strong wind.
Big shout out to Ian O'Brien, former Wellingtons and New Zealand into the wind bowler. No doubt is listening or watching us. This is pitched up from Southey, and Bethel onto the shot a touch late. Ball just balloons up. And, just drops down into the outfield, just a couple of metres from the batter. Yeah, it's something that you have to get used to in this part of the world, isn't it, Harvey? You would have thought Tim Southey would be one of those more used to it, but I suppose the problem you have in Wellington, it's gusty. It's not consistent wind, which
exactly.
You can kind
That's
of
the hard part.
You know, it could be 20 miles an hour and then suddenly it's 40 mile an hour gusts coming through just as you're in your delivery stride. That must be tough, as this final delivery of Southey's over comes to an end, left alone from Jacob Bethel, who remains 4 not out. Steve Harmison's going to make way. Zach Crawley and Jacob Bethel at the crease then. Ben Duckett dismissed without scoring. We've seen a few ducks in this series so far. We saw a few ducks in England's first innings, despite scoring 499. Both Zach Crawley and Joe Root were dismissed for naught, but that did prevent England from putting on a match-winning knock of 499. Delighted to say that the former New Zealand all-rounder Grant Elliott, who lives in these parts, I suppose you'd refer yourself as a proud Wellingtonian. Now, Grant, welcome to the TalkSport 2 cricket team with New Zealand on top, you'd say, early doors. Henry continuing his bowling, first ball of the over. He's got a ball to dart back into Crawley, possible inside edge onto middle stump, and Crawley's innings has come to an end. Bowled Henry for 17, and England have lost both openers now, both going the way of Matt Henry. It's 21 for 2. And welcome to the commentary box, Grant Elliott.
Well, hopefully I've brought a little bit of luck to the commentary box. I feel like I'm behind enemy lines here. But when you talk about the length that you need to hit as a bowler, you'll get together as a bowling group the night before and you say, where should we bowl? And it should be the top of off stump. The top of the stumps is the length, and that's exactly where Henry hit. It's probably between off stump and middle. I need to have a replay, but I reckon it would have jagged in. Zach Crawley, someone who played a lot of expansive drives, didn't look comfortable at the crease. Looked very uneasy, and Henry's been asking questions from ball one. Excellent bowling.
Well, usually, Grant, when a player is bowled top of middle, and I've seen a replay and it was top of middle, bit of off, it's usually an inside edge, but I don't think there was an inside edge. I think that has come back and beaten him all ends up. Absolutely delightful delivery from Matt Henry. He's still to concede a run from his 3.1 overs. 3 maidens in there, and now 2 wickets as well. Oof, what a delivery.
Oh, I'll actually take that back. That's Midland leg. It's nipped back nicely. A little bit of wobble seam. The right length. It's actually hit the top of middle. Brilliant delivery from Henry.
Crawley reaching just a touch, but you've got to be able to walk back and say, well, that ball is going to cause problems 9 times out of 10, isn't it, to any batter at any stage of the game. But wow, what a start to the match we have here. England would have batted. They are batting. They'd won the toss as Henry's in, and Joe Root, first ball, takes 2 paces down the track and wears one, and that's better than the ball beating the bat via the inside edge and hitting the wicket. And I think this is what we're going to see from the England batters. They're just trying to negate the seam movement that Matt Henry's managing to get here at the Basin Reserve. He continues, this time Root playing in his crease, high and defensive. England 21 for 2.
It just shows you the experience of Joe Root. He averages 129 on this ground, but it comes to the wicket and straight away he's down the wicket. Doesn't want to stay in his crease like Crawley did and allow Matt Henry to get that length and that seam movement, which is dangerous. And having a look at that on the screen.
Henry again, this time Root leaves a ball on about the 5th or 6th stump line, and the length just a touch shorter. Wow, look at that field. Grant Elliott alongside myself, John Norman in the TalkSport cricket commentary box. 3 slips in the Gully backward point, and then very short mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off as well. So fielders all around the bat. We do have a fielder just down at fine leg. There's Matt Henry continuing, and he beats Roots. That's an uncertain shot from England's best bat. Trying to come forward, but then at the last minute he's unsure whether he's made the right decision, and then kind of prods at the ball. On another day, could have taken the outside edge.
Well, I think, John, when you're sitting in the change room and you see someone get, you know, the ball nipping back into middle, you feel like you need to play at those deliveries.
Down the track this time, Root, and that is popped to that fielder, Rashan Ravindra, at short mid-wicket. Just drops a metre or two before him. End of another terrific over from Matt Henry. 4 overs bowled, 4 maidens, and he's picked up 2 wickets. Both openers gone, both victims to superb, you'd have to say, unplayable in terms of the Zach Crawley dismissal deliveries. And it's a hugely exciting way to start this test match off. We knew New Zealand had to hit back. Got to catch better, obviously, and Tom Latham did that with the dismissal of Ben Duckett. Put down 3 chances at Christchurch. Well, he's taken the first one that's gone his way today here in Wellington. Really good catch, good delivery, forcing Duckett to play at the ball, outside edge taken, and Tom Latham taking the catch low to his right, diving chance, and then following it up with the dismissal of Zach Crawley, who hit Tim Southee for 6, first over of the day. Nathan Smith it is then, first change, second test match for him, and he's in round the wicket, bowling to Jacob Bethel, who he dismissed in first innings, but Bethel tucked in a little in second, and Bethel was just defending on off stump.
It's an exciting bowling change here, because Tim Southee, you'd say swing bowler. Nathan Smith, yes, he can swing it, but he's probably quite similar to Matt Henry, and Matt Henry has been able to hit a length and really make the ball move off the seam. He's been seaming it both ways, so I think this pitch could be quite effective for someone like Nathan Smith.
Round the wicket to Bethel, bit of lift there. This was pitching and then leaving the left-hander on and around off stump, but it was that lift. Exactly as you were saying, Grant, he's banging the ball into the pitch, isn't he? In a way that you don't see Tim Southee, who more kisses the pitch. He's just getting that lift, and Bethel's beaten.
That's exactly it. Exactly what you said, John. It's on that length that Matt Henry's been hitting, and the ball is just moving ever so slightly in both ways. Challenging times, and we see the batsman trying to counter that by coming down the wicket.
I wonder if Bethel will be eyeing up an uppercut. Beaten again on the drive, flat-footed from Bethel, and he is comprehensively beaten by Nathan Smith. And Blundell's taking the ball high above his shoulder, and again you're just seeing that zip, oof, and seam movement into the left-hander. That's a terrific delivery, and Bethel was in no place to play it.
Really effective line and length. There's 2 ways you can go as a batter here. You can go hard at it and aggressive, which is what England are doing, or you can look to try and just get through the session by leaving well.
Interesting to see. Smith in, and this time Bethel forward, batting well outside of his crease. So he is essentially picking up the cues left by Crawley, and Joe Root coming forward and playing with a very straight bat. I just wonder whether Bethel might be minded to use that bounce and the pace and just try and lift the ball, just put the problem back in New Zealand's arc, lifting the ball over the slips. But for a guy playing in just his second test match, I mean, we shall see. He looks very, very strong along the ground, square of the wicket. We'll see what he does to counter. Pitched up, and it's defended this time by Jacob Bethel, who comes forward. That's a good shot there from Bethel. Smith coming in around just the low 130s. Still O'Rourke to come. He's the fastest of all the bowlers across both sides. He'll be a handful on this pitch as well. and also bowling around 142 to 145k. Final ball of the over then. It's Nathan Smith running away from us, and that's driven by Bethel to the left of Smith, who gets down smartly and prevents certainly a couple, maybe 4, because Bethel hit this very, very straight. I'm not sure whether O'Rourke at mid-on would have successfully chased that down. So, continuing the pressure, New Zealand, another maiden. Matt Henry, perfect figures of 4 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for naught. And it's Henry who will be continuing from the Adelaide Road end. Grant Elliott, after a word from him, will be joined by Daniel McCarty.
Excellent bowling here from Matt Henry, 4 overs, 4 maidens, and then backed up by Nathan Smith's first over. Just hitting the right areas, nibbling it along the deck, using this new surface at the Basin Reserve. Tom Latham won the toss and decided to have a bowl on.
Henry continuing his 5th over. He's going to concede some runs. His route, classical, leaning forward, check drive through the covers, eking out towards the boundary in front of the Jar Reid gate. Nice looking stroke, and you can score runs off Matt Henry. New Zealand's morning thus far, 24 for the loss of 2. Root off the mark with 3, Bethel's 4. Both openers back in the pavilion. Hello, Grant.
Hello, Daniel. We meet again. So good to be in the commentary box and not on the receiving end of your journalism. As a player.
It's called broadcasting.
Broadcast.
We call this broadcasting.
Well,
I've given up the journalism.
media.
Well, covering Wellington sport when you were captaining Wellington. That's why I'm so grey.
What a
The
great...
TalkSport YouTube cricket channel. You'll see very grey hair. Jesus alongside us. Mark Kelly, legend. Grant Elliott, pretty fine bloke too. 4 slips in a gully as Bethel is playing the ball into the ground on the bounce to 3rd slip. Southey stuck out a right paw, a big hand too. Almost had me thinking that was off the outside edge, but Bethel just waited, played with the open face. But it's been chalk and cheese, the bowling from the Government House end in direct comparison to the end we're in, Vance stand. New Zealand now have bowlers at both ends, and this sounds very unfair, but it has looked so different with Southey operating. Henry so demanding. Inside edge as Bethel pushes forward, down towards deep backwards square. Long chase for Smith, who is a good athlete, but they'll come back for 2. Gee, their running was such a feature in Christchurch. They'll come back for 2. 26 for the loss of 2 in the 10th over.
Bit expensive this over, Matt Henry, leaking his first 5 runs. But I agree with you, Daniel. I think that I like the Nathan Smith change. The reason why I like that is because he's quite similar to Matt Henry in that he hits the deck, and that's been working for Matt Henry. Tim Southey more kissing the deck, looking for swing. The wobble seam has worked, hitting that great length. It's just hitting the top of the stumps is definitely asking questions.
Round the wicket, rolling to Bethel, who's shuffling down the wicket, batting outside of his popping crease, trying to break up the length of Matt Henry, who's so metronomic at his very best.
When you get a bowler like Matt Henry who's just in a rhythm like he is as a captain, it's just a dream. You know, he's hitting that area, you know things are happening, you can go, oh, I'll throw an extra slip in. You know, we see him pushing square leg back, maybe just to get Bethel to think about not coming down the wicket, testing him upstairs. There's Devon Conway who goes behind square on the leg side.
Out towards the boundary. About 66 metres out towards the west. Here's a beauty from Henry. It's Fuller, arrowing back in towards the left hander, then zips away off the seam, and he's squared right up as it goes through to Blundell.
And you have to say, good captaincy here. The batters, both Joe Root, Bethel and Zach Crawley, have been trying to come down the wicket, trying to come down to that length, that dangerous length, top of the stumps, to negate the swing, negate the seam. So Tom Latham sends square leg back and says, I might go upstairs to you. Be careful, don't come too far down the wicket.
Henry continues, sharp bouncer. Bethel was shuffling down towards him. He adjusted, he dropped it in short through to the keeper. 5 runs off the over. Henry, outstanding figures. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5. If you're just tuning into our coverage on TalkSport 2, or the TalkSport YouTube cricket channel, it is 26 for the loss of 2. Duckett gone, caught at second slip. New Zealand held a good catch. New Zealand captain who dropped 3 in the first innings in Christchurch toned somewhat for that, with the sharp catch. Henry getting Duckett without scoring, score at 12, and then it was 21 for 2 as Zach Crawley played a unique test innings of 23 balls before he was bowled. The ball that nipped back, he missed it by a long way and it hit the stumps, gone for 17. He hit Tim Southee back over his head, what, the last ball of the first over, for 6. As you do, Grant.
I never did. No, I would have left that one.
As he does. I'll reframe that.
I think it was a sign of a man that's out of form, searching for runs, Daniel, and searching for quick runs.
And he's got no idea against Matt Henry. I think that's now 5 times he's been dismissed for an average of 5.
Good delivery though.
Yeah.
I mean, you also as a batting coach, you go, "Hard luck, mate. You got a good one there." But you look at how Joe Root approached Matt Henry down the wicket early.
Here's Smith, Wellington boy bowling. Oh, what a catch at first slip, Daryl Mitchell! Incredible! Sparring at the ball was Root. It flew, and he reacted late and almost grabbed it behind his body. Oh, the catch in this morning. It's 26 for 3, and Root's got to go for just 3. Smith has him again.
Wow. Just wow. Look at that catch. And to see that live, unbelievable. Joe Root, man, who averaged 129 on this ground, needed something special. Outside edge and a one-handed diving catch by Daryl Mitchell. Absolutely brilliant. Great turnaround for New Zealand from Christchurch. They are taking their catches.
Catches win matches. I'm not sure if you've ever heard that turn of phrase.
Well, that's more than a catch. That is, normally you say you won't see a better catch this summer.
Can I say, that's a fairly loose stroke from one of the very best to ever play the game. Away from his body. He's not really gone after it too. Healthy edge. It has travelled quickly, but he'll be disappointed.
Very similar stroke to how he got out to Nathan Smith with Nathan Smith's first test wicket, the inside edge. It was almost away from his body,
right.
Nipped in. Very similar stroke. He plays it well, Joe Root. He watches it, plays it late underneath the eyes, but there, it's just the nibble. There's enough nibble there for the New Zealand bowlers, and they're using the conditions. 3 down now, taking their catches.
Harry Brook, fresh off a big 100. 171 for 6 in Christchurch. Been saying this unfairly. He's been out of form.
He would have just been finishing his hot dog like me, Daniel. I wouldn't have thought he'd be in, in 10
I've never
overs
seen a man in such a rush to eat a hot dog.
Well, I was scared you and Smithy were going to take it from me.
Yeah, well, knowing Smithy and I, we could have easily bit your hand off. Hungry boy. It was a very bold move, bringing it into the Sport Nation commentary box.
Well, Garth Galloway.
And eating it in front of Ian Smith.
Yeah.
A ravenous Ian Smith. And a desperately hungry Daniel McCarty.
I won't make that mistake again.
Here on TalkSport 2. On TalkSport 2 YouTube channel. New Zealand through 10.1 overs have knocked the top off England. 26 for the loss of 3. But Harry Brook, not only a big 100 in Christchurch in the last test. Last time he was at this ground, first innings 100, if I'm not mistaken, of 181 it might have been. He leaves the ball alone outside of off stump to Smith. He will be feeling very good about how things are going so far, especially from those in catching positions. He had no luck. He had, I think, at least 3 of those catches dropped off him in Christchurch. But Daryl Mitchell at first slip has taken a brilliant catch. Is it just me? He didn't react late.
Yeah, it was a late reaction, but it flew to him, Daniel. It did fly. I think it was actually to second slip's left side.
Smith in again. Catching the outside edge, but Brooks playing with very soft hands to full of length ball, gliding it straight down on the bounce to Latham. A little bit more energy in the park that you're picking up through our effects mic. Why not?
There's a number of things at play here, Daniel. Last time England were here, Brook and Root had a highest 4th wicket partnership of 302. So there'll be a lot of players in the field that will be happy to not see Root and Brook at the crease. Could trigger a little bit of trauma.
Some
previous
flashbacks.
test. Yeah.
Smith it again from over the wicket and a flash and cut stroke. He went very hard at this. He's missed the ball. That's the most important thing. Compared to Joe Root, who hung the bat out and didn't go with the vigour that we've seen there from Harry Brook. If he gets an outside edge, that could go all the way. He has gone hell of a leather at that.
I will say, I think this is England's way. They think if they get on a wicket like this, you're better off going on the attack, all-out attack, instead of leaving the delivery, trying to get through it until it gets a bit easier. That's not the method.
It's not venomous though out there.
It's doing just enough, which is probably more dangerous.
Yeah. 26 for the loss of 3. Brook yet to get off the mark. He waits, he's squared up as he defends Smith back to the bowler. I spoke to Hagan Faith, who's been the groundsman here for a number of years, and there's always wild overreactions when people sight the surface, because there's always a lush covering of green grass, and I've had great fun over the years, you know, putting out photos and videos and reactions. Game's gone. No one will get 50 on that.
The green mamba.
Yeah, green mamba. The last 4 innings, first innings of a test match at this venue, the average score's been 464 for 8. Every side's been sent in. Smith in again, bowls, and advancing Brook goes down the wicket, clips him very fine. Bit of pad, trickles down towards the boundary. Just a single to the England total. Just waiting for the umpire to make his call. 1 run. Yep, so Brook is off the mark. A successful over for Nathan Smith, thanks to a brilliant catch by Daryl Mitchell. They got rid of Joe Root for just 3. And now 27 for 3. But Hagan Faith told me, I've got it exactly where I want it to be. And he said, just like it was for Australia in March of this year, and for England when England were last here. And I'm pretty sure I heard Ben Stokes live on TalkSport after that game, TalkSport 2, say that was the best cricket wicket he played on. If you can get in, you can score big runs. And this ground is famous for partnerships too. Root and Brook. In that rich history of partnerships at the ground. 302 it was. Henry continuing this masterful opening spell from the Government House in full on-off stump. Brook pushing to the cover, and there's no running. White zipping around, going past the outside. Harry Brook, you can just see he's got so much time, doesn't he?
He does. He's got time, but also as a bowler, he's making you think. You can't settle. We saw him come down the wicket to Nathan Smith there, and yeah, it was a big shuffle and an inside edge, but he got off the strike. Let's see if he does use his feet to Henry.
Bright sunshine, Henry bowls, goes past the outside edge, prodding forward, playing outside the eye line, through to Blundell.
This is where the challenge lies, Daniel. That was a classic Matt Henry delivery. He hasn't strayed from that length. Another one on that perfect length. Just outside off, nips in, goes between bat and pad.
You're right.
What do you do as a batter? Do you use your feet? Do you go on the offensive? Do you come back in the crease? Do you look to leave better?
You're the batter. Can you answer your own questions, please?
Oh, I'm not.
That would be quite helpful.
Test batter.
Dugout, full of length, going for the Yorker, played back to the bowler. There's no run. You did play test.
Well, what we're watching here, you do have that on a wicket like this. You go, do I show a little bit of, discipline and start leaving well? Anything outside the stump, but it's nipping. It's nipping in. It's nipping away. Or do I go on the offensive? England clearly are going on the offensive.
They're playing how they play. 27 for 3. Here's it. An advancing Brook, trying to get inside out, trying to hit this through the offside, I think. He's clocked it and dragged it back past the bowler on the onside, but it's an illustration of what Grant is pointing out, that they are going to continue to be aggressive. Brook comes back for 2, moves to 3. It's 29 for the loss of 3 in the 12th over after being sent in.
It's because Brook knows. He says, if I allow him to bowl that length, my days are numbered here. My minutes are numbered on this pitch, so I have to do something. I have to be proactive. Some players might go back in the crease. He's choosing to use his feet and try and get him off that length.
Full, wide, crunching drive, through cover for 4. A rare poor ball from Henry. And Brook says, thank you very much. I'll send you to the fence for my first boundary. 33 for the loss of 3.
Henry won't be happy with this delivery. It was wide, it was full, it was outside the off stump. It said hit me. And it was probably the first delivery he's bowled that has given the batter any opportunity to score runs. And Harry Brook, well, the form that he's in, he obliges.
Just saw on the replay screen a couple of Hall of Famers. New Zealand cricket had their first ever Hall of Fame induction. last night at the museum, Cricket Museum, wonderful part of the Basin Reserve. And Glenn Turner and Sir Richard Hadley on the pier. Brooks squared up, defending from the crease line. Plays the ball straight down the end of the over 33 for the loss of throw. I wonder how they're feeling about conditions. One will be looking, they'll both be through my sort of microscopic analysis, but one from a batting perspective. Glenn Turner, what a wonderful opener he was. And well, Sir Richard, the Rolls Royce. He would, I think Sir Richard Hadley would have been quite tricky on a surface just doing enough, right? You think?
I think any surface when you talk about Sir Richard, you know, I mean, I was unfortunate.
On your driveway at home, it'd be tough.
Oh, the flattest surface in the world, he would have made the ball sing. But I was in an unfortunate era growing up in South Africa with sanctions. Never got to see that era. Only saw replays. So
Smith goes around the wicket to start a new over. Nice looking stroke here from Bethell. Comes forward. Doesn't overhit the ball. Guides the ball through the gap at cover for 2 runs. And a studious opening first innings by Bethell. Didn't get the profit in the first innings in Christchurch for his 9 before he was caught behind off the bowling of Smith. The ball was moving around substantially more in Christchurch in that first innings compared to when he came out on A Road. It was very flat. He played all the strokes. Got a half century on debut. I really like him in English management. Looks pretty comfortable and assured. Stands tall, defending the inside part of the bat into the mid-wicket reach, and there's no run. I actually did ask Sir Richard last night when I spoke to him. I said, it must be nice being at the top of your mark, thinking, oh, what am I going to bowl? The outswinger, the off-cutter, the Yorker, the bouncer. I've got everything in my armoury. And he had a big smile on his face. You get to see, yeah, well, it was pretty comfortable. But I did ask him, what was the best ball he ever bowled?
Oh, did he have an answer for that?
I said, did you actually ever reach perfection? Because he told me he felt like he only peaked as a 35-year-old as a fast bowler. Then bowled for 3 or 4 more years and finished 39. Nice stroke this. Driven hard into the ground. It bounces over the bowler. Smith leapt up, tried to take it with the left hand, but that's out to the fence for 4. That is a quality stroke from Bethell. He's 12 at 39 for 3.
Finding some rhythm here, England. This is a quality stroke. A top 4 batter in Test cricket. Full face of the bat. High elbow. Head behind the ball. Straight past the bowler for 4 along the deck, along the carpet. That is traditional Test cricket right there.
So Smith in again from around the wicket. Past the umpire. Bowls. Driven through mid-off. That is glorious. Love how he holds his post. Doesn't overhit the ball. Right out of the middle of the bat. He's growing in confidence by the minute. He's up to 16. It's 43 for the loss of 3.
Just missing the length, but also Bethell advancing. Trying to come down to that dangerous length that Henry and Nathan Smith have tried to be hitting. But another glorious stroke. Just punches it in control all the way. Was Sir Richard wearing his pinstripe suit? RJH?
I can't remember. No. I wasn't looking at his clothing last night.
He's got a pinstripe
just
suit.
fawning over the great man.
With his initials down the pinstripe.
Oh, he does?
Yeah. And the number of wickets he's taken.
4-3-1. 431. Bouncer. Leg side. Is it off a glove? They've gone up. Yes, New Zealand have another. And Smith gets rid of Bethell just as the young man was starting to take a grip in this innings. He's gloved one, trying to pull down the leg side. Maybe a slice of luck, but a good catch from a man who's had a rough time of late in Tom Blundell. It's 43 for 4. Bethell goes for 16.
Oh, this is rough. 2 glorious strokes down the ground. Just hit his straps, Bethell, and it's a strangle. That is a strangle. There's no other way to describe it. It's unlucky as a batter when you get a little bit of glove down that leg side. All he needed to do was get some blade on it. So when you walk off the field to a dismissal like that, you go, oh well, just wasn't my day. Bethell, another wicket departs. Another England wicket, 43 for 4. On a wicket that Ben Stokes said, well, he wouldn't have minded to have a bat on.
Not sure how he feels about that now at 43 for the loss of 4, and Smith has 2 for 11. Henry has 2 for 11. I got 1 ball remaining. I'll just tell you. So Sir Richard, I think it was the second to last series he finally reached perfection. at this ground, 1990 against Australia, bowling to one Steve Waugh. He said he released it. It pitched on middle. Steve Waugh did everything he possibly could, but it just brushed the top of off stump. Thanks for coming, Tugger. Brilliant stuff. Imagine that, play for that long, only peaking at 35 and then bowling the best ball in your 84th Test match you've ever bowled. Some player. Hall of Famer now in New Zealand.
And the pinstripe suit. Unbelievable. RJH 431.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'm sure I'll see you shortly. Grant Elliott joining us on TalkSport 2. On TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Steve Harmison, I'm sure, peaked as a fast bowler. Maybe a little bit earlier than 35. Although I'm sure you
got there,
yeah, you'll get there one day, Harvey. But I'm sure you'd like to be bowling out there as
Grant.
Grant.
Fast bowler. He said fat bowler. I've peaked there.
Not on the scales.
No, me and Hogarth peaked there, not long after we left here in 2008.
Watching Anderson abroad. Yeah. But just enough for the bowlers. You'd enjoy it out there with the pace and bounce too, which is quite noticeable and always is at the base.
Yeah, that's the thing that Grant was saying. It's perfect. It's just that little bit. You sometimes when you win the toss, you bowl first. You get a wicket which nips about and it swings big in overhead conditions, and it's all of a sudden when it does too much, you sit here at the end of the first drinks break and it's 20 for none. And the batter's got, the reason why it's like that is because the batters have got nowhere near it. When it's just doing just enough, and just that little bit, I mean, it just takes a little fraction to catch the outside edge of the bat, and that's what's happened. Yeah, I will say though, I think England have contributed to their downfall by some of the shots that they've played and the way and the aggressive manner they've played. But that's England.
Smith, and again from the Vance stand in, gets leg side and runs immediately to Pope. Lovely stroke, tucked away, good balance. Sometimes can be hard to keep first few balls of an innings, but glanced away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 to end the over. A successful one for New Zealand, 47 for the loss of 4. They've lost Bethel, caught down the leg side. Harmy, I'll let John Norman slide him. New Zealand have bowled well, but it's unfortunate for Bethel, just a strangle down the leg side.
Yeah, unfortunate. You could see, I mean, the 2 shots down the ground were superb shots. The timing was beautiful. Not trying to hit them too hard. Chipped up beautifully, hit the ball straight. And then he was just advancing a little bit, got a short ball, and he's managed to get like an under glove on it, which is disappointing for Jacob.
Henry continues, and this is driven through the legs of the non-striker. A dive at mid-on by O'Rourke, and just got enough on it, I think. Another couple of runs to the score. Harry Brook moves to 9, Ollie Pope 4 not out. And England 49 for 4. They were 71 for 4 in first innings, having given up 348 with ball in hand. But this is a new day, a new game, and a new challenge. Asked to bat first here at the Basin Reserve, and Henry has bowled magnificent spell of the bowling, which continues into the second hour. Brook defending this time.
It has been good. The disciplines have been good from New Zealand. Yes, the catching, that helps. We talked about it far too much in the in and around and after the first game. But you set the tone when you take, especially the Mitchell catch. You take the catch like Mitchell. It does really just give everybody in the field a lift.
Here's Henry again, and he's beaten Harry Brook coming forward, playing defensively. The ball has just zipped past the outside edge. Henry's figures worth repeating: 6.3 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 13. New Zealand have taken their catches. We knew they would. Oh, I didn't go too far past the outside edge, did it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery. He's bowled a few of them now on that good length, sort of back of a good length, around about the 4th stump, making the batter play. The batter feeling as though he has to play at the ball.
Here's Henry again, and this time he's beaten, playing a forcing shot on the up. No real foot movement either. Looked a touch uncertain, did Harry Brook, but continued through with the shot.
Yeah, he didn't have to play at that one. That was a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. He just dragged Harry Brook into into that. England are looking to play their shots, looking to put bat on ball. Henry just moved it just a touch wider there.
Past the umpire is Henry. This time Brook does lay bat on ball. Coming forward and again head over the ball upon the point of impact. Well, New Zealand were always going to take their chances, and you know, Latham took a good catch to set them on their way. Duckett gone for a duck. Daryl Mitchell, though, almost had a smile on his face when he got up. He knew that was one in the eye for the critics. As Brook clips this to square leg. There's a chance for a run out. I think that Pope is home. The fielder dashing in, scooping the ball right-handed and throwing down the stumps underarm. It's Rashan Ravindra. Good bit of fielding, but the reaction of the fielder suggests the batter is home.
Just thinking off the player's reaction, I think Ollie Pope has just managed to get home.
That is grounded, satisfied. My decision for big screen is
not out is the decision, yet to be flashed up on the big screen, but Ollie Pope, whose bat was in the air as it slid over the line for about half a bat's worth, but by the time the ball clipped the outside of the stumps, he had grounded it. So England ready to go. 50 up then for England, and it's Ollie Pope facing Nathan Smith, who's bowling over the wicket to the right hand, and it's driven to William O'Rourke, who we've yet to see bowl, stationed at mid-on. He's going to be a handful of this pitch as well, isn't he? I mean, we've seen a little bit of, it's the banging it in rather than the pitching it up.
He's got to find the right length, that little bit fuller length than his normal natural length. If he runs up and bowls his normal natural length, or back of a length, with the bounce of the pace, England might feel as though it's an easier option to score off.
Smith again, and Harry Brook has just taken a little step to the leg side and carved this ball up and over extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 6.
That's bounced in the middle of the road, John. That's bounced in the middle of the road. That red car that's going past, it's just bounced just short of that in the middle of the road. That's massive. That is an absolutely massive hit from Harry Brook. He's come down the wicket, stayed on the inside, and eased it over the top of extra cover, and it's gone over obviously over the boundary, over the big green fence, that's security fence that's keeping everybody into this ground, and the big roundabout, which is a 3-lane roundabout, all the way around this ground. It's landed in the middle of that road. So this ball will likely be changed because it's bounced off the middle of the concrete.
Well, I'm not sure if I could see into the future or not, but just an over ago, I leant back in the commentary box and I just asked Grant Elliott what the name of that street was. I was going to make comment about the queues that greeted us at 9 o'clock this morning. The doors, or the gates, weren't open until 9:30. Essentially, Harry Brooks hit that from Wellington to Kent. It's a Kent Terrace, and it has disappeared down that street. It's essentially the street without the McDonald's. Steve Harmison.
Yes, but it was, the street without the McDonald's, it's an awesome hit. It was a great shot. I mean, you watch the shot again, forget where it landed and, you know, what part of the dual carriageway or the roundabout it did land on. The actual execution of the shot was superb.
So is this a new ball? Have they retrieved it? It's gone again, and this has been fumbled behind the stumps by Blundell. Just rings his hand. Now we saw Blundell put down a chance at Christchurch. It was gloved down the leg side. O'Rourke was the bowler, and Brook probably was the batter. He was one of his many. And at the time, it was felt or given as leg byes, only for it to have shown up a little spike on the bat. Yeah, it was Brook when he was on 108. I don't think there was a connection on that, but I suppose you have to take that flamboyant shot-taking risk from Brook. Can't celebrate the one that ends up going down the Kent Terrace and then bemoan the one that misses and goes through to the keeper. Tucked off the hip from Ollie Pope. There was a run from the misfield. So, we've only had an hour of play. 58 for 4 England with Harry Brook, who's hit one of the most ridiculous sixes I've seen in recent times. Out the ground and down the street. No ball called. Nathan Smith did have a little bit of a problem with that overstepping in the first test. We've seen 4 wickets. We've seen 2 terrific catches. We've seen an almost unplayable delivery from Matt Henry to dismiss Zach Crawley, bowling in top of middle and leg. And now it's Brook who steps away again and carves this up and over the slip gully and away for another boundary. I'm not sure if there's a trumpeter on the hill back there, but it does seem like
it's definitely one on
England are on the charge.
It's definitely one on Harry Brook's head at this moment in time. He's hearing that noise. He's hearing the trumpeter. You know, the trumpeter's on his left shoulder at this minute in time. And after what he did up in or down in Christchurch, the innings he played down there was pretty special. And he's come here and he's just carried on. 171 down there. He batted well here last time they were here. 180.
Smith again, and this is short. A little look between the 2 umpires behind the stumps, and it's square leg. Adrian Holdstock and Rod Tucker, and a wide has been called.
Yeah, I think Rod Tucker's. I think Adrian Holdstock. I'm not sure he's watching there because he was signalling one for the over, and I think Rod Tucker at Nathan Smith's end, at the bowler's end, knew it was a wide. It was a long way over Harry Brook's head. There was a lot of them, a hell of a lot of them down in Christchurch. Bowlers, when they went to the short ball, they went far too short. Got to make the batter want to play it.
Just 2 fielders on the boundary, deep square leg and fine leg. As Brooks steps away again, it's more runs here. No great timing or power. And Rashin Ravindra scampering back at point, getting the ball back, but not before Brook comes back for a second. Now he's got a Don Bradman-esque record in New Zealand. I'm not actually sure what Don Bradman's record was in New Zealand, but I mean Australia didn't play a lot of tests against New Zealand, never have really, but 50s in both tests, both innings in Mount Maunganui, 180 odd here at Wellington when we were here last, 171 at Christchurch, and now Brook 22 going at a run of ball, and he pulls this at square of the wicket. Such power and timing, and he's going at a better than a run of ball. 26 from 23, 15 overs into an extraordinary opening passage of Test cricket, the first session on day 1 of the second Test match, and England asked to bat first, 70 for 4.
That's better from Nathan Smith. Yes, it went for a boundary, but it was a better line. It was a better area of where you were trying to attack the batter, i.e., a right-hander's left shoulder and left ear, left shoulder, trying to get it high. The man was in front of square on the leg side, which I didn't think he was in the right place, but I'm sure that'll be rectified at the start of the next over. But Harry, he swiveled on it nicely, managed to keep it into the gap, but it was a better height from Nathan Smith, and that is the area where I think New Zealand should be targeting Harry Brook, because if you do pitch it up, he's going to belt you over the top, and if you do go wider at him, he looks to open up that left side.
New Zealand continue, and it's William O'Rourke. There's a throw at the non-striker's end, and England had to get a move on there. Rashin Ravindra again, running in from mid-wicket. His pick-up and throw was good, and Ollie Pope, who had to run round the bowler to complete his run. Left-handed Ravindra this time couldn't hit the stumps, but Pope would have been home anyway.
Good start from O'Rourke, cramping Ollie Pope in the body. This is the battle I want to see. O'Rourke against Brook.
Right arm over the wicket is O'Rourke. And this is too wide and drilled to the boundary. There's an attempt from Devon Conway, I think it is, who's back on the square on the offside. He only had to chase down, I don't know, 7-8 metres at an absolute push. But this has been hit with such power. And he's not over-hitting his Brook. It's timing as much as anything. And Conway could get a hand to the ball, but he couldn't prevent it from deflecting back onto his body and onto the boundary. 75 for 4 then, England.
Using the pace, that's all he's done, Brook. He's using the pace of Smith. He's getting in a position early. He's giving the bowler the sighter of what he's trying to do early, but that gives him a chance to access the ball.
O'Rourke again, and this is pitched up a touch more as Brook trying to push this through extra cover, but actually it goes squarer than that, and Conway can come in from the boundary. Do you want to hear a stat, Harmy?
Go for it.
This is a Steve Harmison, Don Bradman stat.
Well, he averaged 99 in Test match cricket, so I'm assuming his average would be better than most everywhere he played.
You scored more runs in New Zealand than Don Bradman did.
I did?
Yeah.
That can't be right, I only played once.
How many did you score?
Can't mean that very many, I got dropped.
You scored 1 run.
Did I get 1 run?
It's 1 more than Bradman.
1 more than Bradman.
Bradman didn't play against New Zealand. O'Rourke again. And it's deflected down into the ground just for a second. Ollie Pope didn't know where the ball had gone. There's a short leg, but it was the stumps he was worried about. Just for a second he thought the ball was going to be diverted back towards them. Didn't deal with this ball particularly well. Actually bounced up and onto his right elbow and away from the stumps, but boy, nervy Ollie Pope there.
He played it, to be fair, he played it really well. It was defended out in front of him, and then he punched it back as his momentum was coming back towards the stumps.
There is a short leg in place for Pope, who is coming forward, thick inside edge to the left of Rachin Ravindra, fielded at mid-wicket, and Ollie Pope gets off strike. Another key little battle.
Good, very good. The 2 rookie bowlers in Smith and O'Rourke. Both got decent pace. O'Rourke a little bit quicker. Obviously the height that he possesses poses different challenges for the England batters, but Harry Brook, coming off the back of 171 in Christchurch, looks as though he's in the sort of form of his life, balance-wise.
Brook facing just a touch away. And this is a short delivery from O'Rourke, and even in his glorious touch, Harry Brook sways away from the ball as it almost follows him, and it goes through to Blundell. No run. I mean, we've seen some exceptional duels. I can't wait to see a little bit more of William O'Rourke bowling to Ollie Pope and Harry Brook. Matt Henry taking Zach Crawley's wicket for the 3rd time in the series, 3 from 3 innings. And I suppose in football the perfect hat-trick is a header, a left-footed shot and one with the right foot. He's got him LBW, he's got him bowled today, and he's got him caught and bowled. Nobody else is involved in this little duel.
That's a duel between the 2 of them. That means Zach Crawley could have gotten out at any point today with the big shots he was playing, trying to get himself back into form.
Smith continuing from the RA Vance stand, and a delightful front-footed drive from Ollie Pope. It doesn't connect with the ball, and a little smile as he overbalances and props himself up on his bat, pushes himself back behind the crease. I mean, it was there to be hit, but just that little bit more bounce from Smith. He's not going at 140 kilometres an hour, but he just seems to be getting something out of the pitch, banging it in. And Pope beat him there. What's the counter? What's the follow-up delivery from Smith, who's in? And this is drawing Pope forward again, but touch straighter, and Pope defends. 77 for 4 then here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. It's been an extraordinary hour and 20 minutes so far. And the great thing with the fact that New Zealand do have, I mean, they for all intents and purposes, everywhere you looked, it seemed like Mitchell Santner was going to be playing. Or rather New Zealand. This time Pope again comes forward, pushes this to mid-off, no run. I think New Zealand would be very happy indeed with the fact that they not only got 4 seamers, but their backup bowlers, 2 Henry and Southey, offer something different.
Yeah, they bowl nicely, they bowl well. England in a hurry. England are looking as though they're in a hurry. They feel as though they're in. On this surface, the best way to go about it is to be positive, ultra positive. And I think New Zealand have put the ball predominantly in the right areas.
Here is Smith again, and Ollie Pope defending again. I mean, is this a 200 pitch? Is this a 180 pitch? Are we looking at a
more than that? I mean, if
Neil Manthorpe in the back of the box has just muttered 350.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's 350, and look, we were with Marcus Trescothick last night, weren't we, for a talk with Gullivers, and he was saying they're just not going to change the way they go about things.
Why should they? This is the game plan they've got.
Exactly.
It's team have selected.
But if this is a 350 pitch, that would suggest that batting will become a touch easier. Fuller, and clipped away, square of the wicket, chase on for both fine leg and also square leg. It's fine leg who's going to win. Flicking the ball inside the rope, but not before England complete 3 more runs. They move to 80 for 4, the loss of 4.
I think it's a better scoring pitch than Christchurch.
So, well, the outfield's definitely quicker than
quicker.
Christchurch. Coming off the bat, fraction quicker possibly. We were here last year, and it did get easier to bat on, certainly when Kane Williamson was batting for about a day and a half. I wonder if we'll see Harry Brook. Still his only test wicket. Kane Williamson. I wonder if we'll see Harry Brook bowl again. This is just pushed down to Gully. I mean, that's an extraordinary run. I'm not sure I would have seen that single taken during the 80s and 90s, but it was comfortably completed. Just dropped down in front of Glenn Phillips, who we haven't spoken about, for 80 minutes, which must be a record, and 3-4 a single. Right, the score, if you're just joining us, 81 for 4. We've got 40 minutes left of an extraordinary opening session. Harry Brook 32 not out, he's hit 4 fours and a 6. Ollie Pope 10, and England in need of a few runs. Jacob Ethel, the 4th man to fall with a score of 43. To talk you through the next passage of play will be the returning Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison.
It's been good from New Zealand. They've got the wickets that they would want. They're in a sort of a position they were in, familiar position they were in last week in Cannon Christchurch. 71 for 4 down there, 81 for 4 at this minute in time. Brooks looking in ominous battle like he did in Christchurch, and Ollie Pope has come in and rotated the strike very nicely.
It is Matt Henry now. A drive and a miss from Harry Brook. He's played some lavish cricket shots. Some have, more than have hit the middle of the bat than not, but some have not hit the middle of the bat, and that one missed it entirely. But again, it was an ambitious shot, but tailing back in. It's Will O'Rourke, I think, said Matt Henry, beg your pardon. That tailed back in towards Harry Brook, and that's the 2nd or 3rd time he's been beaten on the inside edge. Tim Southey's limbering up at 3rd slip. He's only had a short opening burst with the new ball as O'Rourke is in again. Left alone outside the off stump by Harry Brook. I was suggesting to Jeremy Coney next door on New Zealand commentary, Harmy, that as much as England have broken away from many test traditions, or conventions would be a better word, New Zealand, I think, are still to their detriment bound by some of them. And I suggested that Will O'Rourke might be your junior seamer. He might be the youngest of the quartet, but if he's your best bowler, get him on while the ball's hard. Give him the new ball that's short and wide and cut off a bottom edge by Harry Brook. He's trying to cut it through gully and somehow gets it down to fine leg off a bottom edge, bottom corner of the bat. Peculiar single for Harry Brook.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think Henry bowled a fantastic spell from the end that Will O'Rourke bowling from. So I think it was harder to get him on when the ball was a little bit newer. I thought Matt Henry's opening spell was fantastic, 2 for 14 off his 7. So he's had to wait as O'Rourke, and he started quite well.
Here is O'Rourke again, bowls now, driven by Pope up to mid-on. And there's no runs, gone straight to the field. I wasn't for a moment suggesting that Will O'Rourke should have been given the new ball ahead of Matt Henry, but Tim Southey. The trouble is that Southey's, as I said, he's a new ball maestro still. I suppose he's got to take the new ball, isn't he?
He has. There's another way of looking at it, Manners, and it sounds peculiar, but Southey bowling getting Zach Crawley into a hitting mode possibly got Matt Henry the wicket.
Here's Pope beaten outside the off stump by Will O'Rourke. Good delivery, pace, back of a length, taken behind by Tom Blundell. I love the way you think sometimes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So
I
Crawley's
absolutely do.
Come out. He's hit a few fours. Now he's in. That's the way I would go to Zach Crawley. I'd get him into boundary hitting mode.
So you're basically
just loosen him up.
You're calling Tim Southey shark bait.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just dangle it in, wait for it, and then Henry comes on and nips one through the gate. It was a beautiful delivery from Matt Henry, but Crawley getting bowled.
Here's O'Rourke, get to the crease now, bowls forward, comes Pope, pushing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Tim, we want you to take the new ball, we want you to lull them into a false sense of security. Just give them a couple of half volleys, get them whacking you, and then we'll get Matt on to nip one through the gate. Well, it worked, if that was the plan. Will O'Rourke 2 overs, none for 8. Harry Brook 33 from 30 balls, 4 fours and a 6. He's been walking at the seamers. He's played some glorious shots. He's had a bit of fortune. Ollie Pope has 10 from 13 balls, and the top order blown away as they were in Christchurch when England was 71 for 4. Today 43 for 4. Zach Crawley 17, Ben Duckett a duck, Jacob Bethel 16, Joe Root 3, and it is Tim Southey back into the attack and turned away off his pads by Harry Brook through the onside. Some thoughts of a second run there, but it's I think Ollie Pope's the more conservative of the two. He turned down, or tried to turn down, a second run at the beginning of this partnership, but Harry Brook was committed and just ran the second, and Ollie Pope had to suddenly spring into action. But he's the more conservative, I think, of the two as runners, and that was just a single though. Short from Southey outside the off stump, late backward cut from Ollie Pope through the gully and down to the boundary for 4. Just a bit too much width from Tim Southey there, and Ollie Pope with his second boundary is up to 14. Harry Brook 34. England 87 for 4. As I said, they were 43 for 4 when Jacob Bethel was caught behind by Tom Blundell, pulling at a short ball from Nathan Smith. Earlier Joe Root caught spectacularly by Darryl Mitchell one-handed of Smith at first slip. Another one outside the off stump, width offered again, and once more Pope capitalises with again a delayed cut shot through the gully region and down to the boundary for 4, so consecutive boundaries to him. Pope is up to 18 from 15 balls. Harry Brook also better than a runner ball. England now 91 for 4, flying along, 4 wickets down. Remember that they do bat down to number 10, so in a sense it gives the top order a little bit more licence to play their attacking shots. Another one from Pope is cut from Southey, but New Zealanders have put a sweeper on that deep backward point boundary now, Rachin Ravindra, and therefore it's just a single. 92 for 4. With half an hour to go until the lunch break. It's been an eventful, very eventful first session. After Tom Latham won the toss and chose to bowl first, England are going to score 100 runs in it. It's a question of how many wickets they lose, as Harry Brook now drives Southey through the extra cover region. It's Smith who does the fielding, and they go through for a single. 50 up between Pope and Harry Brook, to the delight and applause of a crowd that I would say is probably 50% supporting England. Sold out the first 3 days of this Test match, and there are not many tickets left for day 4. There is some adverse weather predicted for the second half of the Test match. This one turned away by Pope as Southey is in at the pads once again, but only as far as mid-wicket. No run once again as Devon Conway does the fielding. 19 overs gone, that's all we've had. 19 overs, 93 for 4. Plenty of controversy over the slow over rate in the first Test match in Christchurch, and it was very slow. But as Ben Stokes legitimately said afterwards, the game was won with 10 hours of playing time to spare. So his point is, does the over rate matter as long as you get a result inside the 5 days? There are others who say you have a duty to provide the amount of entertainment each day that you're supposed to do. Here's Will O'Rourke, and forward comes Harry Brook, and that one just doubles him up a little bit, nips back with good pace in at the thigh pad, and his head's falling over to the offside as that ball threatens his rib cage, but he does manage to push it defensively off the splice of the bat up towards mid-on, and there's no run there. Brook 35, Pope 19, 93 for 4. The bank, the grass bank, which I reckon spans maybe 30% of the ground away to our left, is absolutely packed and a glorious sight as O'Rourke is in once again and beats Harry Brook outside the off stump, and there's no run. Katie Martin, absolute delight. We meet for the first time on air. Former New Zealand wicketkeeper batter, so part of our commentary team here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England 93 for 4, all happening. 3 slips and a gully, mid-on, mid-off, both quite straight, which suggests Will O'Rourke's going to be bowling full, but he hasn't been. He's been bowling back of a length mostly. This one is full, and it's defended by Harry Brook up towards mid-off.
Thanks for having me on. I was going to say good morning, but I feel like it's ticked over lunchtime, is it? 12:30. It's a glorious sight.
It is, isn't it? It's absolutely fabulous. We knew it would be, didn't we? I mean, provided the sun was going to shine, we know the wind's going to blow at the Basin Reserve, but if the sun's shining and we know it's a sellout for the first 3 days, it's always going to be a very, very special atmosphere as O'Rourke is in once again, and Harry Brook defending this. New Zealand have maintained at least 3 slips throughout the morning and afternoon so far. We had 4 slips at one stage, but 3 slips and a gully, and so good to see them catch. They've punched themselves in the face in the first Test match, dropping 8 in that England first innings. But absolute joy. I mean, Daryl Mitchell waited 120 overs for a chance. He didn't drop anything in Christchurch. But he'd taken an absolute screamer here. Tom Latham, who dropped 2 in Christchurch, snaffled the first as O'Rourke is in again. This one, I think, steered off Harry Brook's gloves. In other words, he didn't mean to punch it to second slip along the ground. And great to see Tom Bundle take a catch as well. Really, really good to see those catches sticking.
Tom Latham as well. He dropped a few. Just wonder maybe concentration of a captain, and they're usually pretty good in terms of in the slip position. Tim Southey has been known as one of the best slip catchers for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell apparently has got the biggest hands in the New Zealand side, so I think the bigger your hands, the much easier it is. Well, I've got little small wicket-keeper's hands, so that's why I needed gloves.
Is oh my goodness, Will O'Rourke, and down the wicket on the charge goes Harry Brook. He gets a bottom edge and drags it down a long leg. I'm actually not even sure where he was trying to hit that. He was just trying to hit it very hard. He's taken a step and a half down the wicket, somewhere over extra cover, I think. But he's got a bottom edge, and he has enjoyed, I would suggest, slightly more than his fair share, his ration of luck, hasn't he? In fact, he used up the whole series worth of luck, being dropped 5 times in his 171 in Christchurch. It's 94 for 4.
Isn't there players that you feel get more luck than others, whether it's the ones that are a little bit more aggressive and they hit the ball a little bit harder and you think, oh goodness me, the New Zealand boys talked about they felt it was a little challenging to pick it up out at Hagley Oval, but I guess with the crowd here and the openness, it's pretty similar conditions. Caught well.
Here's Southey in again to Harry Brook, who nudges it off his hips down towards long leg, and they go through for a single. Daryl Mitchell does have enormous hands, and you become conscious of it. I mean, I met him away from the cricket environment in a supermarket in Mount Maunganui about 15 months ago. He was shopping with his wife and 2 little children, and I introduced myself, and my hand just disappeared, enveloped by big pause. Daryl Mitchell outside the off stump now. Southey, that one left alone by Ollie Pope. I mean, it can't be a hindrance, put it that way. If you've got big mitts and you're in the slip cordon, you can sort of miscatch them. I was a keeper as well, poor one, unlike you.
I've got one that points in one direction, the opposite direction, and when people ask, "Oh, can you give me the directions?" I can only point right with my index finger because that's the way it goes.
Forward comes Ollie Pope, pushing that one out to extra cover. There are some keepers were clearly not born with the right digits for the job, and you know, you can see like at least 8 of them have been broken at some point, and they don't always set straight because they don't give them enough time, do they? They're always trying to force their way back, come back a little bit early. In fact, some keepers have just carried on keeping. They've never had a break fixed. As Southey is in swinger, I suspect, unless it was a wobble seam delivery, but that one's gone past the inside edge. Point about being in a predominantly away swing bowler is that the batsmen, the right-handers, are looking for it. They're aware of it all the time. Zach Crawley might well have been bowled by Southey's wobble ball, which went past the inside edge, and that one too. Did you pick? What did he do there? Was that an in-swinger or?
Yeah, wobble seam, I think. We've seen quite a lot that's actually bounced over the top of the stumps, and this is one of the hardest grounds to get bowled or LBW dismissals because it is so bouncy.
Here's Southey again, then bowls to Ollie Pope, flicks it away off his pads out towards deep square leg, and that one races away over the practice nets and into the boundary for 4. It was a half volley from Tim Southey, I think. We've seen quite a lot of driving on the up, which certainly has not been half volleys on the offside, but that one, I think, was certainly on the pads, and maybe not a half volley. He's noticeably quicker. Tim Southey was bowling in the low 120s in Christchurch, which you have to be supremely skilled get away with that pace in a test match normally, but he's up to 130 now, which is good to see from Southey. And that one driven by Pope straight back to the bowler, who knocks it on. I mean, I don't know whether he just didn't feel right. Sometimes you can't account for rhythm, can you, in Christchurch? But I don't know, at the age of 36 going on 37, it's pace is not something you can turn on and off so well easily than when you were 24.
Do you think when Jimmy Anderson got a little bit older, when he retired, what was he, 40 or 41 when he retired, did bring some pace back a little bit, but he just had so much accuracy and control. Tim Southey's relied so much on his beautiful away swing, drawing the batters forward, so he's had to bring in different parts of his game.
Will O'Rourke continues from the Government House end, and that one is back of a length outside the off stump, taken by Tom Blundell. I mean, I thought Southey was he hasn't lost any skill, has he? He's still remarkably skilled. I mean, I called him a new ball maestro, but at Christchurch he was swinging it, but right from the hand at 122 kilometres an hour, and he just didn't pose a threat, to be brutally honest. And but now that he's back up to 130, he is asking a few more questions. O'Rourke in again, bowls to Brook, who just drops it down into the gap at cover point and sets off for an easy single. Brings the 100 up for England, and that's the applause you can hear in the background. Will O'Rourke, on the other hand, is bowling at 140. I thought he was the pick of the New Zealand attack in Christchurch, and had figures which did him absolutely no justice. In fact, a gross misjustice. That's not even a word. Injustice.
I come into this English commentary thinking I'd learn some better language. I'm a Dunedin girl with a dirty accent, but...
Drive off the thick outside edge from Ollie Pope. Through the gully region, and there's a chase on for Glenn Phillips, who scoops it back. And they've gone through for a couple. All New Zealand need now is for Glenn Phillips to catch one that's hit straight to him. Because that seems to be the secret. If you want to get away with one to Glenn Phillips, hit it straight to him rather than a couple of metres either side, because he catches them.
I put that down to him being a qualified pilot. He loves flying, but maybe not so much still on his feet. Have you seen him? He works so hard at the gym. Just some of the incredible vision that he has when he's got his home gym and he's working hard.
O'Rourke in again to Ollie Pope down the leg side, and it's flicked away, maybe off the pad. Yes, it was. Leg byes, 4 of them. England flying along at 5 and over, just under 5 and over. 106 for 4 now. I'm still chuckling at the fact that I said misjustice.
Well, I'm just happy that I got the word dirty in the right sequencing, otherwise that sentence would have sounded not very appropriate.
I did get it back though, didn't I? I did haul it back. I did get to injustice eventually. 3 slips in a gully. 2 gullies actually. Backward point is stationary. No, he is walking in now. So Ollie Pope knocks it away to short leg. Finally, we have a short leg in place, and I think that is a little overdue. I was surprised there wasn't one earlier for Matt Henry, to be honest.
Well, I think for Ollie Pope, he does like to defend inside the line, so he gets a little bit more on the off stump. And because of Will O'Rourke's height and Pope being a shorter guy, he does tend to get a few that are on the inside edge in those gloves. So that's why that Rachin Ravindra's under there, even that mid-on, just sneaks a little bit closer as well. It's a bit wider, just to try and catch him on the inside with the ball nipping back in.
Here's O'Rourke again. But oh my goodness, Ollie Pope's trying to run this one down through the offside, and it's bounced on him and nipped back and hit him flush on the gloves. That hurt. It even hurt in the commentary box. I'll tell you what, Ollie Pope's trying to put a brave face on it now, but he's flexing that right hand of his, and there's a bit of grimacing going on. I'm actually, Katie, perhaps you can tell us what you think he was trying to do there. Do you think he was anticipating the short ball and looking to ramp that? Looking to ramp it over the slips, wasn't it? It's just hit him on the gloves. Anyway, more from you, Katie Martin, and then it'll be Garth Galloway to take us through until lunch.
This is a bit of a reunion, actually. Garth and I grew up in the same, well, you're a little bit older than me, Garth Galloway, but lived across the road from each other. At least we've got 2 dirty Dunedin accents. You're a little bit more posh than I am.
Speak for yourself, Katie. Good afternoon. Yes, Dunedin, for our British listeners, down in the south of the South Island, and lovely place. Everywhere you go around New Zealand, you discover that there are people who were born in Dunedin. So most people escape eventually, don't they? I love the place. Just a bit cool for me now.
Well, obviously it's called Dunedin. It's sister city to Edinburgh, so it's what do they call it, the Edinburgh of the South, and
yes,
so it's very much shaped like Edinburgh.
Well, I went to Edinburgh last year for the first time, and have you been there? It's a beautiful city. Is that a no?
Too cold for me.
Well, it's a fantastic place. I went there to go to an art dealer I bought a lot of work from, and had a lovely tour around the place with him. And the thing that you notice when you go there that I hadn't appreciated, well, I knew but hadn't experienced, is that all of the Dunedin, or many of the Dunedin street names are named after the Edinburgh. So there's Printer Street and George Street and all of those. But the further you get into the city and the more you go around it, you discover this York Place, all these little, and it's quite bizarre having grown up in Dunedin, and there you are in Edinburgh, and it just feels like, the cities are completely different, but all these names keep appearing. Anyway, there is cricket on. It's 106 for 4. 22 overs have been bowled, and it's Southey who will be bowling to Brook. Southey bowling from the RA Vance stand, end bowls, and Brook gets a ball outside the off stump, plays over the top of it as it's through to Brook. Gee, what a morning's cricket.
talked about at the pitch report, Garth, that they've taken 20 mil off the top and then they've relayed that, and because...
So can you just explain for the listeners what relayed means?
So what they've done is they've taken the top layer of the soil off down to about 20 mil, and then they've relayed that and rolled it. So it's a lot harder this wicket than we saw last year, or even at the start of the year against when Australia played here.
Next delivery sees Pope just onto the back foot and just pushing into the offside. Brook it is, rather. He's on 39 now, 107 for 4.
And so the players talked about they felt the ball was a bit spongy. So the way that the grass was sort of rolled and cut stood up. So when the ball bounced in the wicket, it sort of sat up, and it was a bit, we refer to it as tennis ball bounce, which ground staff hate. They hate that. But you feel there's a bit more of a zip through the wicket?
Yep, I agree. And I think it suits England's style, the ball coming on in the way that it does. But I thought Smith's early spell and Henry's first spell was magnificent, wasn't it? So, I mean, now, we talked about this in the Sports Nation commentary box as this next delivery from Southee is defended by Pope. You know, if England go to lunch 4 down, say, for 120, New Zealand will still feel they've won the session because they've got 4 wickets down. But England rightly could say, well, we've got 120 runs and we've got a bit of batting still to come. It's mirroring what happened in Christchurch last time when they were 71 for 4.
Well, I look at the approach that England have taken to Test cricket, and over the last few seasons, you know Brendan really well.
Another Dunedin boy.
Yeah, another Dunedin boy. He's actually my accounting tutor, apparently.
Hang on, I need to get back to that as this ball is played into the onside by Pope.
Well, I struggle with accounting at school, and I'm terrible with numbers even these days. I think I'm dyslexic with numbers, and yeah, Mum said that he offered, because he needed a little bit of change, to be my accounting tutor, and suffice to say I failed accounting at university and I've not got any better since.
Was he seriously? You're saying Brendan McCullum was your accounting tutor at school?
Yep, when I was a bit of a youngster. We also played at the same club, Albion Cricket Club, together.
Yes, a scurrilous club indeed. Is a bold, expansive drive attempted by Pope, who might still be feeling that short delivery that hit him in the gloves the last ball of O'Rourke's over, 107 for 4. Well, Brendan, you know, as you know, I played a lot against his father Stu, and Stu played a few games for Otago. Well, quite a few. He was a nuggety, aggressive little left-hander with milk bottle glasses, you know, peering around the ground and so on. And he came to me when Brendan was about 16, probably the same time he was tutoring you in accounting, and said, "Can you manage Brendan?" I was doing a bit of sports management as well as law. This ball is pushed into the offside by Pope, and I said, "Look, at the end of the over, 107 for 4. I said, look, he doesn't need a manager. He's 16, for goodness sake." And then 3 years later, he was picked for New Zealand, and he said, could you manage Brendan now? And I said, that's okay, I can do that. Yeah, that'd be fun. And he sacked me after a year.
What was the reason? Stephen Fleming come along and he said a bigger name?
Someone else had come along, and I said, oh, that's okay, yeah. And then someone else, and then, but he came back home. He came back to me, and we did a lot together eventually. He's a wonderful human being, and I'm glad that England are getting to experience, you know, the character and colour of Brendan. It won't be for everybody, but he's a fantastic human being and a wonderful coach. Here's a delivery from O'Rourke, and at last we see Brook being able to get onto the front foot, and he drives the ball impeccably to mid-off. Beautiful shot. He's 43. Nelson's up. 1-1-1 for 4. Lift your feet.
Is that still a thing? I don't know. Just over pitch from O'Rourke on this occasion. So New Zealand looked to have that wider plan just to try and catch that edge, that gully shot, because O'Rourke's feet don't ever go outside that stump line. He's very much a hand-eye type guy. We've got a defensive feel with that deep square leg, that deep point as well. So good down the ground.
Brook faces O'Rourke, and he's again looking to play away from his body a little bit as he's trying to just take a single into the offside. O'Rourke is onto it and runs through and fields.
Just wonder maybe that plan wasn't working, so they've gone, okay, let's bowl full and straight, try and get it back through the gate, because there is enough out of the wicket. Just go back to the Brendan discussion. When I look at this team, it's always about moments in games, and T20 you always talk about every ball's an event, there's moments, and even 4 for 43, England moving on to 111 for 4 now. They kept that same intent, that same part, and they think, this is, if we can win this wee moment, then we can shift the game forward.
it's incredible, really, as O'Rourke bowls, and here's Brooks shifting the game forward. He's in fourth gear and thriving. He's done it for the second time in the match, where he's given himself room outside leg stump and hit a straight ball over extra cover for 6, almost down to Adelaide Road. Unbelievable cricket, 117 for 4. And lunch, not far away, Katie, but it's okay to play shots like that now.
Well, that's the belief that Brendan and Ben Stokes have put in the side. Just that shuffle away and said, I'm going to swing my hands through the ball. He's got such a beautiful swing. His reactions of Price as well, mouth open. Whew.
Sounds like a golfer, doesn't it, when we start talking about cricketers' swings, but it's true. He does. He gets through the ball so well, cleared his hip, and of course he played an earlier one off Nathan Smith from the other end, which he hit onto Kent Terrace. So he's giving the cars a bit of a hurry up around the Basin Reserve. For those of you who don't know, there's a circle of cars that go around it all day, as this ball is a bit closer to him, and he's onto the back foot and clipping it down to final. It's a third man. Brooke is 50. Another superb, entertaining innings. Some defence, a lot of attack. He's faced 47 balls. Ben Stokes stands on the balcony and applauds him. 5 fours, 2 sixes, Brooke 50, England 118 for 4.
Just the control he's had, the commitment to his game as well. I feel like he's been stiller in terms of being over top of the ball and using his feet well. I think England looked at these conditions and they said, well, the one that nibbles around is our danger one, but anything else we're just going to continue to go for. Read a great story actually about Harry Brook, loves baseball.
Really? Here's Pope on strike again for the first time since he was hit by O'Rourke, and he gets a ball which is over pitch, turns it to long leg where Smith fields. Pope 26, 119 for 4.
Yeah, so you talk about different sports. He's an ambassador for Major League Baseball in Europe, and he spent some time a couple of years ago with the Cardinals over there, and he had a challenge all day to learn to see how far he could actually hit a baseball with a baseball bat. And when you won't be able to see it on radio, but when you see his bat, he's got a really thick end of his handle, and that means it allows him to counterbalance. So he uses it, looks very much like a baseball bat, obviously with the long lens of the blade.
O'Rourke bowls, Brooke gives himself room. He's ended up off the pitch on the onside as he's looking to create room and hit the ball through the offside. O'Rourke saw him coming, dropped it short. Test cricket's changed to 119 for 4. Just reflecting on O'Rourke, who I think has looked fantastic. 5 overs, none for 24. 75 minutes till he was introduced into the attack today. He's surprised about that. I feel like almost at Southee, 7 overs, none for 38. He's just hogging up the space with the new ball. I'd love to see O'Rourke using it.
Yeah, I like O'Rourke with the new ball, and the balls have changed. They're a lot harder now. They've got that double lacquer layer on the ball. That is the shine on the ball. It keeps it harder for a lot longer, and the seam is even more pronounced now. Last couple of years they've changed it, so to have him with that brand new ball zipping around.
Smith is now going to be zipping the ball around as it's pushed into the offside. They take off Smith. Oh, if he had hit, there was a run out, pushed by Pope into the offside. Smith ran to the cover region, picked it up, threw it underarm and side on, and Brooke would have been run out by some margin. That would have been a tragedy. He'd given up, had Brooke. Gee, that's a poor run called by Pope. They've done a few like that where they've been, particularly to Ravindra on the leg side. We've seen a couple of quite close ones, but that was very badly judged indeed, and good athleticism by Smith getting through.
Yeah, he's an incredible athlete. A couple of years ago he had back surgery, had a stress fracture in his back, and he had similar surgery, or the same surgery that Kyle Jamieson had, and he's obviously struggled to come back from that period. But he feels like his body's in the best position it ever has been.
He looks fantastically fit as he bowls. This is a good delivery. And Brooke takes one hand off the bat as he looks to drive into the offside. Just 2 slips in a gully, so New Zealand a little bit more defensive. 6 minutes until lunch. England losing the toss today, being asked to bat first. Both teams the same as the test in Hagley. And the batsmen out have been duckered out without scoring. Crawley 17. He never looked at home, did Crawley. Root 3. Bethel 16. And now we have Brook and Pope doing exactly what they did to the New Zealand side in Christchurch. 120 for 4. They came together when the score was 43. So it's been a very important partnership. But as this ball is to Brook, he's playing into the onside. They'll just pick up 121 for 4.
Well, you talked about Will O'Rourke. A question for you. Where do you see Kyle Jamieson fitting back in this side if he is fit?
Ahead of Southey.
Southey's one more test for Southey.
Yes, but look, this is ruled by sentiment, these 3 tests. We're seeing it. And I know he's been a bit unlucky at times, but I'm sorry. This is professional sport. I don't think that Southey should have gone to Sri Lanka. I don't think he should have played. This is my view for what it's worth. I think he should have retired after the Australian test. Magnificent contributor for New Zealand cricket outside the off stump. No shot. That's not the point. And he is taking up a place. Jamieson, for me, would be in. I would have Sears, Jamieson, Smith, O'Rourke ahead of Southey. And you?
Yeah, I like Jamieson. I think he's very similar in terms of the way that O'Rourke bowls. So you imagine having an enforcer like either of those guys, whether it's Jamieson, who does often bowl that first change, O'Rourke with the new ball, their height factor. Then you've got seam bowlers and swing bowlers in Henry and Smith. Seen Smith bowl a lot of away swing today to the right-handers, and then left-handers he had that wobble seam delivery. So they've got those 2 variations in terms of how they bowl.
Smith bowls, and this is again just a bit leg side. There have been a few too many of those from Smith as he's in his 6th over, 28 for Pope. Yeah, I mean, in the player I didn't mention is Henry, who's been the backbone of the New Zealand attack over the last 18 months or so. Gosh, he was magnificent today. Southey, 7 overs, none for 38. Henry, 2 for 14 from 7. Smith is in his 6th over, has 2 for 40. He's been expensive, but that's the nature of the beast when Brook and co go at you. I was impressed with Bethel too. I was, in a way, from a spectacle point of view, sorry to see him get out. And I like the way that England have said bat at 3. I know there's been some criticism as short delivery. I read something that he wrote or said, Katie, which I thought was fantastic. The end of the over, 1-2-2 for 4. So 4 minutes to go. We'll have one more over before lunch, where he said that cricket's always gone well for him, and he's enjoyed playing white ball cricket for England, and he's just felt that Test cricket's a natural progression, and he would always perform well on this stage. Wow, confidence of a young man, 21, 23 first-class games, and he feels already he belongs.
Yeah, he said the better the opposition, the better he gets, which is so intriguing. And I did see a vision of him when he get worked over a little bit from Nathan Smith and Matt Henry, that wee wry smile like, yeah, I'm in for this.
Here's O'Rourke bowling, and onto the crowd catch on that occasion as Pope cuts the ball into the gully region, and it's Conway who's fielding there. Gosh, I'm looking at your book, Katie. So Katie Martin's got, as we often do, a book with notes, and you've got red, green, and have you got one of those pens that does all you have? You've got a blue and white pen that has those 3 colours that we used to use as children at school. But your handwriting, Brendan McCullum didn't teach you handwriting, did he? Because I can read it.
Yeah, no, my handwriting isn't great, but I can read it. That's the most important part.
A lot better than your accounting, I suspect, as O'Rourke bowls. And onto the back foot is Pope pulling the ball around behind square. Smith fields, and Pope will pick up just 1. 29 for Pope, 1, 2, 3 for 4.
We're just talking about Bethel, which is actually written in my notes. When he was younger, he said he was quite small and grew up in Barbados and then obviously moved to England. But a lot of the bowlers, because he was so small, just went and bounced him. And he said he learnt so much around how to play off the short ball that when you see him play off the short ball, he is so efficient at it. And so as he got a little bit bigger, then he started to be able to work on his play moving forward. So when you come up against big West Indian bowlers, you have to have some swagger.
Absolutely, as he's pushing into the onside is Brook to Smith at mid-on, no change to the score. I haven't heard him speak, but he left Barbados at 13, and apparently, the great Sir Garfield Sobers said, go to England and learn your cricket there, and you're not going to say no to that man. But I gather, with his peroxide hair and pale skin, that he speaks like a Barbadian. I'd love to hear him speaking. he just looks like such a talent, and I think England have this is the clever thing about what they do. Bashir as well, taken out of first-class cricket with a poor record. Here's O'Rourke bowling short, and Brook is underneath it. They seem to just trust their instincts and bring these players in.
Look at the way that they play. You sort of go, Bethel's a white ball player moved into Test cricket. So you get a sense it's sort of a white ball cricket team that's playing Test cricket, and that's the exact approach that they've had in terms of progressing the game forward. The last 2 seasons, they've been the highest in terms of that run rate, pushing the game forward, and you just get a feel that maybe is this a team that Brendan's also moulding around as white ball, with obviously some big names with Butler and co to come back in. Yes,
good thought as O'Rourke bowls. Pope's onto the back foot and trying to pull the ball over the boundary. In fact, it's Brook for 6, it's a wide. So O'Rourke going short, and Brook really followed it around the corner. Lucky perhaps not to get a glove to it and be dismissed in the same way that we saw Bethel being dismissed. It's miles away from anything.
As it's probably 2 balls before lunch, and you think, just let it go, just get your feet up, get your lunch under your belt, and no, I'm going to pull and see how far I can hit that down the road.
Opportunity. Every ball is an opportunity for England. 1-2-4 for 4. Wonderful morning's cricket here in Wellington. The first day of the second test, England winning the first one, and here's, Brook goes forward. He's not sure where the ball's gone. It hit him in the pads, and it's gone just to a short leg position. O'Rourke fields.
You almost feel it's somewhat even. New Zealand, the 4 wickets, you add a couple of wickets to that in the score, you go, okay, advantage New Zealand. But the way that both these players, partnership 81 of just that 79 deliveries, they've been able to absorb, they've been able to take back, absorbing in terms of only leaving a couple of deliveries the way that they play. But it's pretty even.
I agree, and I think when you think that you've got Stokes to come, Atkinson, who you might not have seen, you've been away doing women's BBL, but really impressive. Pass also good. There's a bit of batting still to come, and of course Wokes. So I think McCullum just thinks, well, if I've got 3 players who are going to come off for me, we can keep playing this style. Brook faces O'Rourke, and he's caught by a ball, caught on the pads. You hear the crowd appealing. No one else does really, is it? So just nip back a little bit, and the first session comes to an end. 1-2-4 for 4. Tom Latham won the toss and wanted to have first use of a greenish pitch here in Wellington at the Basin Reserve. It's still seeming round a little bit. England lost wickets early, 12 for 1 when Duckett was dismissed. Caught by Latham, a low diving catch to his right and forward from Henry's bowling. Duckett out without scoring. Crawley was next to go, 21 for 2. He never really settled, hit a couple of boundaries. He was bowled by Henry, a beautiful ball which nipped the top of off stump, and Henry had 2 for none at that stage. Bethel out, caught by Blundell from Smith's bowling, a bit unlucky, getting strangled by a ball, pulling it around the leg side, and it gloved him. He was out from Smith's bowling for 16, England 26 for 3, and then 26 for 3 with Root's dismissal, 43 for 4 when Bethel was out. And since that time, we've had a very good partnership indeed between Harry Brook, 51 not out from 55 deliveries, 5 4s and 2 6s. That tells you everything about his play. Pope, 29 from 36 deliveries. He's hit 4 boundaries. The bowling figures for New Zealand: Southey 7 overs, none for 38. Henry 2 for 14 from 7. He bowled 4 maidens in those 7 overs. Smith 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. And O'Rourke 6 overs, no maidens, none for 26. Katie Martin, we're just talking about where the balance may lie. I think we probably say, wouldn't we, that given that New Zealand have picked up 4 wickets, probably their session, but England have shown enough here that to say that they couldn't be too far away at any time from taking the game away. They're an extraordinary side, and their aggression here for everybody to see.
I think that aggression allows them, if they can continue to push on, they can dictate the declaration that they want, but you get a sense that New Zealand will come harder. They'll look at Matt Henry, Nathan Smith to be able to continue to get something out of the wicket. And for England, it's just continuing their approach that they've had. You just go edge of your seats up. One little moment goes one way or the other, I think, after lunch.
Steve Harmison, you've watched a lot of Test cricket. Do you know what's going to happen in the next 2 hours?
Whatever's going to happen is going to be fun. and it's going to be exciting. And I mean, this crowd is a good number, and they're going to deserve the entertainment. Again, we're still just short of 1 ball short of 13 overs from an over rate point of view, just to put a dampener on it. But I think England aren't going to not come out and play shots. I would imagine Matt Henry will take the first over, or the opening over from one end. I'd go Matt Henry, Will O'Rourke. I'd go Matt Henry and Will O'Rourke. Matt Henry to hit that good length and try and find the top of off stump, and Will O'Rourke just a little bit of mixed bag and try and put England's batters on the back foot with some 145, 146 kilometres an hour. So I don't think they will. I think they'll go Smith and Henry, but I would be tempted to have O'Rourke and Henry going at that. England, well, I don't see Harry Brook changing the way he's playing. I think the rotation of strike between him and Pope has been very, very good. The sort of counter punch that they had in that last hour, I thought was what I think England will be happy going into the lunch break of the two sides. I mean, at 43 for 4, I mean, we're sitting here going, I don't think England will get 150. Now I could comfortably see England being 280, 290 by the time we start talking again after tea. If England lose no wickets or 1 wicket, I can also see England being potentially 180 all out. So I mean, anything can happen. Ball's just doing a little bit, and I mean that makes the fun of the fair even better when the ball's just doing a little bit. When it's doing big and it's swinging miles or it's seaming miles and it's going all around. I mean, as a player, as a batter, you can play and you can have one of them lucky days where you just don't nick it. Well, on this surface, I think if you don't get it quite right, I think you can comfortably nick it because the ball's just moving fractionally, and I think that's what is making it for a more exciting contest.
We're situated here high up in the RA Advanced stand. Alongside us, our brothers from another mother, Sport Nation, are alongside us, Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott, Ian Smith. And I was on air with Jeremy, and it won't surprise you to hear he was getting a little bit angsty. He was getting very angsty by the decision to bring back Tim Southey rather than the guy who'd been New Zealand's best bowlers, Matt Henry. The other point Grant Elliott raised, was one that you raised in the first test. Looking out, he wasn't sure exactly what fielders had been put in accordance to how they were going to try and take a wicket. It was like half defensive, half for the short ball, but essentially also with a couple of slips in place in the gully. So was it for the bowler to pitch it up? Was it to bowl short? Was it to say singles? Was it to take wickets? And that reminded me of what you were saying about Tom Latham's captaincy in the first test.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult from Tom's point of view. You've got to try and predict. The way I look at it, I've said it for ages about this England team. It's not about the lengths you bowl, it's about the fields you set. And I think, for something like Harry Brook and how hard he goes at it and the way he plays, when he pushes at it and it nicks the slip, I'd only go with 1 slip. I'd go 1 slip, 2 gullies. When you look at it, you've got a deep square or a deep point and a third fine leg. I mean, there is just as it can easily go just as easy to cover point on the boundary than it could go to first slip. So your man on the boundary is actually, believe it or not, it is in a catching position the way these England players play. So, but it's bowling to that plan.
And it's Nathan Smith who's going to start proceedings, a full delivery, and it's driven on the bounce straight to mid-off. No run. New Zealand would have talked during the break about what worked, what didn't, how to change things after the break, because they did leak runs at an alarming rate after having England 4 down. Normally, for 120 years or so, that would have been the point where the fielding captain thinks, right, next hour the game belongs to me. They're not going to score a great deal, and we're going to keep them under pressure. 3 slips in a gully, point for Ollie Pope, who defends the second ball of the afternoon session. There's a mid-off, a deeper mid-on, catching mid-wicket with a fielder on the boundary at fine leg. That's it. But yeah, that's just not how England go about things. We said that, we know that. It's still, even now, it still surprises me when maybe it shouldn't. But here we are. beautiful conditions in New Zealand's capital. Basin Reserve full as Ollie Pope just comes forward and can't beat that fielder at mid-wicket. So no runs as of yet. But what a session we brought to you on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand also know they're, again, they're, 1 wicket away from being halfway through England's total. They did catch better in the first session today. 2 really good catches, one by Tom Latham at second slip, and a really good one for the photographers, Daryl Mitchell at first slip, to dismiss Joe Root nonetheless as Pope drives, but without great timing, fielded at mid-off, no run.
This is what I mean, John, about as much the lengths of bowls, the fields you set, you get your angles right. Ollie Pope's had 2 big drives there and 3 balls. He's hit the fielder both times, and this is where, you know, as a bowler, you've got to be a bit streetwise. Try and be, you know, half a step ahead. You drag your length back a little bit here and get the ball to bounce, and all of a sudden Ollie Pope, you know, plays a little bit squarer. You bring slip into play if he loses his shape.
There is a substitute fielder on. We'll talk about that in a second. I'm not sure if you noticed. Harmy is again mid-on this time, brought into play. No run. 124 for 4. It's Will Young who is on, and Tim Southey hasn't come back out after lunch. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Just got caught short. You know, as bowlers we do, you know, have a big lunch and just need a nip to the toilet.
Where were the best lunches?
Oh, Lords.
Really?
Oh, Lords.
Was it Edgbaston?
Edgbaston was good, but Lords was fantastic.
I think Edgbaston's up there. Driven again, and Will Young can't prevent the ball from racing away to the boundary through extra cover. Ollie Pope has attempted that shot twice already in the over, and to the 6th ball of Nathan Smith's first after the break, he is successful. 128 for 4 then. So it's not Matt Henry and William O'Rourke opening up the bowling. I'll be absolutely astonished if it isn't Matt Henry coming in from the Adelaide Road end, and indeed it is Matt Henry who's just taken his jumper off and given it to the umpire. He bowled brilliantly, didn't he, with the new ball?
He did, and do you know, he bowled 7 with a new ball and bowled nicely. Lords is one of the only places I used to convince Michael Vaughan to give me the last 2 overs before lunch. So you could argue that Henry could have come back when Southey was going just before. And Lords is one of the only 2 places, because if you bowled 9 overs in the first session at lunch, before lunch, you guarantee that you wouldn't bowl straight up after lunch. I mean, that was an extra course at Lords. I mean, it was. I mean, you went from 2 to 3 courses. There was a thing called Louisiana Love Bite. It was a chocolate cake on a shortbread. Oh my word!
Beats Harry Brook. First ball after the break as Matt Henry. First ball of his over, that is. Ollie Pope has seen off 6 deliveries from Nathan Smith. This is pitched up, and there's a little bit of away movement there. So Matt Henry, if he continues like that, it's not far from the outside edge of the bat. Steve Harmison.
Just a little bit of movement in it. It's just a little bit.
Enough. Just enough. It's all you need. Henry again with 2 slips and a gully in place. This is straighter and a touch shorter, and defended by Harry Brook. Can you tell the Freddie Flintoff story it was? I'm not sure.
Sure was that?
The one where he kept getting in trouble.
Oh, well, you used to have to. I mean, to get to the showers, you used to have to walk through this little corridor where the members were. And, you know, you do forget that you are in a dressing room environment, so you walk around with no clothes on.
Here is Henry, and Brook will take a single, backward a square on the leg side. So hang on, so you've got the dressing room, and there's no shower.
There's no toilet facility, showers or baths inside the dressing room. You have to walk across a small corridor into that block, and that block. So
there, almost like a halls of residence.
Yeah, but the corridor bit is the bit out to the stand on the right hand side of the pavilion, the extra members area. So the members do walk along that corridor.
So it's well populated.
It's well populated, and sometimes
you wouldn't forget that there are spectators walking up and down it. Henry again down the leg side. There's a shout for caught behind, but I'm not sure New Zealand are going to review this. No run. So there's a lot of egg and bacon tie-wearing Blazers walking up and down just outside the dressing. So they've just walked straight outside your dressing room.
Yeah, they walk straight outside your dressing room door. So you go out the dressing room door, and then you go along across a little corridor through another door, and then that's into the toilets and the baths and the showers. So, you know, a couple of times Big Lad forgot that he was at Lord's and went for a shower.
On the body again of Pope, will take a single to 130. So Freddie Flintoff just bowls out the door, completely starkers.
He was always either
the
in
shower.
Underpants or either naked. He was, you know, you were in your dressing room. It's a safe space. You expected, you know, it's not I think the days of that has changed.
I've got images of like a sauna, a Swedish sauna. Was everyone no clothes on, everyone just sitting in the dressing room?
Well, he normally did.
Here's Henry, and he is beaten at Harry Brook, who's turned inside out. He's turned square a little bit there and beaten past the outside edge. And Brook just has a little look at the pitch, does a bit of gardening. Punch of the gloves with Ollie Pope. And that is a fantastic over from Matt Henry, who's beaten Harry Brook twice.
Good area, good setting the tone that was. But yeah, no, in a dressing room, it's the same. You don't go in a shower fully clothed, do you? So you tend to take your clothes off to get washed, and you know you have to walk towel around you. But it's a corridor, and it's weird. It's a weird and wonderful place, Lords. That main pavilion.
Corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Will I see a naked Freddie Flintoff or not?
Well, he wasn't the only one.
Who else were the other? I
mean,
can't imagine you doing
you're
it.
Going to get washed.
Here is Smith, driven. That's a fine attempt at extra cover by Kane Williamson, I think. Might have even got a hand to it, but hit so powerfully. Still has reached the boundary from the bat of Ollie Pope. That's a shot that was, dare I say it, Harry Brook-esque.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, he hit two balls the over before straight at the man who was probably situated on the line of what that was, but this time Tom Latham's decided to take third slip out. Tom Southey's now back on the pitch, and as you do normally, you just hedge your bets in the area that you're in.
Smith again, pitched up again, but this time Pope defends. He's 38, Harry Brook 52. So who were the other streakers?
I'm trying to think. Mainly bowlers, because the bowlers were the ones that you tend to not shower the most, but were the ones that would come off the field, go for a quick shower to freshen up and go back in. So yeah, most of the bowlers were in and around that, always in and out that corridor. But it is weird. I mean, you wouldn't think of it of any other ground because the showers are in the dressing room.
Clip to mid-wicket this time by Pope. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-strikers, but I think Ollie Pope would have been comfortably home. 135 for fourth. So not many walk behind or around Simon Jones. I mean, that body was like, that was a model. That was a model's body. Still pretty good now.
Still now.
Looking in fine nick.
Looking like a 100-metre sprinter, and I mean, so you waited for Simon to get.
You went
through
before Simon rather than after.
Yes, yeah. Big lads. I mean, the chubby lads went a bit later.
Okay. Hoggy.
Yeah, we waited a little bit for after Simon.
Here's Harry Brook. Just a movement to the offside, outside edge, and it's just dropped short of second slip. It's been half parried, but the ball's going to reach the boundary. So, a little moment going the way of England. Good ball from Nathan Smith. He's forced an error from the bat of Harry Brook, who's been beaten past the outside edge twice by Matt Henry, and has now outside edged a delivery from Nathan Smith, just shy of second slip. It wasn't an opportunity. The score moves on, 139 for 4. So how did they stop this from happening, or was it just part and parcel of? Does it happen to this day, do you think?
It still happens to this day.
And they're completely fine by that, are they, the Lords members? Smith again, and this is driven on the up by Harry Brook, who's been beaten 3 times playing defensively, and is just thinking, well, I'll just start playing my shots. Another 6 from the bat over extra cover, and 15 runs has come from the over. 100-run partnership, and England have moved on to 145 for 4.
Yeah, the red cricket ball's come back with a flake in it. That's just bounced straight off the ice cream van. The big red ice cream van off the roof, thrown it back, and that's a great shot. He's hit 3 balls now over the top of extra cover for 6. Magnificent shots, getting into a position early.
Over is still continuing. Short delivery, pulled away. It'll just be a single. And I don't think that ball that was hit over extra cover for 6 went too far from our producer Katie, who we sent to get the coffees.
Yeah, I think you might be right. She is down there, yeah, just looking out the side of the window. But it was a fantastic shot. Bounced straight off the roof of the ice cream van. And again, bowlers putting the ball in the right area, just doing a little bit. Harry Brook, coming out of that bubble of, playing miss. I thought he played the one before that went down to third. I thought he played that really well. I thought it didn't bounce as much as he think. He dropped his hands on it, went just short of slip. And then this time, coming out of his crease, getting to the pitch where he felt as though he needed to be, got himself set again, bang. It's a fantastic shot throw. That's 3 now, 6 is over extra cover.
Matt Henry to continue. Seems to be a different game when he's bowling, and he's in. Down the track is Harry Brook, and Henry digs the ball in short, and Brook has to duck out the way. That's it. I imagine Henry saw him coming. He did, yeah. Oof, that's a good bouncer.
That is a beauty of a bouncer. Yeah, Harry Brook's batting on a different wicket to everybody else. And Matt Henry's bowling a lot better than everybody else. And it's a good contest, this. I'm not sure Brook's coming out of his crease and hitting Henry over the top of extra cover for 6. I'm sure he'll have a go and try.
Fine leg and deep square leg with fielders on the boundary, and this is hauled up high and handsome. Once again, another 6, this time square of the wicket. It was dug in by Henry, and Brook took it on, and Brook won.
Henry has to keep this going. He really does have to keep this going. Harry's he's in shot mode now in this over. Can he get it higher? Can he bowl the ball that little bit higher? He's got Harry going at the ball.
It's an extraordinary 150 up for England. Henry is in, pitched up and punched to mid-off. Williamson, who's about halfway back, extra cover really, halfway back to the boundary. England really messing with New Zealand's minds here. 43 for 4. Since then, it's been extraordinary from England, even in the Bazball era. Ollie Pope and Harry Brook put on over 100 for the 5th wicket. But attacking field still in place for Ollie Pope as Henry is it in. Opens the face a touch, guides it down to backward point, gully, where it's fielded. So still 3 slips in place for Ollie Pope, with a gully and a backward point. Mid-off is much closer to the bat than when Harry Brook is at the crease. Tim Southey's back on as well. Rashin is at square leg. William O'Rourke, who I imagine may well bowl the next over possibly, because Nathan Smith has taken 2 wickets, but he's going at, 8 and over? Here's Henry. Draws Pope forward, who plays with a straight blade. Just to round off our story about Lord Streakers, were there any complaints?
Yeah, there'll be 1 or 2. 1 or 2 complaints.
Did people, shout at you down the corridor, or did they get the parchment out and a quill?
I think
write a letter.
Might have been a letter or 2, but
Henry again, and he's struck Ollie Pope on the pad. He's way down the track, and Matt Henry can't believe that this hasn't been given. He has immediately looked to his captain and said, we've got to review this.
For me, this is the impact down the wicket.
And New Zealand have reviewed.
Yeah, it's
Matt
the
Henry
impact down the wicket.
Can't believe this hasn't been given. Ollie Pope must have been metre and a half, 2 metres down the track by
I
the
think
time the
that's
ball
the only
hit
thing
him?
that's saving him. The only thing that's saving him, I think, is the distance he is down the wicket. It looks straight, and I tell you why. You know, I always go to the same thing. Look at the player's body language straight away. When that ball hit Ollie Pope on the pad and went to extra cover, Ollie Pope was looking at the umpire, waiting for the finger. I think Ollie Pope thought that was very, very close.
He was way down the track. I mean, he was almost running at Matt Henry. He'd advanced so far, and that may be what saves the batter. We're just waiting for DRS. We're waiting for the replay system, the review system, to get underway. We're going to watch it now. Obviously, first up, did Ollie Pope hit the ball? Well, he clearly didn't. He's been hit on the knee roll. What about...
For me, it's all about distance down the wicket. He's not got anywhere near it with the bat.
Is he outside off stump? Where's the point?
Possibly outside off stump, umpire's call. But if he's not far enough down the wicket, I think this is quite close.
Well, umpire's call, review retained. Umpire's call in terms of where, at the point of impact, it's just grazing off stump. And also the projection is the ball would have gone on to just clip the top of off stump. I think that's a fair decision by the umpire.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire, but I think a good call from New Zealand to have a go at the review system. I think it was a big wicket. It looked close. Ollie Pope's body language give it away, I thought, even more so. And it was fine margins. Talking about catches dropped. Umpire's calls going your way. If that's given out on the field, then Ollie Pope will be walking off now.
Edged and just dropped short of Tom Latham at second slip. That's the second outside edge, which has flown towards the slip cordon in the last couple of overs, and it's just dropped short.
He dropped his hands a little bit on it. He looked as though he's pushed it, and then at the point of contact his hands dropped, so took all the sting off it. Good area from Nathan Smith. Keep that ball in that area. Don't let Ollie Pope have an easy drive or an easy clip off the pads to get a boundary. Stop England from scoring boundaries. Get the ball in that area and you stand a chance with this England team.
Square legs just going back to the boundaries. Smith is in, and this is thrashed between gully and backward point by Ollie Pope. Continuing with the shots, and he's been proficient in that area along the ground as well, so relatively safe. And 4 more to the score, and Nathan Smith, whilst picking up a couple of wickets and challenging the batters, is being punished the moment he either drops a touch short or gives either of these batters a fraction of width. It's not the fastest. He's bowling in and around 130 kilometres an hour, and he's not the tallest either. There's plenty of effort and endeavour. He's banging it in. Just wonder whether spell from O'Rourke, unless they want to keep O'Rourke from the Adelaide Road end, Harmy.
Yeah, they seem to want to keep O'Rourke from the same end as Matt Henry. That there is just width. They're just far too wide to play like Ollie Pope.
Smith again short and left alone this time by Pope.
I'd rather see him do this. Yeah, the short ball. I'd rather see him go down the short ball route now to Ollie Pope, like what England would do. Take second slip, put him out in the sort of just in front of square, about 15 yards, 20 yards from the bat. The same with Gully. Have a third down, extra cover down to third. They've got a deep point now, and have a go at Ollie Pope and Harry Brook. Go down the short ball route. There's not much happening off the surface anymore.
Short again from Smith, and Pope shapes to pull, but at the last minute decides not to carry through with the shot. Pope's played well, hasn't he, again, he played well in the first innings at Christchurch. Was only dismissed. His first half chance, wasn't even a half chance really, a quarter chance, brilliantly caught by Glenn Phillips at backward point. Did the rounds on social media in a way that maybe the drop chances didn't. And he had to walk off, you know, how's your luck? One batter gets 4 or 5 lives and the other one departs thanks to a bit of brilliance. Pushed to mid-on this time from Pope. But yeah, he's come in and, like, you know, let's not forget, you know, at both occasions Ollie Pope's walked to the crease with England in trouble.
He has, yeah. I think there's been less moving parts in the first 15-20 balls in batting at number 6 than there is at number 3. You know, whether that's the ball moving that little bit more when he's at number 3. Psychologically, he might feel as though he has to play a certain way batting at number 3. But there's definitely been less moving parts in the times he's been at 6 in this series.
Last ball of the over from Smith, and it's driven on the move from Pope, who survived an LBW shout in the last over, bowled by Matt Henry. It'll be Harry Brook, though, to take up the first delivery of Henry's third over since the lunch break. Henry picking up 2 wickets in the morning session. Smith also, but Brook and Pope have combined well since. After a word from Steve Harmison, with England 158 for 4, it'll be Neil Mantham.
It seems as though the bowling stocks of New Zealand, and I think this is why, again, reaffirms the reason why I wouldn't have picked Mitch Santner. The talk of Santner playing on this surface, maybe it's a bit dry and it's going to spin. It spun in March when New Zealand played here last time. But I think because of the way the seamers are, I'm not sure you could have just played 3. I think you need the 4. Henry's bowled fantastically well.
Defensively, by Harry Brook out on the offside. Do you know what, Harmy? You mentioned yesterday morning that you thought the pitch looked drier than you were expecting, and I couldn't find anybody to corroborate. Yesterday, I couldn't find anybody to corroborate that opinion. But funnily enough, today, that's short and wide and cut powerfully, very powerfully to backward point, fielded by Devon Conway. It'll just be a single. But you were dead right. Now all the wires after the event, men and women, are all saying, "Oh, this pitch is a bit drier than we were thinking." But you saw it yesterday, and you said it might turn and deteriorate more as the game goes on than it used to.
It was more the. I believe there was a lot of green grass on it yesterday, and it's burnt off, and it will burn off quicker here than anywhere else because of the wind factor of Wellington. But there was patches on the ground yesterday, on the surface yesterday, little yellow patches which were dry.
Defended now by Pope out on the onside, but wisely, cleverly defends it into a gap, so he's being proactive even when he's defending. Rachin Ravindra unable to prevent the single. 160 for 4.
So them areas are now are more or less where the bowler's footmarks are. And, you know, I've not been out there at lunchtime, didn't go out there this morning because our commentary position is so far upstairs that you have to go down to the ground level. You only want to go once a day.
Here is O'Rourke again, Matt Henry again, and it's steered brilliantly and cleverly and typically, characteristically from Harry Brook, wide of the slip cordon and down to the unguarded third boundary for 4. Tom Latham does the fetching. Such great hands, such a productive shot for him. England have now scored over 110 runs to the third boundary in the 2 test matches, 499 in the first innings in Christchurch, and New Zealand preferring the third slip or the gully rather than a third fielder, and he does it, plays the shot, same shot again, does Harry Brook. This time it is intercepted by Glenn Phillips diving to his right in the gully. 164 for 4. Harry Brook on 75. How many did he score 15 months ago? 187, was it? 187, that's right, on this ground. It's an innings, that.
It was a great innings, wasn't it? I mean, every time the ball short, he tried to hit it for 6. Not one point did he look to hit it down.
Here is Henry once again, and forward comes Brook, all the time in the world to play this one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. There were a couple of shots when he hooked bouncers over mid-off that I just can't shake that memory. One of them, and he was down the wicket.
Yeah.
He's actually run down the wicket to bouncer, and he's basically hooked
Flat
it, pulled
batted
it through, through mid-off.
Yeah, he was flat. They did it at Mount Maunganui, didn't they? They put everybody on the boundary on the leg side, the off side, for the short ball, and Harry's baseball style. He's got a baseball sticker on the back of his bat, and he turned into a baseball player in that innings here last time 2 years ago, a year ago. This is a good move, I think. I was just about to say, I just wonder if Tom Latham is thinking of bowling Spain and seeing if England, one, if there's any turn there, and two, to see if England just maybe come out and take a foot off the gas, thinking they've done the hard job against the seamers, and take Phillips a little bit lightly. He's going to come on to bowl. The wind is, I think the wind's going across the ground, so I think as we look out to the field, I think he's going into the wind to the leg side.
It's coming about 45 degrees, isn't it? It's basically, is it not coming down the Adelaide Road, which is the far end of the ground? It's sort of coming across 45 degrees, so it means that the leg side shots are going to be predominantly into the wind, whereas the offside shots will be downwind. There is a long on in place, and a mid-wicket halfway to the boundary. Phillips in, first delivery is pushed by Ollie Pope for a gentle single down to mid-off, long off, mid-off, and what is he? He's just fielded the ball now, but I'm going to work out. It's Matt Henry. What was he? 15?
10 yards in?
10 yards in, okay. Well, he hasn't made his mind up. He's still backpedaling towards, now he's only 5 yards in from the right, but long off. Here is Phillips to Harry Brook on 75. Brook plays a similar shot, or the same shot, to Ollie Pope, just driving it back past the bowler down to long off. And I think he dropped deeper actually for Harry Brook, hadn't he? And he's a little bit further in for Ollie Pope. Mid-wicket now is not halfway back. It's Nathan Smith. He's being called in to an orthodox mid-wicket. There's a wideish catching mid-on. Man on the 45 degrees behind square on the leg side. Cover drive now from Ollie Pope. Bottom hand, sort of slap drive to Southey at mid-off. 43 for 4 England were. They were 71 for 4 in Christchurch and made 499. And it was these two that put them on course, on track with that fifth wicket partnership for 150. That's driven down the ground by Ollie Pope. Pope very happy to play the subservient role, isn't he? I mean, I mean, like genuinely happy, not just willing.
No, it's good from Pope. You've got to remember as well, before this series, Ollie Pope wasn't the wicket-keeper. He was the vice-captain who was under the most amount of pressure. He was England's number 3. Now, he's kept very well in with circumstances having to keep wicket. He's kept well, gone down to number 6. This is what Ollie Pope can do. He's a smashing player.
Forward he comes and pushes that square of the wicket on the offside defensively. I just get the sense that he feels more exposed and more weight of expectation batting at 3.
Yeah, I agree with that. And again, like I said before, when John was on, it's like there's been less moving parts to the 3 innings that Ollie Pope's had so far at 6, as opposed to what he's like at number 3.
Opens the face of the bat and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside to cover point. There's nobody there. Kane Williamson has to come running in from cover in order to field. He tries to scrum half the ball, dive past it onto the stumps, but unable to do so cleanly, and they're able to scamper through for a single. Harry Brook 77, Ollie Pope 46 from 60 balls. I'm talking about playing a subservient role, goodness me. Ollie Pope's 46 off 60 balls. So he's not hanging about. 76.7 strike rate. It's just that Harry Brook has been so dominant. 77 from 73 balls. 7 4s and 4 6s. And this partnership currently worth 125. So second successive century partnership between these two, as I said, taking England from 43 for 4 and 71 for 4 in Christchurch. Down the wicket comes Harry Brook and tries to run it behind square on the offside. makes no contact. Beaten, actually. Well, I say beaten outside the off stump. I mean, he was playing a running glide to third, so he's beaten himself as much as Matt Henry has beaten him. 168 for 4. Grant Elliott's taken the place of Steve Harmison. Absolute pleasure. The first time we've worked together on air is Harry Brook drives, hammers this one over the top of mid-on. Again, he's picked up the length immediately. It's a long carry. And he's not going to get 6 this time, but an emphatic strike over mid-on. Grant Elliott, it's quite, I know it's probably not quite so enjoyable for you watching Harry Brook, but he's a phenomenon, isn't he? I mean, it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, what he does is he just puts the bowler on the back foot. The bowler knows that they're coming for him, and they change their line and length.
Tries to play this one again down towards third man, but again plays and misses outside the off stump. He's just past 1,000 runs in the year, Harry Brook. Helps, I guess, when you score 300 of them in one innings.
Yeah, incredible and dominant. It'll be at a good click. But that length there that Henry's just bowled, he just shouldn't waver from that. That he should just be bowling that length. Don't worry about what Brook's doing. Just keep it at that length. That's the dangerous line and length to be bowling it.
2 slips in a gully. Here's Henry again, and Brook opens the face once more. Does love a run, a glide, does Harry Brook. A run to third or a glide, and plays it a lot, and it's completely unfazed to how many slips there are. Finds the gap whenever there is a gap, more often than not, but he's not concerned about, doesn't see it as a risky shot because he keeps it on the ground. Look at the scorecard, Grant. I mean, we're in the 34th over. It's 173 for 4. That's not a bad platform in the 50 over game.
Yeah, I mean, historically, I've looked at the basin and you're round about 3.42.
Here is Henry again. That's driven up in the air, chipped up in the air. I think he may have taken the pace off that. That's clever bowling. He's induced a false shot from Ollie Pope. Didn't quite carry to Williamson at mid-off.
Yeah, the average is about 3.42 a day. And, you know, England are going at 5.11. It is a one-day score. They're setting themselves up for the last 10 overs to maybe have a dash. It feels like a power play at times, especially when Brook's batting. I think Pope's been quite conservative in his approach. I don't think New Zealand have bowled particularly well to Pope, given him width.
Just slipped in a third slip as 3 slips in a gully for that next delivery. The last one of the over from Henry, which Ollie Pope plays defensively. Harry Brook 82, Ollie Pope 46, partnership 130, England 173 for 4. I mean, how have New Zealand bowled increasingly indifferently because they're bowling indifferently, or because they're trying too hard, or because of the pressure that has been reverted back onto them by the 2 bats?
I think that Tom Latham set a square field in that first session for back of a length or short pitch bowling. When you've got the team 4 down, you should be attacking, you should be bowling at the stumps, LBW, bring those into play. O'Rourke was bowling almost at the hip or even at the chest at times. That takes 2 dismissals out of play.
Phillips, down the wicket comes Harry Brook, dismissively over the top of long on. He didn't even bother to run. He knew from the moment it hit the middle of the bat that was gone. He just checked the flight briefly, smiled and turned his back on the bowler. 6.
Well, that's into the food court. That's into someone's souvlaki or something. That is dominant. Glenn Phillips is laughing in the replay, and I think he's mouthing the words, "That is huge," as the players turn their backs towards the food court and probably wish that they were there as well, having themselves a souvlaki and a coffee, instead of watching Brook advance to 88 of just 78 deliveries.
Our producer, Katie Hanscom, was just down there by that coffee van. Fortunately, she's back, because I think that landed like almost in it. May have been on the bounce, maybe hit it on the half volley. But Glenn Phillips, the batter, quite enjoyed that.
Well, he's getting some of his own medicine, Glenn Phillips, isn't he? That's the sort of thing he would do. But I don't know if this is the right move, bringing on spin at this stage.
Well, how many moves are there left for Tom Latham? And it's something different. Here is Phillips again, and Brook cover drives, and it's half stopped by Kane Williamson, diving away to his left. He got a hand to it, he knocked it on, and it'll be fielded by Rachin Ravindra running around the cover boundary. You know, I just... what... It seemed, Grant, like something Tom Latham needed to do something. And I know that, I mean, in retrospect, you know, he's only bowled 8 balls. But I suppose, I mean, did it feel like the wrong move at the time? That's what I guess what I'm asking. Phillips in, that's defended, no run, 181 for 4.
To me, intuitively, first day, Basin Test, you win the toss, you bowl on a green wicket, and the spinner's bowling in the second session, straight after lunch, yes. For me, I feel like it is the wrong move. 456 wickets have been taken with spin.
Phillips is steered away by Brook to Rachin Ravindra at deep backward point.
So 456 wickets of spin at the Basin, and that's more due to bounce than actual turn, compared with 1,450 wickets at the Basin. Seam definitely dominates spin in the return, but this almost feels like a second innings move. I feel like you've got to back your seamers. When you look at the board, you go, well, Southey's only bowled 7, O'Rourke's bowled 6.
Phillips in again, and that's pushed away defensively straight back to the bowler. You've been burning the midnight oil doing your research, haven't you?
Oh, it's just, you know, I love it. Just sit back. There's not a good book. I just love stats. You know, reading cricket stats.
I love a good stat. I have to say, I love a good stat. Here is Mitchell once again. It's turned away behind square on the leg side. They run through for a single as Matt Henry gathers or tries to gather. 183 for 4. Brook into the 90s. 91 not out. Ollie Pope has 47. Here's one for you. England need 501 to become the first team in Test cricket to score 500,000.
I heard that.
You heard that.
500,000 runs. I wonder if they can, you know, how many of those, what percentage does WG Grace score? They could give it down to a percentage. We need a pie chart. We need a pie chart. Most significant contributors to the 500,000.
Joe Root.
Yeah.
Alistair Cook.
Yeah. The chef.
Indeed. 183 for 4 from 35 overs. It really is quite remarkable. Harry Brooks just dropped his bat at the non-strikers end. Is that what put Matt Henry off?
Yeah, Matt Henry was running in, and Harry Brook. We talk about soft hands. Well, yeah, he's dropped his bat in the path of Matt Henry. At least Matt Henry can see the funny side of it, because he has to go back to his mark and run in again.
Here is Henry thundering in, doing his best, trying hard, to clip nicely off his toes by Ollie Pope through mid-wicket. It's a really quality shot. And was that Will O'Rourke doing the chasing out there? He's flicked it back to Rachin Ravindra. They've gone through for 3, and Ollie Pope reaches 50. 50 from just 65 balls. I keep talking about him being the junior subservient partner. Nonsense really in terms of his strike rates, going at 77 runs per 100 balls, 50 off 65, and that was a super shot to reach the landmark. Absolute confirmation that he's enjoying this remodeled lineup with him at number 6.
Yeah, we call that shot the truck driver. You can imagine having the wheel of a truck and just turning it. That's what he's done. He's just turned it to the leg side. Perfect timing, waited for it under his eyes and along the carpet. Quality Test cricket.
Is that what you call that shot when you're coaching young children?
The truck driver.
The truck driver.
Just hit it on your bat, in the middle of the bat, please. You only get one training a week, so make sure you get it in the middle of the bat. Doesn't matter how it gets there.
2 slips in a gully. Here's Matt Henry to Harry Brook, and he's knocked it away out on the onside. They're running through for a single. There's a shout from Tom Blundell. I won't grace it with an appeal. Just sounded more like somebody had stood on his toe, because there was bat and pad involved, but bat first, evidently, according to umpire Adrian Holdstock, and so Brook takes a single and moves on to 92.
the problem you've got if you're in Tom Latham's position as well now is you've got Henry who's attacking. He's your best bowler on the day. But you actually want England to take a chance or a risk against Henry. That means you need someone from the other end actually holding up an end and bowling a bit of pressure.
Flicked away out on the onside, off the pad, and much more convincing appeal, much more conviction in this one, but Grant Elliott immediately to my right says that's too high. Don't review, stand up, make a signal. Get the message to them.
Don't review it, Tom. That's what I'd be saying. It looked high from here. I mean, we are almost 50 metres in the air, and he has reviewed it. He hasn't listened.
You've just said twice, at least, in the last 15 minutes, that, the extra bounce at the Basin Reserve, and it did look high.
It looked like it hit thigh pad, didn't it?
We have a player review for SVW, original
Maybe going slightly down leg side.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look, and it's become as no surprise at all, certainly to me and Grant Elliott, if this is too high. It does look too high, but it might be missing leg stump as well. So Hassan Raza's the third umpire. We can hear his. Actually, might not be quite as high as we thought.
In fact, sounds like Hassan Raza's on a megaphone as well.
Stand by. Waiting for address.
I think he's on the PA system. I think they are playing it on the PA system.
That'll put the nerves up you as a batter. Looking good, no edge.
I don't think I've ever experienced that before. They're playing the third umpire out so that everybody in the ground can hear it.
This is new innovation. I like it. I like it. Puts the shivers up you as a batter.
Pitching outside off.
Well, confirmation that it is passing over the top of leg stump. Well, it was I think it was the end of the over. Yeah, it isn't the end of the over, but nonetheless. I was going to hand over to Garth Galloway, but obviously
couldn't get out of that seat quicker.
Superstition.
Now I have got a stat for you, Neil.
Oh, good.
W.G. Grace before this test has scored 0.22% of England's test runs from the bat.
That's very well worked out.
Before this test, yeah, just worked that out in the background.
Is Matt Henry turned away. Gary Morgan, our remarkable
statistician.
Thank you, Gary. It's just fabulously irrelevant and silly and interesting at the same time. The next one turned out on the leg side. 190 for 4. 35.4 overs gone. Lead. I mean, England are just extraordinary scoring rate, and the second Test match in a row. I think Nathan Smith has had very unflattering figures as Henry is in once more, bangs it in short. There's no run. Do you know what? Will O'Rourke. It's really interesting that because I was saying how well he was bowling, but you made the point. He was taking the two most popular modes of dismissal out of play by bowling back of a length.
Yeah, no, I think that the field dictated that from Latham.
Beaten outside the off stump here. Harry Brook, I think, is trying to open the face of the bat and run it down to third, but made no contact. 190 for 4. Expand on that if you would, Grant Elliott, because I mean it looked impressive. He was making life uncomfortable for the batsman, but as you say, he wasn't going to get anybody out bowled or LBW with that mode of dismissal, and it's that old thing, isn't it? What looks pretty isn't necessarily the most effective thing. More from you, and that will be Garth Galloway.
Oh, you're right, Neil. I mean, pretty bowling, we call it, where it goes to the keeper, it misses the stumps, the batsman leaves it, looks like it's got good pace on it, a good line and length. No runs from it, but I was fortunate enough to be coached by the late Martin Crowe, who said, when you're batting, take out the two modes of dismissal, take out bowled and LBW. So that means getting your pad out of the way and making sure that you're covering your stumps and that you can't get out those two ways. Now, with Will O'Rourke, the way he bowled, I just feel that Tom Latham set a square wicket behind the wicket as well, which means that he had to bowl it short or back of a length. It didn't facilitate full pitch bowling to bring in that bowled and LBW.
194 4 it is, and the first ball bowled by Phillips is driven down the ground. There's an excellent piece of fielding by Tim Southee. always been good in the field for New Zealand, his Southey. He dives across to his right at a deepish mid-off. And 52 for Pope. Brook is 93. So they're in a couple there, did they? I think.
Yeah, I don't like this bowling change, guy.
Oh, no.
I'm not
so...
a fan.
No, I couldn't agree more. Here's Phillips bowling from the RA Vance stand end, and Pope is playing into the offside. Here's another run. 53 for Phillips, 193 for 4. And the applause you hear is for the 150-run partnership. 142 balls it's taken, Grant. Extraordinary stuff from these two. And I think the fact that Phillips is bowling, he bowled the 33rd over in this innings, tells you that New Zealand feel England are on top. Here's Phillips again. This time he bowls to Brook. Down the pitch, driving hard, and Phillips does well to take the pace off it. It still finds its way down to Southey on the long off boundary. Another run, 194 for 4.
We always used to say, if you turn up at a ground and you look at the fielder's body language and you look at the field, you should never know who's on top if you're the fielding team. You look at this now.
Yeah, you know, don't you? Here he is getting shorter and onto the back foot as Brook plays it through the cover area. There's a chase for Ravindra from the point boundary. He picks the ball up 3 metres inside the cover boundary and returns, but 2 more runs to Pope. 55 for him, 196 for 4.
There's 2 teapots. Matt Henry and Devon Conway on the leg side. They're teapotting. Kane Williamson's got his hands on his knees. Tim Southey's walking in sheepishly, not with a lot of vigor.
Shorter delivery played into the onside. An easy run for Pope. 56, 197 for 4. 43 for 4 England were.
43 for 4. And with their backs against the wall, you would say. Now you look at it. 5.35 and over. 197 for 4. With Glenn Phillips bowling in the second session of a day 1 test match on a green pitch.
Part of the problem, of course, is Phillips bowls and Brook is down on his knee and pulling the ball fine for 4. All just too easy. Brook advances. Don't take anything away from his stroke making. It was superb, but Phillips drifting the ball down the leg side. Pulled fine of O'Rourke. 201 for 4. Brook is 98. And Phillips has none for 25 from 3. And I think the issue is this, Grant, and we've talked about it certainly on Sport Nation next door, the broadcast that's going to New Zealand, but I'm sure it's been mentioned here on TalkSport, is that there's no confidence in bowling Southey. 7 overs, none for 38. He's a foreclosure option. He's taking up overs that O'Rourke should be bowling at the start, in my view, and he's taking up overs, and because there's no confidence, they're having to find other people to fill in.
Well, I think what New Zealand need is they need that bowler that's going to run into the wind, because Tom Latham's been very defensive into the wind, and they need someone that can just contain and strike from the end that Will O'Rourke is now coming from.
And he's bowling from the Government House end, and this is going to be tight, is it? It's misfielded, so it's not going to be tight, and in fact they're not going to pick up a second run. Pope called Brook through. The ball was hit down to mid-on. He ran on the shot as he's done on a few occasions, then hesitated, then carried on, and it was looking somewhat perilous, but all A-OK in the end.
Well, this is exciting now, Garth. Brook on 98. He seems like the sort of character that would love to get to 100 off a homer, or one into the food court.
Well, he's got an interest in baseball. Here's O'Rourke bowling to Brook on 98. Down the pitch, hits the ball. Where's it gone? Down to third man. It's bouncing in front of him. It's heart in the mouth stuff. For a moment, I thought it was going to carry to Conway. It didn't. He's 99, 203 for 4. Well, you said it was exciting. It is.
Well, funnily enough, in the first session, he resisted that. He shimmied down the wicket. O'Rourke bowled that length, and then he chose to leave it because he knew Conway was down there. He's got his iron now. He's faced 88 deliveries, and he thinks to himself, you know what? I'm having a go at everything. He's looking to accelerate.
He just loves giving himself room, doesn't he? Outside leg stump. He's played one shot this morning, where he ended up off the pitch. Here's O'Rourke bowling to Pope. And Pope is all playing outside the off stump and misses. It's a flash with a horizontal bat. And Pope, lucky not to get an edge. He walks down to Brook, and you can see he's not looking worried, he's laughing.
Well, you can laugh because it misses the outside edge.
We said, I was talking to Katie Martin on this channel before the lunch break, and I said if England get through to 200 for 4, they'll feel that they're on top then.
Oh, absolutely. As I said, you look in the field, not so much when O'Rourke's bowling now, but when Phillips was bowling, you go, England are well on top here. New Zealand looked like they were on the defence.
Still bowling to 3 slips in the gully and a man at short leg. Pope faces O'Rourke, gets underneath it and clips it down to the third man boundary for 6. The crowd will tell you, magnificent shot from Pope, short from O'Rourke. The problem with it is he gave the right hand a width and Pope got underneath it and really flicked his wrists. It flew over the third man boundary for 6. Pope is 69, 215 for 4.
Safe shot with no third man.
You and I were both looking out over the ledge to see if there was someone there. No,
no one there. So just as you said, Garth, flick of the wrist, played it up. And it was always going to be either 1 bounce 4 or 6.
O'Rourke bowls and he's down now. This has gone up in the air. It's chased by Ravindra at short leg. He gloved it, I think, and it ballooned up just over Ravindra. Everyone looking for the ball. Ravindra running backwards, couldn't get to it. The result, a single.
More importantly, Brook on strike. Pope prefers to be leg side of it and try and play it through the offside. There he got into an uncomfortable position. Ball was under his left armpit and almost had to sort of shovel it.
Actually hit the middle of the bat, but high up. Yeah. It wasn't his glove. It had the appearance of that because it ballooned. He got into real trouble. Here's Brook on 99, facing O'Rourke. He comes forward, drives the ball back to the bowler. We'll have to wait. 210 for 4. 38 overs have been bowled. O'Rourke's pace between 142 and 145 in that over. So good pace from the New Zealand quick. But all of the momentum since the lunch break has been with England. Brook is on 99. Pope will be on strike on 64. Let's just think about that. 86 runs have been scored, Grant, since they came back. 55 minutes.
Yeah, and this partnership of 150 of just 142 balls is the second quickest 150 stand for England versus New Zealand.
And Glenn Phillips is going to continue.
Yeah, well,
it's not going to slow down, I don't think. They're just hoping for a mistake by the batsman as Phillips bowls. Pope is down the pitch and slashing the ball away. Good piece of fielding by Williamson at cover, who continues to maintain an athletic gait in the field, doesn't he? He does very well for a player of his age and experience.
And also for a player who spent a lot of hours out in the middle. More than most.
Phillips to Pope, shorter, and Pope's on the back foot, and he'll pick up a run as it's hit along the ground to Ravindra on the boundary at point, and the crowd, I think, applauding because Harry Brook is on strike on 99.
Well, will Tom Latham bring the field in, try and entice him for a hit into the deep?
It's brought Ravindra up into an orthodox or conventional point position. He has a first slip. Williamson is at cover, Southey at mid-off. Latham is in at a short mid-on, rather.
Brooks thinking food court.
Phillips bowls, Brook defends. You don't know a thing, Grant Elliott.
That's the quiet before the storm.
Yep, that's right. The food court's still on. The food court to our listeners in the UK is at long off.
It's at long off. It was where he dispatched Phillips in the previous over.
He's also hit Smith twice into there. Crowd, just a little bit of applause as Brook is onto the back foot. Here's his 100. He throws his head back, raises his hand and raises his bat to acknowledge it. Everyone at the Basin Reserve applauding the remarkable Harry Brook. His 8th Test century, his second century in consecutive innings against New Zealand, and his away record is impeccable. He is a remarkable player. Well done, Harry Brook. 100 not out from 91 balls, 9 fours and 5 sixes. England 212 for 4.
Incredible innings. An innings of aggression, and an innings when England needed someone to come in and resurrect it. 4 down, there was pressure. The day one pitch, well, he's batted beautifully.
Here's the next ball turned into the onside. They pick up a comfortable single. Smith fields at mid-wicket and throws at the stumps, but they've scampered through for another one. 66 for Pope, 213 for 4. I see Brooks' hair is coming back.
His hair's coming back, and also he's awoken the Barmy Army. I think he's woken them from their craft beer evening in Wellington. They've been very quiet up until now.
They've come to the capital of craft beer, is Wellington, as Phillips bowls, and Brook is slashing outside the off stump through to the cover boundary for 4. He's making a mockery of the New Zealand bowling. Phillips has bowled 4 overs, none for 32. It's 217 for 4. Brook is 104, Pope is 66, and New Zealand seemingly have no answer.
The fourth batter to pass 1,000 runs in 2024. And we've got Root, who's 1,300, Jaiswal 1,200, Duckett 1,042, and Brook has just passed 1,000 runs for the 2024. And just the aggression with which he does it, Garth.
Well, also just looking at that, his 8th Test century, as I said when he brought it up, his 3rd against New Zealand, his 3rd in New Zealand, and his 7th in away tests. His 4th of 2024. Remarkable.
And he manages to put bowlers on the back foot. They change their tactics because he's so aggressive. And I have to say that the Phillips experiment, I didn't think it would work, and I was proven correct. It hasn't worked.
Well, it's wing and a prayer stuff, isn't it?
I think let's hope he hits one up in the air and gets too aggressive. But it's cost New Zealand 32 runs.
All right, well, Pope has been a little bit uncomfortable at times against O'Rourke. He faces him now, and he's onto the back foot, and it's gone high into the air. Who's underneath it? It's Ravindra, is it? It's short leg. Catch has been taken. Pope is out, and it is Ravindra who's caught him. Short ball, which Pope went to pull. It climbed on him, and it went high into the air. The New Zealand fielders all looking to say who's going to get it. And it was Ravindra with the grill on who took the catch cleanly, running 10 metres to his left.
Well, very similar delivery to the previous over where O'Rourke got Pope just under that left armpit. Pope tried to get outside the off stump to it and shovel it away high up on the bat. Good pace in the bowling. And it was between Matt Henry and Rachin Ravindra where it didn't look like either of them wanted it, but Rachin Ravindra took it in the end.
Henry was looking at mid-on, and we're looking towards him, and we can see him. He's facing us, and he had both his arms up in the air as if to say, "You take it, for goodness sake, you take it." But it was a moment where we're struggling. I'm finding the ball quite hard to pick up in this light. Might be something to do with my eyesight as well, Grant.
No, not at all. It is tough.
217 for 5. I just think, I said just as that ball was being bowled that Pope had struggled a bit against O'Rourke's short delivery, and I just feel O'Rourke's worked him over a little bit. He had that ball which hit him in the gloves. He tried to, not sure what he was trying to do, but he gave himself a little bit of room and got hit. And he just didn't seem as comfortable. I think if you've got a recipe for the series from New Zealand, it's O'Rourke to Pope, I think, with the short pitch stuff, and see how you go.
And also the angle, as I said, Pope quite enjoys going leg side of it and playing it through the offside. So because of that angle, it comes in under that left armpit, gets him into an uncomfortable position. But New Zealand, the partnership of 174 has been broken. Means that they can take a refreshment, regroup, and think about the areas that they're going to be bowling now to Ben Stokes, the captain. And I will relieve myself of duty, and big bowler will come in my place.
Just make sure that when you leave, you take your headphones off.
Yes.
I wandered away with mine on in the other box. Not a good result.
It's tempting.
217 for 5 it is. So England have added 93 runs since the luncheon break. They've done so in just over an hour. Drinks are on the field, which is the reason for the pause. Ollie Pope caught Ravindra, bowled O'Rourke for 66. Brook is 104 not out, but 93 runs added in 55 minutes. Pope might just be kicking himself a bit because the batting conditions seem to be good, and England are very much on top. Southey none for 38, Henry 2 for 39, Smith 2 for 65, O'Rourke 1 for 35, and Phillips none for 32. I'm now joined by Steve Harmison. Probably good if I leave, Steve. I'm a Liverpool fan. You're with Newcastle. 3-3 draw. I'll slip away.
Oh, the referee wanted to slip away. I mean, trying to get him out of St James's Park. I mean, it was Andy Madley. Was it Andy Madley? I tell you what, he would have gotten lynched if he got anywhere near Scotswood Road in Newcastle on Saturday, on Thursday night time, because he was. And you've done it again. Gone with the headphones. But I mean, watching that wicket of Ollie Pope, he gets out that way. He did in the summer. He got out that way quite a lot, where you bowl the ball on a hip. It's not quite a pull shot, proper pull shot. It's a little bit of sort of flick shot off his hip, and he manages to get a top edge. Will O'Rourke deserved that. I think he's bowled very well, has Will O'Rourke. He's got a bit of tap. You know, if Harry Brooks come out of his crease and got on him a couple of times, but I think O'Rourke, along with Henry, have bowled very well so far for the Black Caps. And in comes Ben Stokes, and how Ben Stokes plays this, I'm going to be so intrigued, Manners.
Here's Will O'Rourke then bowling to Ben Stokes, and he's pushed that away defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 217 for 5 into the 40th over. I said earlier when commentating with Grant Elliott that this was a good platform in a 50-over game, and I maintain that you'd be looking 5 down, maybe be looking at well in excess of 300 in 50 overs. Scoring rate is 6 and over. Harry Brook now 104, joined by captain Ben Stokes, and that one is edged, looking to play it away on the onside. He's got almost a leading edge down towards the third man boundary, and it's Tom Latham who chases after it, Devon Conway rather, and Ben Stokes off the mark in unconvincing and unintended fashion. He's off the mark with 219 for 5.
He just bounced a bit the angle back into Ben Stokes from around the wicket. It's good from O'Rourke. Really is. He's bowled him and Matt Henry from that end of bowl nicely. The bowl very aggressively in towards a good length.
3 slips in a gully as O'Rourke is in again around the wicket and pushed away defensively by Stokes, and there's no run. So back onto the attack. Well, you know what? I mean, there's nothing wrong with orthodoxy in Test cricket, and there's nothing at all wrong. I mean, after all, we have slips and gullies in place because the 140 plus years of Test cricket have taught us that generally is where batsmen are caught if the bowling is orthodox. But the orthodoxy of New Zealand's approach is in stark contrast, and is brought into stark contrast by the unorthodoxy of Stokes' captaincy in the field. That's down the leg side from O'Rourke, and Stokes looking to glance it, but I think it's a little bit too wide. And we were talking off air, Harmy, about Will O'Rourke, and he's the classic enforcer. He's 140 k's an hour. He's tall. He seems to me like a natural back of the length type bowler, but New Zealand just don't have the courage of their convictions, maybe, to go full on bouncer attack like Stokes does, Ben Stokes does, and he'll just go, right, we're bowling short, around the wicket, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men on the leg side, pushed away again defensively by Stokes towards cover and fielded by Devon Conway, and there's no run. The end of a good over from Will O'Rourke, and a well-deserved reward, as Steve Harmison says. 8 overs, 1 for 37. 40 overs gone. England 219 for 5 with Harry Brook on 104.
Very, very good over. Got the valued wicket of Ollie Pope, and the Glenn Phillips experiment has come to an end. Tom Latham trying to get Tim Southee back into the game after the lunch break, and he's had to wait for a wicket before he brings Tim Southee back on. See if he can get any sort of movement, pitching it up, trying to get Ben Stokes cheaply as he starts his innings. But he's going to bowl to Harry Brook, and Harry Brook is, he's been very, very dismissive of Tim Southee in this innings so far, so the field is spread.
Yeah, which I like a lot. I like the way that mid-on and mid-off are halfway back to the boundary. Southee is in to Harry Brook, opens the face of the bat and guides it away to deep cover, Rachin Ravindra. They had a man at square leg as well, Devon Conway. I like that a lot. I just think, so Glenn Phillips' experiment didn't work. Grant Elliott said he wasn't happy with that. You win the toss, you bowl. You've got 4 seamers. It's the first day at the Basin Reserve on a green pitch with extra bounce, and you back those seamers. But it wasn't working, and Tom Latham's just gone a 4 overs experiment with Glenn Phillips, and it hasn't worked. It's gone for 8 and over, 4 overs for 32. But what I like about Tim Southee coming back into the attack is that England have a game plan against Tim Southee, which is to attack him at all costs. And yes, when it works, that's great. But I think they do tend to stick to their plans, and it might just backfire as Southee is in once again and steered away by Ben Stokes into the covers, and there's no run. Nathan Smith fields. It's terrible, isn't it? We're talking about a man with almost 400 Test wickets, as if as if he's he is at the end of his career. We know that, but the idea that he's the weak link and that England might make a mistake against him rather than Southee bowling them out. Good away swinger to the left-handed Ben Stokes now, but again not great pace. 128 from Tim Southee.
England have been attacking, and I was getting carried away before. I was mentioning the Newcastle game, we referring the lynching of the referee, and obviously I didn't mean that, but England have been very dismissive of Tim Southee. Very, very. I think in the first part of the hour of that first session, Tim Southee bowled a little bit fuller,
and he's a little bit quicker. He's 5 k's an hour quicker than he was in Christchurch. This one is tucked away by Stokes out towards square leg. So are you saying apologies if anybody was offended by you?
Yes.
Use of the word?
Yeah. Well, I just got carried away a little bit. The emotion at the time was huge. I was thinking of avenging the 4-3 of redemption for Newcastle fans.
2 slips and a gully for Tim Southee now to Ben Stokes. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Stokes leaves alone outside the off stump, and it's taken behind by Tom Blundell. England 220 for 5 in the 41st over. Harry Brook's numbers are crazy. 1,000 runs in the year. You had the whole list of them.
Well, he's got 400s in 2024 so far, and what was that, 300 in Pakistan, 100 here, so nearly 600 runs.
Stokes now forward to Southee and reacts as if somebody's just bowled him a spitting cobra. Whips the bottom hand off the bat handle, that indicating that there was some extra and unexpected bounce. 4th time England have had 3 batters pass 1,000 runs in a calendar year. Root, Duckett and Brook. This year in 2016, Root, Bairstow, Cook and Moeen Ali. 1,000 runs in a year. Forgot about that. 2012, Cook, Peterson, Trott. Sorry?
Might have been batting a bit higher, Moeen. There's a period where he batted at sort of number 3, didn't he?
Or number 9, or anywhere between.
Or anywhere in between, yes.
Right, it's Will O'Rourke to continue, thundering in from the Government House end, and Harry Brook drives it up towards mid-off, and fielded by Devon Conway. They go through for a single. Do you know what, Harmy? It does feel slightly awkward. if that's the right word, incongruous that here we are halfway through the first day of a test match and New Zealand are giving Harry Brook a single in order to, I mean, they're not consciously saying, okay, let's give him a single, but that field is set as such, with mid-on and mid-off halfway back. So, I mean, what the field says is we'd rather attack Ben Stokes than Harry Brook.
Absolutely, and I think that's the right thing to do.
Here is O'Rourke round the wicket to Stokes, who plays defensively behind square on the offside. Do you know what I mean, though? Incongruous, awkward, I mean, just like...
But if you can stop Harry Brook from scoring boundaries and only giving him the single, try and starve him from strike, keep him at the non-striker's end for a little bit. New batter in and Ben Stokes, try and bowl some dot balls and make sure Brook's only facing maybe one ball every over or 2 balls every over, and your boundary count, is not going up as fast as what it has done in the last hour. Then all of a sudden you might then get Brook into a mistake.
Here is O'Rourke again, bowls the bouncer. Ben Stokes goes on the hook and misses it, and it's into the gloves of Tom Blundell.
It's a good area that from, I know he looked disappointed when he let that go, but with no men back on the leg side, having short leg in place and fine leg, I mean, the only place Ben Stokes can make contact with that, because it is wide down leg side, is the fine leg. So it's not a bad line for that bouncer. If he gets a little flick of a glove, Blundell's in the game. If he gets something on it, it's only going to go to fine leg because he's out of control.
Here is O'Rourke with the green hills behind him, and that one sees Ben Stokes driving on the up. Definitely wasn't a half volley and missing, beaten with the angle, I think, across him. And that's interesting. Harry Brook's walked down from the non-striker's end 3/4 of the way in order to have a chat with his captain. He's not particularly demonstrative with his partner. In fact, other than to seemingly share a joke or two, Harry Brook doesn't generally tend to chat too much to his non-striking partner, but on that occasion he did. He's walked all the way down and had a chat to Stokes. Here comes O'Rourke again to Stokes, who pushes it again. Once more, bottom hand off the bat, and just looks slightly uncomfortable. He is human, and Ben Stokes, and he's just taking a few balls to settle. I know it's very early days. He's only faced 14 balls, but he's just not looking very comfortable.
No, we're going like that's credit to the bowler. I think credit to O'Rourke. He's bowled some good balls, good areas. He's been attacking Ben Stokes' body. Threw one up outside off stump for him to drive. I think it's been good bowling from, good pressure from O'Rourke.
I like the short leg in as well, actually.
Edge taken by Latham at second slip, and he hadn't settled, and now he won't have the chance to settle because Ben Stokes is on his way. It's a second wicket for Will O'Rourke. It's a second catch for Tom Latham at second slip, and England are 222 for 6, double Nelson strikes, and I must say, Will O'Rourke's deserved that.
Very much so. An excellent ball, good delivery in a good area. A little bit like the Jacob Bethel one up in down in Christchurch. The ball angled from around the wicket towards the off stump of Ben Stokes. I think he's got to play it. I'd like to see it again, but I think he's got to play it. It's possibly just bounced on him and caught the thick outside edge of the England captain's bat. Big wicket for England. The bowlers are coming in now. Harry Brook is going well at one end, but Will O'Rourke and Matt Henry from the Adelaide Road end are looking as though they're bowling a different wicket to anybody that's bowling from the Pavilion end. But a good wicket for New Zealand in one that now they would hope that exposes that lower middle order.
Chris Woakes is advertised to come in next, and indeed it is Chris Woakes, and he'll be followed by Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse. Stokes was talking before the Test match, 2 days before the Test match, when England confirmed they were going in with the same team, and he said, I just really like the way the team's set up with batting down to number 10. He did say, and regretted the circumstances in which this lineup came to be, with Ollie Pope keeping him batting at number 6 after the injury to Jordan Cox. But I think sometimes as a captain you just like the cut of the jib of your team, and you just like the way that it looks and all the options that you have at your disposal. So much batting depth. That's one of the reasons England went in with the same lineup, and the fact that Ollie Pope kept so well in Christchurch. It is Woakes on strike. 3 slips a gully, short leg, and a catching mid-on and mid-off. And the first delivery nips back, it's quick, it hits him on the pads, it was heading down the leg side, there won't be an LBW appeal. And the score remains 222 for 6. Well bowled, Will O'Rourke. They've stuck to their task. That was almost 148 kilometres an hour, that, from Will O'Rourke. So really good pace from the young paceman. And Harry Brook has suddenly been becalmed, which is not surprising because he's been at the non-strikers end for the last 2 overs. He's 106 not out. Good game, Harmy. Fast-moving game's a good game.
Fast-moving game is always a good game, and I think this is so important that Southey gets it right, gets his field positions right, the balance right, to either get Harry Brook off strike, but more importantly, to stop the boundary count.
Tim Southey to continue, and Harry Brook steers it, as he loves to do, away to the man sweeping at backward point on the boundary, Rachin Ravindra, who seems to be enjoying some interaction with the crowd behind him. I can't be sure that he's enjoying it. It may not be enjoyable, but there is certainly some interaction going on with someone or a group in the crowd. But he's a very, very easygoing fellow, is Rachin Ravindra, which is why I assumed that it's good-natured banter. 223 for 6. Double Nelson is off the board now, and it's Woakes on strike. 2 slips and a gully. As Southey runs away from us from the RA Vance stand, beats him outside the off stump. That was a wee bit wide, I suspect, and Woakes confirms that he probably shouldn't have played it by rehearsing a leave alone. Bowling the old wobble seamer is Tim Southey quite a bit. I guess the odd ball is into its 43rd over. Mind you, Tim Southey is such a wrist action and body position, he can swing an orange.
Yeah, he's obviously the wrist position's fantastic. He's just trying to drag Woakes across.
Defended now by Woakes up to mid-on. Fielded by O'Rourke.
Can he get him across the stumps? I think that was that first ball. Just a little teaser outside. So it probably would have been 5th, 6th stump. Pitched up, very, very full. Asking Chris Woakes to have a drive. Just had a little waft at it. The time has gone a bit straighter. So I'm sure Southey's trying to move Woakes across his stumps. See if he can get that wobble seamer to nip back and catch it out to the inside edge or LBW.
Here is Southey again, runs away from us. Oh, goes past the outside edge. Woakes, like Ben Stokes before him, is not settling very quickly. Well, he's not settled, neither did Ben Stokes, and he once again rehearses the leave alone, giving himself a talking to. Christopher, leave it alone.
Just eager to put bat on ball. He walked out to bat. Harry Brooks playing godlike at one end and hitting ball to all parts. The batters at the other end are really struggling to find their tempo, their rhythm. Again, just outside off stump, not really in a good area to hit.
Southey in again, bowls to Woakes. He does feel bat on ball, and handsomely. It's gone for 4 through extra cover. A firm push. Encouraged the ball to the boundary.
He did, caressed it beautifully. The ball was overpitched again, and this time not trying to hit it too hard. Chris Woakes just eased onto it, leaned into it, made sure he got a good piece of it before he did the flourish at the end. So, no, good shot from Woakes. Settle his nerves down, settle him down. Didn't have the best of time at Hagley Oval with the bat.
Here is Southey once again, bowls to Woakes, and again he's just pushing defensively here, but bat and pad weren't together, and again he needs, you get the sense he needs 25 minutes to half an hour to get himself in. 227 for 6. Beautiful, beautiful day at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. The hospitality boxes, marquee tents away to our right, the grass bank away to our left with the William Wakefield Memorial and the grandstand underneath us in the RA Vance stand. We've got 40 minutes to go until tea. The entertainment's been non-stop. More from Harmy, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's been very good entertainment throughout the whole contest. The first hour of this middle session was breathtaking. Ball flying to all parts, Pope and Brook going well. Pope's gone now, Brook's on strike. He's been starved in the last few overs.
O'Rourke to continue then, 2 successes, and boy did New Zealand need them, as Harry Brook will take a single, first ball of the over. This works for everybody, more runs for England, but it means that Chris Woakes gets on strike. I'm not sure if you're a clubbing man, Harmy, back in the day.
No, not really.
Can't really imagine you on the stage at the back, shirt off,
Definitely,
glow stick in the
not.
hand.
No. Social club man, me.
Sit down, quiet pint.
Quiet pint,
darts,
TV on, game of darts, dominoes.
Snooker.
Yeah, all that. Not really a clubbing fan. I like music that you can listen to that they've actually got words to, rather than just, eardrum noise.
O'Rourke again with 3 slips in place for Woakes, who's taken a boundary. It's only scoring shot in 7, clipped to mid-on. Yeah, no, I'll go with that. Having been up to Ashington, I can see that, very much so. You know, back in my clubbing days, the DJs would keep the big hits to last. The last hour of the night, you get the old classics out, right? And that's kind of how that test at Christchurch went. When Manfred Manners was on commentary and Bethel blazing away. You know, it was such an uplifting end to the test match. Beaten, flat-footed waft, really, from Woakes. He's lucky not to get an outside edge.
So you were saying YMCA and Oops Up Outside Your Head came on just as Jacob Bethel was hitting the winning runs?
Yeah, for you, maybe.
Being described in the way, Manners describing it that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, depending what kind of music you like. I mean, if Mark Nicholas was here, it would all be about Bruce Springsteen, wouldn't it? And, you know, I don't know what kind of... Jared Kimber, who's a big part of our commentary, he listened... I mean, only Jared. I mean, it's... I remember him looking at me. I walked into... we were staying somewhere in Kandy in Sri Lanka. O'Rourke again. Woakes. Well, this is so short. It's sailed over Woakes' head and continued on his upward trajectory past Tom Blundell, who made a token attempt to stop the ball. But there's wides and it's runs, 5 of them. Yeah, I walked in, it was breakfast, and he had these really quite cheap speakers connected to his phone. He was listening to goddamn awful music you've ever heard. And then he looked at me, I don't know, he looked at me with surprise, says, "Oh, don't you like brass band music?" No, especially not on these speakers. O'Rourke again, this is short delivery, but a good short delivery from O'Rourke, forcing Woakes to play, arrowing in on the badge, and Woakes gets his bat up to the ball. I tell you what, there'd been a silly point.
That's good.
Would have gone straight to him. Actually, it's come off the grill.
Yeah, I like that.
Oof.
That's good.
That's a horrible bouncer.
That's how to bowl at tail enders, John. I mean, that's how to bowl at tail enders. Now he's got to make sure that Chris Woakes has to use his bat. Full of length, good length, in and around the middle and off stump. Make sure he uses his bat. He misses it, he's got a chance of getting him out.
O'Rourke is in. Again, a forcing shot from Woakes, who's unsettled by the pace and the bounce early on in his innings. And again, this could have gone anyway. He's kind of throwing his hands up to the ball. It's come off the inside portion of the bat and dribbled away to the leg side. A shake of the glove, the right glove from Woakes as well. This is a little bit of a working over, but I tell you what, when we see him next, I'm going to tell him you called him a tail ender.
Yeah, he'll not be very happy with that. He's hurt him. I think that one that's bounced up a little bit earlier, I think that's clipped the hand or flicked some part of the hand with the finger or the thumb, and it's really hurt him.
Body language, the Kiwis, is as of a side that senses wickets for the first time in a couple of hours. Not from this delivery though, too short, too wide, left alone from Woakes, and that is the end of the over, and it's also the end of Steve Harmison, who is walking off, whistling tunelessly. I sat in the car with Steve for 7 hours, and he is one of these people that remembers all the words to all the songs. Joined in the commentary box by Katie Martin. Katie, welcome back.
Thank you.
And the game has changed, hasn't it? And, you know, at the start of today, Wellington being what Wellington is, one of the topics of conversation was that the conditions are always going to change, whether it's the new ball becoming a touch softer and the pitch getting a little flatter, the sun coming out and baking the pitch, but also the wind coming across and clouds as well. Short delivery, and this is going to travel fine from the bat of Harry Brook. Not a great delivery from Southey, and Brook was onto it in a flash. He moves to 112 and the score 237 for 6. But the dismissal of Ollie Pope almost immediately signalled the end of the sunshine for about 20 minutes, and Ben Stokes had to come in, and suddenly batting became so much more difficult, it appeared, partly because of the game situation, but also partly because of the overheads nipping around a little bit more. And that's one of the beauties of Test cricket, isn't it? At times it seems almost impossible to score a run, and then other times difficult to see a wicket as Southey gets his length and a touch of away movement. An expert of that over the last 15 years or so. Beats Harry Brook, but no damage done. 237 for 6. Your thoughts on Harry Brook, by the way? I've just been in the commentary with Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, and those two have seen a lot of cricket, and they were purring, albeit, slightly disappointingly still there as well.
Well, he's a new age cricketer. I saw something the other day, actually. There's so much talk about the big four, the old school big four, and he's in the new school big four.
That's a very good shout. Cut away this time on the front foot by Brook. Astonishing. We all love a stat. You can take this back to TVNZ if you like. You may have already mentioned it on TVNZ, who knows? But of batters playing 10 or more tests away from home, Brook has the second best average, beaten only by Don Bradman. Don Bradman, an average of 102 in 19 tests away from home. Harry Brook, before the over before last, so actually it's gone up a touch, is averaging nearly 97. And he certainly loves playing in this country, doesn't he?
I did see that stat, actually. I mean, when you see Don Bradman, Sir Don Bradman's name anywhere, to have a name very close to that. Also looked, I think he's scored the least amount in the top 10 around the fastest centuries in his career.
He's an extraordinary talent, left alone this time by Chris Wakes.
And even looking at the names on the list, you had like Bert Sutcliffe, who was a legendary New Zealand player. You didn't see Tendulkar. There wasn't the big names in that list, so it just shows the success he's had. You feel like he's very simple in terms of the way he plays. He's slightly adjusted his batting stance, where he's got his alignment a lot better, a bit more side on. Worked a lot around how Joe Root has that back and across and gets into good positions. Got a beautiful snap of the wrist to create power. Very much the high hands down onto the ball, very simplistic.
Wokes facing and chasing, inside edge on the drive, back past the stumps, and Blundell's going to have to field. There's a fortunate run going the way of England. Southey could do with the wickets. I mean, all bowlers could do with the wicket, but the murmurings, and he has been expensive. Nearly got one there. But going back to Harry Brook, I find his run scoring, as you just described brilliantly. He doesn't look to overhit the ball either, does he? I mean, he hit 3 or 4 sixes, and you don't feel that it was all muscle. It was almost something left to give. Extraordinary talent he's facing now. Beaten this time by Southey. Touch flat-footed from Brook. Let's just see that again. Did that go past the inside or outside edge? Seemed to keep a little low, and Brooks just coming down the track and having a suspicious look at the pitch.
Got a question for you.
Go on.
You look at all this 11 and the players that Brendan McCullum have selected. I think they've selected or used the most amount of players over the last 3 years. Something like 32 players in 3 years in Test cricket, which is quite a lot. Out of all of those players, do you think Harry Brook is the guy that epitomises the way that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes want to play their cricket?
That's a question and a half. Welcome to listeners on Talk Sport. Have joined us on Talk Sport 2 via the Talk Sport Cricket YouTube channel. It might surprise you, but I do think there is one player who did make his debut under McCullum. He had played Test cricket, but not for 6 years prior. And I think that this is the guy that epitomises everything about. Down the leg side, and a good take from Blundell. O'Rourke back, and he's picked up 2 wickets. Just getting the wrong line on this occasion, but no damage done. I think that Ben Duckett is as Bazball as you can get. I think he's the most naturally Bazball player that Brendan McCullum has ever selected. The strike rate of Brook would suggest that he should be Mr. Bazball. But I think in terms of the lead percentage, or lack of, when it comes to Duckett, O'Rourke again, and Wokes trying to come forward, still at the start of his innings, has faced 15 deliveries, but again, just seems to be caught between playing back or coming forward. And while he's at the crease, certainly New Zealand seem to believe a little bit more that a catch or a chance might be coming their way. But yeah, I mean, Harry Brook, in terms of churning out runs, talent, strike rate, mentality, yeah, I mean, he absolutely buys in to the Bazball idea, whether McCullum was coach or not. Too short again from O'Rourke, and Blundell does well behind the stumps to prevent that from sailing to the boundary. Little look between umpires, no wide signalled. But I think it's Duckett. He plays as an opener. You know, in England we're told you leave. It's all about, you know, your leave essentially is your number one shot in the book. And his leave percentage, as we all know, is at about 7%. He plays at deliveries. His scoring areas are so out of kilter with what we've been told for 130 years about how you should be playing the new ball. So I think Duckett is actually the true Bazball. The true Bazballer. Pushed to mid-off this time from Wokes. New Zealand are pausing and breathing a little in a way that we haven't seen for about 2.5 hours, because whilst Pope and Brook were at the crease, they looked dazed and confused, didn't they? But now it just seems like we've got a little bit of normal Test cricket being played out in front of us at this wonderful Basin Reserve.
Haven't heard huge cheers from the Barmy Army too much over the last half an hour or so.
Well,
Trumpets haven't been playing as loud.
Pushing towards tea now, so you know the queues will be lengthening. On the back foot this time from Wokes.
She come back through Australia back end of last week for a couple of days before I had to go back, and there was a few Barmy Army lads that were coming from Sydney, and one of the guys walked through customs, and when you go through customs you obviously collect your bag, and he had an England Lions shirt on and he had his jeans on, and he went to walk out, and the customs guy said, "Mate, you have to go and pick up your bag." And he goes, "Oh, I don't have any more clothes, this is what I'm wearing." And the guy goes, "How long are you here for?" He said, "Well, 5 days."
What? Well, they travel light. O'Rourke again, and on the back foot is Wokes. So hang on, he travelled from Sydney to New Zealand.
Yep.
English. I mean, he probably lives in Manly.
Or Coogee Beach.
Or Coogee or Manly. So he's come over for 5 days in his jandals, jeans, and a Barmy Army top, and that's it.
England football, well, the soccer top, we call it soccer here.
Oh, I see, yeah, the football top. I remember my friend Adj, who, congratulations to Adj, he's just become a father for the 5th time. And the lads, the football team I play for, had a tour to Amsterdam, and everybody rocked up at the airport with their bags, very similar to the guy you saw, and Adj rocks up without anything other than the clothes he's wearing, and I was like, "Adj, what? We're only going for a weekend." And he just pulled a toothbrush out of his pocket and said, "I'm ready to go." It's Southey continuing from the RA Vance end, and it's Harry Brook facing with 113.
I missed one part of that. He said, "Oh no, I do have one other thing," and his mate rolled over and gave him a Barmy Army bucket hat, and he says, "Now I'm sorted for the rest of the week."
I hope it was a Duckett bucket. Have you seen Ben Duckett's got his own brand of... Scott, the producer, did an interview with Ben Duckett during the week wearing one, just to get in his good books, basically.
How does that differ from the typical Barmy Army hat?
I guess it's just Ben Duckett branded. That's about it, really. Southey again, and Harry Brook is down the track. We've seen some big shots from Brook, but Southey saw him coming and just fired it a touch wider, maybe a touch shorter. Kind of followed through with the shot, did Brook, but could only take a single into the covers. He moves to 114, and that brings Chris Wokes back on strike. I suppose as a former player, you never experienced touring, the YHA, the backpacker, the hostels. Southey again, and he has induced an inside edge onto the pad of Chris Woakes. And for a second, Southey thought there was a catching opportunity, followed in with his running through, but just dropped short. I remember I went to Australia in 06, and I'd never stayed at a backpackers before, or maybe I stayed in one actually, but I wasn't experienced in the ways of the backpacker. So I arrive in Brisbane. I did have a bag with me. I wasn't just going there in my jandals, shorts and t-shirt. And I rocked up and I was in the queue, and there was a guy in front of me complaining to the person behind the counter at this pretty scummy backpackers in Brisbane. As Southey continues and beats Chris Woakes past the outside edge again. He's gone past the outside edge a couple of occasions now, still yet to get a wicket, but this is a good spell from Southey. So yes, I rock up, and there's a guy in front of me, and he's complaining to the person behind the counter, and he's saying, mate, my bed is covered in bed bugs. I can't sleep on that bed. It's, needs to be sorted. And the guy behind the counter said, sorry mate, we've got no other beds, just flip it over.
Oh.
And I was like, oh my days, what am I about to encounter here? Beaten again. Woakes groping for the ball. He's stepping forward more in hope than expectation, and the ball is just whisked past the outside edge. And a shake of the head from Tim Southey. Even after all these years, he's wondering, how on earth have I not picked up a wicket in the last couple of overs?
Well, he's getting the ball, bowling a lot more wobble seam, so he's getting the ball to come back. In the last couple of deliveries, it's been away swing, beating the outside edge. Put that deep square leg back now, so they may look to maybe bowl a shorter plan or push it up through the gate.
Last ball of Southey's over, and this time Woakes does lay back on ball, pushes it to the right of mid-on, but no single there. And so for the last few overs or so, we've had a touch of normalcy. 240 for 6, Harry Brook is 114, Chris Woakes is 5. Somebody about to come in, Daniel McCarty's about to step in for me after a word from Katie Mason.
So we come back here from New Zealand. Matt Henry's really set the tone in terms of creating opportunities. That battle between him and Harry Brook was outstanding. Still plenty in the wicket for bowlers as well, isn't there?
Katie, good to see you.
How are you going?
Great. Good New Zealand chat coming up now.
Well, last time I was on was with Garth Galloway, and we had a bit of Dunedin chat.
Oh,
so,
no.
yeah, we've broadened ourselves out to the rest of the country, which is outstanding.
What parts of Dunners did you cover? South Dunedin all the way up to the North East Valley? And, yeah.
Well, South Dunedin, St Clair, really,
Yeah.
our two hoods.
First ball of the Henry over. The attack from the Government House here. Brook leisurely leans forward, opens the face, rolls into the gully. Well, I spent a few years down at St Clair, so tick. That's where I met one Brendan McCullum as a 12-year-old. And the first time I saw him play, I was like, I'm not very good.
Good point.
2 slips in a gully. He's a drive. Mid-off is very deep rather. Let's not change the English language, shall we? 115 to his name. It's 241 for the loss of 6. Duckett without scoring. Crawley 17, Bethel 16, Root 3, Pope 66, Stokes 2, and then out. The partnerships have been quite lean, bar 1. The 5th wicket stand of 174. So important in this English total of 241 for the loss of 6. Brook just on a different planet. He had a lot of chances in Christchurch. Can't think of too many, if any, here in Wellington. Woakes on the strike. Tentative start to his innings. 5 off 24 as he turns the next ball to mid-wicket, no run.
I was just having a look up, actually, and across the way or behind Matt Henry is what you would assume is some Airbnb with some English flags that are hanging out there, and it very much reminds me of when you play cricket in England, and a lot of the hotels are actually on the ground. Southampton comes to mind, where you can actually, or Old Trafford as well, you can sit outside and you can watch the cricket and put your feet up. So there might be people that haven't been able to get some tickets that are just sitting in behind outside of the ground.
Henry bowls short outside of off stump. Nicely punched off the back foot by Woke. Should get 2. Will do so, moving to 7. 243 for the loss of 6. There's been some great vantage points at the other end of the ground. You're talking at the Adelaide Road end, the southern end, towards the northeastern corner. They used to have a reasonably high, well, you don't get too many tall buildings in Wellington. There's a lot of limits. They had a great little spot, and often you'd see people up on the roof, hang out their windows. That's been knocked down. Now there's a little greenery there. So there's not as many freebies on offer as there used to be. Back of a length by Henry. Woke's steady as he defends into the cover region, no run, but the Hutakawa is coming into bloom. A wonderful sight, full house at the Basin Reserve.
My favourite part here is there's the obviously the rich corporate boxes, which is in the RA Advanced stand, and then there's the cheaper corporate boxes, and both of them are above the toilet blocks. A big marquee that's set up on each toilet block. So are you block A or block B?
Yeah. Which bog are you? Henry, fuller past the outside edge. There's been so many plays and misses. Henry, so demanding. That opening spell was brilliant. Yeah, 2 for naught after 5 overs. His figures now 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 42. It's 243 for the loss of 6 wickets.
You've watched a lot of cricket. I've been trying to rack my brain over the last hour or so to go, what makes Matt Henry so special and so successful? And you just feel like the way he holds the ball, he can have different grips that allows him to have that seam, whether it's inside or outside. He catches both inside and outside edges. He can also swing the ball on a really good day when he's got nice rhythm, but it's just the consistency of the length, a little bit fuller. And as batters, they don't feel like they can really charge him and use their feet because it hits you a little bit harder. What do you think his success is down to?
Well, the first thing that strikes you when you meet Matt Henry, he doesn't look like a fast bowler. He's not the tallest, is he? He's certainly not the most physically imposing figure. You know, when you see Harmy wandering around, you're like, okay, yeah, I can understand you used to bowl real fast. Carry on this conversation as Southey, much taller man, bowls into the pads of Brook, turns him around the corner, has got 1. They'll come back for 2. Yes, they've pushed it. Good running. How often have we said that about Brook in this series? 117 to his name. It's 245 for the loss of 6. But the accuracy, it's unnerving. And I think we really saw it in white ball cricket firstly. He was in and out of the test side, and the results weren't always there. But he blossomed as a one-day bowler and became the figurehead. His just ability to bowl. See how the bowls are long, looking for swing. Henry's looking for seam, isn't he? He is looking to bowl into that surface. And that accuracy. So simple. Here's a drive, hitting bottom of the bat, so not the power we associate with Brook. 118 to his name, 246 for the loss of 6. So I think it all starts with that. It's a really lovely action. So I get pictures of Jason Gillespie, for those listening around who would have seen that sort of similar action. It's repeatable, he's metronomic, and he just finds a great length. And it's old school. He challenges both the inside and outside edge of the bat, in and around off stump. Supremely fit. Southey, width, smashed away through cover point by Woakes. Too much width. It's been a better spell from Southey. It's been tighter. He's gone past the outside edge. That is wayward. Woakes lashes it away. He's up to 11. It's 250 for the loss of 6. 250 raised in 48.3 overs. And he just does enough with the ball. You don't have to swing it miles, just enough.
Talks a lot about how when he played in England, he got a lot of really good understanding of what length he needed to bowl to be able to hit the stumps.
One of the front foot Woakes pushing up towards mid-off, and he's sharp enough, he's quick enough. Often we've seen the English batsmen trying to get down the wicket to negate the length, but can't quite drive him. We saw Crawley drove Southey really from the first ball quite easily. He always hit it. It's uncomfortable defensive strokes, hitting high on the bat. You never like that, do you, Carter? You would know that. You like hitting the ball out of the sweet spot. He has really blossomed in the Test environment. Here's a repeat dose from Woakes, slightly more forward of square through the offside. Southey releasing the pressure a little as Woakes moves to 15. It's 254 for the loss of 6. The partnership now worth 32. Second biggest of this innings.
Just again slightly wider, and it just allows him to free his arms and get up and over top of the ball. Someone that probably hasn't scored the bulk of the runs. I think Atkinson to come in next. He scored 100, so the batting is quite long. Sorkas. So if they can just weather the storm a wee bit here and be able to then use those batters to come, or the bowlers to actually have a good whack at the end.
254 for 6. Southey goes wider of the crease, full, nibbling away, but Woakes, good eye, recognises that was in a dangerous area, leaves alone. And Southey will trudge off now with figures of 12 overs, no wicket for 62. The conversation about Tim Southey will continue if he continues to go wicketless.
I talked about Jason Gillespie. When you talked about his bowling, the other thought that comes to my mind is when he scored that double 100 and he rode his bat. His bowling action and riding his bat are the two things I think about when I think Jason Gillespie.
What a fine side they were. It's kind of a joke. You know, you get through that new ball. You talk about unnerving accuracy. Well, McGrath was the ultimate at that. You know, the guy bowling 160 at the other end. Oh, time for some pressure to come off. As Henry bowling full on off stump, pushed back by Brook, no run. Gillespie, but you know, maybe 5k at least quicker than Henry, so similar skills, but sharper, taller man. A great celebration, you're right. Riding your bat. What was your celebration?
Didn't hold my bat high very often, I can tell you that.
There's a drive up towards mid-on is quite deep. They can't prevent a single. That's O'Rourke at mid-on.
Well, the most I've had a lot of embarrassing moments, like slipping over stumps when I'm trying to chase it and give the fielder, get your throws up, and it was right over the top of the stumps as well as me. But I remember playing Shabnam Ismail at the World Cup a couple of years ago, and I absolutely whacked it beautifully off the face to covers for 4. It was the best shot I've probably played in my entire life.
And you've gone,
I've gone,
you've got all
beauty.
emotion. You've gone a bit emotional. Here's Henry operating from the Government House end, back of a length, tucking up the right-handed Woakes. No run up to mid-on.
That sound probably was exactly which was going through my head. It's, when you find the middle of the bat, sometimes it feels like the ball sits on the bat so much longer. Instead of that bang top and it goes off your bat fast, it just felt like a nice drag, and I thought, yes, and I thought, okay, she's going to bowl it hard at the stumps here. And I knew what she was going to bowl, and I just got caught on the crease, off the pad onto the stumps. I thought, well bowled.
Henry getting the outside edge on the bounce to Mitchell. The face of the bat was angled. That's probably helped in getting it down to the cherished grass in front of Mitchell. New Zealand has caught well behind the wicket. Certainly better than Christchurch. The bar was particularly low after that test, but Latham had a very smart catch early. Mitchell a brilliant one-hander to get rid of Root. No threat on this occasion. So you knew it was coming.
Yeah, so...
But mind and body just weren't working in unison.
Usually happens when I go running as well.
Henry goes shorter this time, lifting into the rib cage, tucked to mid-on, no run.
And she gave the massive cheer, and I thought, yeah, no worries. And she went again, and it was even louder.
The double celebration.
The double, and the second one really got my goat.
That's a challenge.
So I thought, I'm not happy about that. So I turned round because she's a little bit crazy. So I gave her the crazy, like when I twirled my fingers around your head, where you go, you're nuts.
Here's a play and miss to a very wide full delivery, nibbling away. Put into the Henry over, 255 for the loss of 6. What are we? We've got about 9 minutes through to lunch. Tea. Come on, Daniel, pay attention. It's the middle session on day number 1. So you've gone, that's crazy.
Crazy.
Nuts.
You're nuts.
That's very Kiwiana, that.
And then as I walked back, I thought, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
She's
During
just got
a World
you
Cup.
out. During a World Cup, she's just got you out. Really crucial time, maybe 6 overs to go. We had an opportunity to push a big score, and I walked off and thought, you idiot, what are you doing? She's just got you out. She's had the last laugh, and you've made a real fool of yourself. I didn't walk. That's the fastest I've ever walked off after the first few steps. you know what? There's been no celebration or anything since that point in time. And I thought, you need to grow up, Katie. That wasn't the appropriate thing to do, and this will bite you in the buttocks. And it did. We lost that game.
Well, if you were playing in South Atlantic Tonga Park, you probably just would have walked off, walked through the changing rooms, got your keys, got in the car and gone home after something like that. Here's Nathan Smith into the attack, replacing Southey. Starts with a bouncer underneath. Goes the right-handed Brook, who's on 119. It's a pedestrian this session. By his lofty standards, he was racing along, rollicking along after lunch through to his 100. But with the loss of Pope and Stokes, New Zealand have slowed the momentum somewhat. It's been just magnificent to watch. 119 off 109 balls. He stands with that high backlift. It's intimidating. Here's a ball that nips back. He's trying to play that delicate late cut, for which generally brings him so many runs. Smith's got a ball to leap back off a length, hit the inside edge, go to the onside, no run.
We've sort of got the field set for a two plan here, whether it's a short delivery with everyone on the boundary. The plan is get him off strike, try and attack the other end and say you want to keep that other end open. Still enough in the wicket. I think because the balls are a lot harder, there's a lot more lacquer on the ball, it's staying a lot harder longer. I think that's why we're seeing a lot more in the last year or so.
Tidy defensive stroke as Brook shows a lot of respect after the previous ball, which did bounce and nip back. 255 for the loss of 6. Well, I spoke to Hagen Faith, and he groundsman before, and he said, I've got the pitch to exactly where it needs to be. It's just like it was for Australia in March of this year, and he also mentioned February 2023 when England and New Zealand played. So it will be helpful for the bowlers if they're good enough. There's a full ball turn to the mid-wicket region. There's no one there, so Smith, who's quite an energetic individual at the best of times, sets off after it like it's a one-day game. We'll come back for 257 for the loss of 6. He's still got to bowl well. The average score over the last 4 innings and tests at this round, 464 for 8. You compare that to the second innings, where often you find it speeds up a little bit. It starts getting a bit quicker. I think the average score of the team batting second in those 4 matches 180, isn't it?
Yeah, around 180, 170, 180.
I forget you work in TV and people do all the work for you.
Oh, Vic, you should see my book. I've got notes for Africa. I do love preparing, love watching cricket videos.
I don't have an analogue version on paper. We've just got Gary. Gary does all our thinking for us. 2 slips in the gully, 2 straight Smith with this field. Knocked away to the onside. They'll come back for 2. It's a long chase in from that boundary out towards the western side of the ground. It's a 70-metre boundary where Devon Conway had to rush in. You wouldn't say he's the quickest over the grass. 2 more to Brook, 123 to his name. It's 259 for the loss of 6.
I'll tell you one thing, you talked about the pedestrian nature, but you look at the England's approach, and it's been talked about a lot over the last few years, but their actual scoring rate has increased, and out of your 11 batters, let's say 11 batters, only 2 of those strike rates have gone down. So every single batting position they're striking a lot more.
Smith bowls short, trying to ramp the ball over the cordon. Got very close to his chest, very close to the gloves as it sailed through to Blundell to end the over. My comment was quite tongue-in-cheek. Going at 5.1 runs and over. Incredible scoring rate. And I am having flashbacks to the test here. The extraordinary test where New Zealand win by 1 run. Following on, England were 21 for 3. Finished the first day 315 for 3. Huge partnership for the 4th wicket. They only bowled 65 overs on day number 1. So they were going at around 5 runs and over. They declared after 87.5 overs. Not even a full day's play. Not a full 90 overs. Came back to hurt them, you could say. As a plan of miss as Henry once more. That demanding line and length outside of off stump, and Wokes beaten again. But he didn't get the edge. He remains on 15.
So is this you saying 2 things? Ben Stokes' comments about the over rate and how they've all been docked points and his unhappiness about that, but also that you think that it's going to go down to the wire like that game?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a side following on. I don't think England would have forced to follow on. They would have taken maybe a lesson or 2 from that. Here's Henry on off stump, pushing forward. And what are the chances of a test match finishing by 1 run? So you times the probability of team winning following on to a team winning by 1 run. That's why it's the greatest test I will see live. But I have a feeling it's going to be hard work in the second, especially the third innings of the game. So New Zealand need to make the most of this little period here as a dab into the point region. There's no run. We look at the history of the Basin Reserve. It's famous for partnerships. It's famous for it flattening out. Last test match, it spun more at the back end of a very dry summer, from my memory at least anyway. So it's generally can be hard work to take 20 wickets, and New Zealand are the team who need to force it if they want to win the series. Henry full, driving, back past the bowler who'd been a little bit frustrated, Henry. This field there, they thought about taking the single, but Williamson, to his credit, quickly around to his right. He was alert enough to see Henry didn't take it cleanly, and a dot it will be, 259 for the loss of 6.
Interesting point. When you actually look at the average wickets per day, day 1 is only 5 wickets. So that just shows that a lot of teams absorb early and then they make the most of the back end of the day. Day 2 is when the most wickets are actually lost.
But he gets a bit quicker. Here's a short ball, trying to ramp it over the court, and this time is Wokes. There's no run. The other thing that it's my home ground, I'm quite biased. I just love the reactions of when people see the pitch for the first time on the morning of a game. The reactions are hilarious.
How many people have you wound up on what we call X or Twitter? I'm not sure what you call it these days.
Lots.
What's your best reaction from a punter?
I think my favourite here is Henry in again. Goes full and a drive, and a powerful looking drive. Apparently goes past the outside edge. Henry really starting to look quite frustrated. He's not bowling with a whole lot of luck. I do remember a test, I think it was Sri Lanka. That's the end of the over. I think they'll sneak in one more before tea. It was undercover for 2 days. And I was luckily enough in our box, we sit high, sort of above the ground. And I was able to film it as they took the covers off, and you could not notice the difference. So it was green before the time the test was due to start, but then had 2 days undercover. The reactions from outside of New Zealand. Game's gone. This is ridiculous. New Zealand doctoring pitches. I think in that test match, Angelo Matthews and Mendes batted a whole day. Didn't get out. One of the rarities in test cricket, pushed to the onside. Setting off for a single. Oh, he's run himself out, Brook. And a throw from almost side on by not square leg, the bowler. Nathan Smith, the Energizer Bunny, is set after a hopeless cause. And he's throwing the stumps down. And Brook, his masterpiece comes to an end in bizarre fashion. Run out, setting off for a single, sent back, Smith hits, Brook goes for 123. What a way to end the session for New Zealand. 259 for 7. That will be tea. We'll get the thoughts of Katie Martin in just a moment, but I think we need to appreciate Harry Brook, some player. ...123 of 115. When his top order colleagues were falling alongside him, he rolled out his own pitch, played his own game, made it look completely different. Fantastic. But New Zealand will be overjoyed, Katie, to see the back of him.
Yeah, you feel like that sessions was New Zealand in the end. Harry Brook, we've seen some classy shots today. To think those lofted drives up and over extra cover. What a fantastic piece of athleticism from Nathan Smith to be able, just on his follow through, to go across the wicket, to be able to bend down, side on arm throw. He had to hit. Harry Brook had given up. He was halfway down. Well, he's injected himself in his test career early.
You asked me if I'm having flashbacks to 2023. Harry Brook run out at this ground. Wasn't he? Pretty sure he was. Run out without facing a ball. Slightly different in the second innings. He's Played a beauty. 123, credit him. Wokes will be on 15, not out when play resumes after 20-minute break. Stay with us, plenty more to come. This game is fascinatingly poised. 259 for the loss of 7 at tea.
Nathan Smith then, first ball, short, and it's a top-edged hook down towards fine leg, and it's going to run away for 4. Well, Gus Atkinson's not hanging around. He made 48 of 35 balls last week, and he's no need to have a look. Steve Harmison?
No need to have a look. It was a good bouncer from Nathan Smith. It was in the right direction. It was a good height. Will O'Rourke was a bit slow down at the fine leg, but he was never going to get anywhere near it. So it's a good tactic from Smith.
2 slips in a gully. Good ball. That's much better. Length outside off stump, not far outside off stump. Atkinson had to play at it. He did. He missed it. And he shows his appreciation by holding his gloved right hand in the seam up type position and going, "Oop, yep, good ball, good ball." Just illustrating hitting the seam, I think he was.
They've bowled a lot of good balls in that, especially in the second hour of that last session, which are getting them absolutely nothing because they've played and missed. And when they bowl a bit straighter, they get the middle of the bat.
Here is Smith again, edge gone, caught in the gully. Glenn Phillips atones for his miserable week last week with 2 drops. He now takes the catch. All 3 New Zealand fielders who dropped a pair of catches last week have made amends with a catch in the second test match. That was pretty straightforward, really. It was just a good length, extra bounce on the line or just outside off stump, thick outside edge, and Glenn Phillips takes the catch, and England are 8 down, 263 on the board.
Yeah, a lot straighter. That was the key there. It was a lot straighter, shorter in length, but a bit straight to get the shoulder of the bat. Made sure that he couldn't play and miss at it this time, Atkinson. And it was a good catch, and sharp flew. It went sharp to Phillips above his head, and it was a good bit of bowling. Short ball, the first ball of the session, and then he's bowled a good one outside off stump, but you've got to play and miss. And this time it's a good ball to a tail ender. When the ball's going over the top of off stump, tail ender will always try and put bat on ball. He's managed to get a thick outside edge and a good catch from Phillips. And now I said going into that break, I still think England would be happy, relatively happy, being put in and going in with a score of over 250 at the tea break, because I still think there's a lot in this wicket for a bowler if he pitches up around 4.5 metres and challenges the top of the stumps. So if England can eke out another 27 runs to get to 300, I think we've got around about par score, just slightly, par score if they can get England get on around 300.
3 slips in a gully. Bryden Carse is the new batsman. Oh, he's down the wicket. He's on the charge first ball and has slapped it away through mid-off for 4 runs. But Gus Atkinson top edging a hook first ball. Bryden Carse is on the charge first ball, smashing it for 4.
Easy game this. Just come down Harry Brook style. They do say that Harry Brook and Bryden Carse are best of friends. I mean, 2 simple lads who enjoy each other's company. And that was definitely a shot that Harry Brook got a lot of reward from earlier in the day. I think Harry had a look at it before he started playing it, but that there was destructive.
Here's Nathan Smith again, outside edge all the way along the ground, and it's not fielded cleanly by Tim Southee. In fact, like a live fish, it slipped through his fingers and down towards the unguarded third boundary for 4.
We've had a lot of fish analogies to Tim Southee today. What was he, shark bait a little bit earlier when Zach Crawley come out, just dip him in the water, get him a few boundaries, and Matt Henry will come on at the other end and nip it away or nip it back onto middle stump. I feel sorry for Tim Southee. Everybody seems to want to have a go at him. He's been a good servant, a great servant for New Zealand cricket. I thought his spell in the middle session here, just before tea, that 4 or 5 overs he bowled from the RA Vance end, it was really good. He bowled a good spell to Brook and to Wokes, got him to play and miss. Didn't get the reward that he would want, but But it was a better than his first spell when England really went after him.
So, Harmy, if you had figures of 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 81, would you have mixed feelings? Here is Matt Henry continuing from the Government House end. Short and pulled through mid-on. I think that's going to race away. Probably not for 4, but it's going to go most of the way towards the boundary. Interesting shot from Chris Wokes. He's decided that he's going to play some shots now, even though Bryden Carse is a very, very capable number 10. But if he's going to be on the charge to his first ball, smashing it, then Chris Wokes isn't going to hang around for a not out.
Absolutely, you might as well have a real go. I get your point that he's been expensive, has Smith. I think if he walks off with 4 for 81, or say a 4 for 85, 5 for 85 in 11 overs, forget the 11 overs, but he's a wicket-taking bowler. He got 5 wickets, bowled a team under 300. That's what I'd concentrate on more.
Steered away now by Bryden Carse towards the gully, into the gully, along the ground, fielded by Glenn Phillips. I have to say that if Nathan Smith was playing for England and he took 5 for 100 in 10 overs, I think Ben Stokes would be slapping him on the back saying, I don't care what they cost.
Absolutely, and I think that. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. Who you play for, who you work with, how they value as a member of the team.
Edge dropped at gully, Glenn Phillips. Oh dear, that was a straightforward gully catch for a guy like Glenn Phillips. For anybody in the gully, to be absolutely honest, and he's now got 4 teammates converging on him to console him. And I'm not sure what Devon Conway's giving him a high 5. He's just dropped a catch.
It seemed to loop to him. From where we are, obviously, we're right behind that, and it seemed to take an age to get to him. It was a big flourish of the bat from Bryden Carse.
It was too easy for him, wasn't it?
But it was, yeah. I think he
specialises in the hard one.
Well, absolutely. But I think he got his hands just above his eyes, and it seemed to take an age to get to him. The height it got to, but it just didn't look right for me. It just seemed to take it went really slowly to him.
Here's O'Rourke again, bowls to Wokes, who steps away, gives himself some room, looks to slap it through the offside, and makes no contact. Or did he?
O'Rourke was straight away. That's out. He ran away. Celebrate O'Rourke.
Tom Blundell's just shrugging his shoulders, saying, I don't know. Everyone's looking at the keeper, as you do, for a caught behind, and he's just shrugging his shoulders and pointing to his ear, saying, I didn't hear anything, I'm sorry, I don't know. But Will O'Rourke says, I think it's out, I heard something. And Tom Latham, on the basis that he has a review, is going to use it.
Absolutely. Will O'Rourke was adamant it wasn't really so much of a celebration, he just ran up with his hand in the air. Tom Blundell thought he heard something. Mitchell was encouraged. Latham wasn't. That doesn't look as though it's hit the bat.
It looks to me like he's missed it.
It looks as though he's missed it.
Some fresh air there between Leather and Willow. But Ultra Edge will tell us more. Oh, there's a spike. There is a spike.
When ball is next to the bat, no gap between ball and bat.
Optical illusion. And indeed, an audio illusion.
An audio illusion as well. And Will O'Rourke seems to be the only one on that field that thought that he had nicked it. Good on him. He's deserved, again, I keep saying he deserved his wickets because he's bowled very, very well again, Will O'Rourke, and from watching it from the camera's point of view, it looked as though Chris Wokes was late on that, didn't get anywhere near it when it looked from a visual point of view, but it's got a little thin edge on it, and Will O'Rourke picks the wicket up. He celebrated as though it was, he ran away to about 3 or 4 steps to the right with his arm in the air, and it was this, and he turned round as to say, why is nobody else celebrating? That's a nick. Blundell had his hands in the air, slip didn't really go up. Latham wasn't really that interested. Backward point, Devon Conway, I think he came in and he wasn't that interested, but Will O'Rourke was adamant, and he was the only one that mattered. He was the bowler. He convinces captain to go for the DRS review, and New Zealand pick up their 9th wicket, 274 for 9 now.
Still think it's a 350 pitch. I think England are a wee bit under par here. O'Rourke runs in again from the Government House end, and forward comes Shoaib Bashir, solid in defence, guiding that gently up to Kane Williamson, who takes some sweat from his brow and applies it to one side of the ball and gives it a shine. Yeah, it was very, very interesting. I have to say, Chris Woakes turned and walked away, giving the impression that he knew deep down that he got an edge, but that's no reflection at all, because Chris Woakes is such a gentleman that even if he was 100% convinced that he had not made contact, he would still have turned and walked promptly from the field, because that's the man he is, as O'Rourke is in once again, thundering into Shoaib Bashir, who stands upright and tall in his crease and plays it defensively to Williamson again at mid-off. No run, 54 overs gone, 275 for 9. If you're joining us for the first time, you missed a glorious century from who else other than Harry Brook. 123, Test match century number 8. Ollie Pope made 66 as England recovered from 43 for 4 to 217 for 5. So once more the Brook-Pope alliance digging England out of a hole. They were 71 for 4 last week and made 499. They're not going to get that many this week in the second Test match. Brydon Carse is going to play some shots here, and don't New Zealand know it? The field instruction is scatter, lads. There's 6 on the boundary. Carse lashes one out towards extra cover and declines the single. Tim Southey fields. So I'll be a little more specific. There's basically a fly slip or a very fine third man. Backward point. Extra cover 3/4 of the way back. Long off on the boundary. Long on 10 yards in. Deep square leg and a long leg. 6 on or close to the boundary, as well as a slip in a gully and a floating deepish extra cover. Bouncer 4. Buys or wides? Wides, surely. Indeed. Good call from umpire Adrian Holstock, and the right one, I think, as well. Don't think that Tom Blundell could be expected to get anywhere near that one without a step ladder. England will take the runs however they can get them. I think 300, I mean, might be a big ask, but it's only another 20 required. Brydon Carse can do that in 4 balls. Here's Smith again, belted down the ground from Brydon Carse. Devon Conway it is who does the fielding down on the long off boundary.
It's better from Smith though. Going for the short ball. And yeah, again, I've been critical of the short ball in this series. You want them to be able to hit it, because that's how you've got a better chance of getting the batter out, especially when you've got the field like this and Brydon Carse is in his way. You want to be bowling between you get the about left shoulder height and you get him out.
Swing and a miss from Brydon Carse. Another short one from Nathan Smith.
Better height. He's out of control there when that hits Carse's bat, the guy that goes straight up in the air, flies down a third man. If he gets a good piece of it, he's out of control. I can't see him hitting it over mid-wicket for 6. It's a better height for the short ball. Don't waste it getting above the batter's head. They're right to do this as well. Have the field, leave the field out. Brydon Carse is not going to die worried. He's going to play a shot every ball.
Tom Latham's just backpedaled all the way from slip to fly slip. Short hooks in the air, out towards deep backward square leg, and a very, very fine catch from Will O'Rourke. Really good stuff at deep backward square leg or long leg. Really well judged from the young fast bowler. And England have been dismissed for 280. They've got there in just over 54.5 overs. And Nathan Smith, to his great credit, has taken 4 wickets. 4 for 86. He's gone for over 7 and over. But he's taken 4 wickets, and England have been bowled out shortly after tea, having been asked to bat first. And you would have to say, for the home side, job done. Box ticked. Bowled out for under 300. Yes, there was a dazzling century from Harry Brook, and an eye-watering scoring rate from England, but they've been bowled out for under 300. What more could New Zealand want?
Yeah, New Zealand put England in and they would have settled for, I said at tea time, England aren't in a bad position, but now at 280 I think they're a little bit below par. I agree with you. I think 350 is probably, that would have been a good par score. They're in the game though, man. They're still in the game. The wicket's got something in it. It's doing a little bit from that fuller length. England have seen what the length is to bowl on it, so hopefully they'll come out and hit the ground running. Nathan Smith, 4 for 86, you said a little bit earlier. He's off 11 overs. He's expensive, but he's there to take wickets. He's got it 7 and a bit and over. But along with Will O'Rourke, I mean, Will O'Rourke, 3 for 49, has bowled exceptionally well. Him and Matt Henry really have bowled well from that Adelaide Road end. Smith has been, yes, he got a bit of tap off Harry Brook, and it'll be remembered. This innings will be remembered for the Harry Brook 1-2-3. Loves batting in New Zealand, especially at this ground, and they've got a score on the board, slightly below par, but it's a score on the board, something to bowl at. I think this Test match is very, very much alive, and when you look at it, Manners, in this New Zealand side, it just seems the best catchers are the bowlers. Up in Christchurch, Tim Southey, 2 excellent catches, and that there for a big fast bowler who's bowling at the other end, to run around and catch a low dive and catch 2-hand was a very, very good effort from Will O'Rourke. So all in all, I think New Zealand ought to be happier now going into the end of this first innings, but even still 280, I still think England well in this game. The wicket's got a bit in it for the ball that's at fuller length, and that's the most important thing. As Chris Woakes comes running onto the field, Gus Atkinson's having a bowl to Ollie Robinson, who's got the gloves on the field. Jimmy Anderson's out there, looks as though he's got brand new balls in hand. We're encouraging the England bowlers to pitch the ball up, get it up and into the sort of 4.5-5 metre length, which challenges the top of off stump, and if they do that, they'll get rewarded.
Just looking ahead to the remainder of the day, we normally have a 2.5-hour session to finish the day, and that can be quite hard work for the bowling team, particularly if they've bowled the first 2 sessions as well. But what this does mean for England is that they can go hell for leather and remain on the attack. I honestly don't think Ben Stokes will care about the run rate. I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody attempting to do a holding job. I think we'll see attack. It wouldn't be at all surprising to see a little bit of bouncer theory at some point if New Zealand are only one or 2 down. Somebody's looking well set, but 280 is a little under par, I suspect. But as you say, it's better than 180, and it's a score, and it means that it'll be a 2-hour session.
I think it's just under par though, Manners. I don't think it's. Yeah, I think there's something in this wicket. I think. I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect that we might be sitting here possibly this time tomorrow at the end of day 2 and go, what an unbelievable innings that was from Harry Brook, because I think it is just under par, but I don't think it's at all 350. They're out of the game. I think I think there's something in it for these bowlers. We've seen even that middle session there, 45 overs old, and Tim Southey comes on and he's nipping it past the outside edge of the likes of Chris Woakes and Harry Brook. I think England are under par, but I do think there is something in this wicket which makes us think they're just under par.
I do love the buzz and the murmur of a capacity crowd between innings, and they're having the same conversations that we're having, discussing the merits of Brook's century, brilliant, and the total of 280, and what can we expect. Another word from you, Harmy, before you get relieved, because John Norman needs to come in and take my place.
We've got a nice, you talk about the crowd and the hum and the bowlers. What a beautiful picture we've got here. Bowlers are bowling. The coaches have got their big coats on. Jeetan Patel's a local. He's got a woolly hat on. So that tells you, there's some of the locals are feeling the cold. Brendan McCullum's batting left-handed. to slip catch in practice. Rehan Ahmed is having a bit of a throw. Harry Brooks just dropped an absolute dolly. It's a beautiful picture, John Norman, here at the Basin Reserve.
It is indeed, and Neil Manthorpe's looking enviously on at Jeetan Patel's choice of headwear. I mean, this is a guy that has travelled to every country in the world to commentate on cricket, Test, ODI or T20, and he's absolutely freezing here. He's gone. I
know where he's coming from.
He's underprepared.
I know where he's coming from, because
those
I'm sure
shorts are a massive mistake, and he needs a jacket. He needs a John Motson sheepskin. He will fix it tomorrow, and then tomorrow, of course, will be the other way, won't it? But saying that, it's actually quite a nice day. But we're essentially commentating where the pigeons live.
Yeah, we're in the roof.
We are in the roof. What a picture. Got the grassy banks, as is customary, filled with predominantly English fans, I imagine, trying to get a bit of sun. You've got the corporates to the right, they're in a bit of shade, and then the posh lot are just by those to the right of us, just up on the hill. That's where I met Billy Corgan, the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins, band that hail from Chicago, one of my favourite bands in the early 90s. 2008, when you were still muttering in Michael Vaughan's direction, I was surprised to hear that he was choosing to spend his birthday here at the Basin Reserve. Smashing Pumpkins were playing at the weekend. I almost fell off my seat when I met him. It was quite a moment, and pretty much the last place on earth I would have expected to meet one of my heroes. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing test. I can't believe we've only had 2 sessions. I asked you, didn't I, at the start of this second session, any idea what's going to happen? I didn't foresee, but possibly should have, Harry Brook run out, final ball, and Nathan Smith took 4 for 86, but the most important wicket he won't get credited with, even though he was bowling at the time.
Yeah, I thought he bowled. He never gave up, which was great. It's hard to say he bowled well, because he went for 7.5 and over, but he kept going, banging that length, and the wickets that he got were from a good length and good balls that just had a little bit of movement. The ones, especially at the top, the 2 early ones, the one that Smith, the Bethel one was a decent delivery. The one that he got Root with was a good bit of bowling. He nipped one back into Joe Root just before then. He got one to go away. It looks in isolation like a poor shot from England's number 4, but there was a good bit of bowling from Smith. He got the ball to nip away, and Joe just followed it. And then he got what a good fast bowler should be doing, knocking tails over, aggressive towards Gus Atkinson. Then he got the shoulder of the bat, and then the same with Bryden Carse, bowling a bouncer, getting it to shoulder high, getting it out of control. And there was an excellent catch from Will O'Rourke, who, again, I thought he was just pipped for the pick of the bowlers of Matt Henry. Matt Henry bowled well. O'Rourke was excellent. Smith's got the wickets, but I think all in all, the New Zealand attack bowled very, very well towards that to England in a time when they could easily have felt sorry for themselves, and when carnage was flying at all parts in that first hour after lunch.
Oh, what a session though we've got ahead. I can't wait. Tom Latham and Devon Conway making their way out onto the field. The England team are there. The familiar sound of Red Hot Chili Peppers. I mean, I don't ever hear Red Hot Chili Peppers more than when I'm watching cricket in New Zealand. And it's always this song as well. I'm sure the microphone's picking it up in the background. I should probably know the name of it by now. Can't Stop. Can't Stop. Oh, and I'm getting it in stereo. In my right ear, producer Scott Taylor, based in New Zealand. And then in my left ear, my other producer, Jack Hayton, based in the UK. Simulcasting in stereo. Can't Stop.
I won't forget. Can't Stop.
Can't Stop.
Join in.
Thank you to you both. But yes, here we are. And I don't know what's going to happen in this session either. I mean, Devon Conway, I thought his approach in that first test match was a guy that's battling a little bit, but also a guy that isn't just trying to leave the ball and bat out 20 overs and see where he is. He's still trying to score runs. And if not for 2 9 out of 10 catches, he might have succeeded. Gus Atkinson in his follow through, caught a bold chance. You see those go down, and Gus Atkinson again at mid-on. Again, just dying on him. Really good. 2 really good catches. So on another day, Conway escapes and maybe he scores a few runs. I did find it a little odd. I was listening to Talkback Radio in the car, and there was quite a few people. How good was it, by the way, on national radio to hear cricket chat at the beginning of a show and dominating and calls all the way through? I didn't agree with it all, but that's the point of Talkback Radio. Essentially, there's a lot of people saying that Devon Conway should be dropped. I mean, we covered the series in India. He did make 2 scores of note in first innings in both those both first and second test matches. Anyway, we shall see. If he's out cheaply here again today, New Zealand going to lose, maybe there'll be a change. But as it is, it's Chris Woakes opening the bowling for England. It's Tom Latham facing, and lets this one go through to Ollie Pope, who hit 66 with the bat and starred really alongside Harry Brook. I mean, where would England be without that partnership? 174 from just 26.2 overs. 43 for 4, all the way up to 217 for 5. Pope dismissed for 66, and really England fell away from that point onwards. 3 slips of gully and a backward point in place as Latham, the cross bat, just comes forward and pushes this to the right of Jacob Bethel, who's not in the slip cordon.
Ben Stokes.
Oh, it's Ben Stokes. Sorry, my eyes are deceiving me. At extra cover, who fields at the second attempt. And New Zealand, in first innings, are underway, 1 without loss. Tom Latham calling correctly at the toss. Seems like quite some time ago now. Deciding to bowl first. Ben Stokes, the England captain, saying he would have batted anyway. England bowled out for 280 with Harry Brook top scoring with a more than memorable 123. Dismissed on the stroke of tee, run out by Nathan Smith. And here we are now, we're still best part of 30 overs remaining in the day, not that we'll get them. It's Conway playing with bat away from body here. Fielded at gully by, is that Bethel at gully? Am I getting old, Steve? Are my eyes starting to fail me?
No, I'm trying to... Yeah, Bethel's at gully. Crawley's at backward point.
So we got Joe Root at
You've got
first,
Joe
Harry
Root,
Brook
Harry
at second,
and
Ben Duckett at third. That's right.
Carson at mid-wicket. Atkinson and Stokes is at mid-on and mid-off.
There we go. And Bashir at fine leg. There's Conway. Step down the track. Length delivery from Woakes. Plenty of bounce. And Conway trusts it and lets it go through. There's an exquisite, quite particular pressure when you're watching a batter who is out of form and is desperately trying to bat his way back into it, and is unfortunately not able to do it in 4-day cricket and domestic team. In the domestic league has beaten Conway forward, and Chris Woakes gets this just to nip back a touch.
That's the length.
That is the length. You did say that England would have been watching and learning. They bowled a touch short in first innings at Christchurch. It's beaten Conway by the inside edge.
Mind you, that's nipped back a hell of a lot. I mean, that's gone back a hell of a lot.
And this is the problem, isn't it? Conway's got to try and combat the bounce, the seam. If there's any swing out there, Woakes will find it. But this is misdirected and just tucked off his hip by Conway. Little paddy, but we'll see whether, leg by. So Conway not yet off the mark. End of the over, and New Zealand 2 without loss. And wow, I mean, the series isn't quite on the line here, but certainly a good session here for New Zealand, or a bad one, could certainly point us in the direction of where it's going to go. Beautiful day here in Wellington, the capital of New Zealand. Full house for the first 3 days of this test match. The bank's populated, the coffee stall. Well, actually the queue isn't that long, but I suppose we are pushing 4:30 in the afternoon. Gus Atkinson to take the ball from the Adelaide Road end. and Grant Elliott alongside me, the former New Zealand all-rounder. And when Tom Latham decided to insert England, he would have wanted to have been batting by now. New Zealand are, but boy oh boy is this going to be a tight affair, because we've just seen in that first over from Woakes there's seam movement. England with a lot of confidence coming into this test. That's how they play. Pack slipcord and Atkinson round the wicket and striking Conway high up on the pad. Good afternoon to you, Grant. Hope you're well. Big session ahead for New Zealand in particular.
Yeah, good afternoon to all those listeners, and also good morning, I guess, to some of you. Woken up nice and early. This, I mean, it sounds obvious, but this kind of does set up the test match. I think that, you know, if you had said to Tom Latham, okay, 280 all out, he said, yes, I'll take that. Thank you very much. I think England were on the road to almost 320, 350.
Atkinson again, and this is left alone by Conway. Trusts the bounce again. No run, 2 without loss, Black Caps.
During that Brook and Pope partnership, it was looking likely that 320 to 350 was going to be the total. So 280, I think that's par. I think New Zealand did really well to fight back, but how they're going to respond now, this is quite a niggly few overs to bat and try and make sure that there's both damage control but also a few runs on the board.
Short leg in place as well for Tom Latham, who lets this one, Conway, sorry, he lets this one go. And mid-on and mid-off, very short. 3 slips a goal in the backward point. Look, we know how England go about things, but we also know how New Zealand do. I thought they were a touch conservative at Christchurch, especially in that afternoon session. A lot of pressure on them today. England just come out swinging, didn't they? And it either works or it doesn't, and even when it doesn't work, they just carry on swinging. We saw that earlier today. 43 for 4, and Harry Brooks playing like it's 300 for 4. You know, how will New Zealand go about things? Atkinson again is round the wicket to Conway, who again is more than happy as soon as that length is dragged back to let the ball go through.
Yeah, we're seeing some leaves now. Unbelievable. A few leaves. You know, I look at it and I go, oh, it's almost like everyone breathes and goes, all right, now we're into some test cricket. But you know, England have progressed the game. The game's gone forward. That's what they do. They score at a high run rate. If they can get 3 wickets they probably want minimum tonight, will put them well on top of the game.
Conway facing up. Touch Fuller, forcing Conway to play this time, but he doesn't play with a straight bat, does he? This is the problem for him. Teams have worked out how to play. They're just targeting off stump, getting him, trying to beat him on the inside edge rather than on the outside edge. And as of yet, it doesn't seem to have worked out a way to counter, and that's what Test cricket's all about, isn't it? Because teams work you out and then you've got to come again. So no ball called. Atkinson overstepped at numerous occasions. He's in again, and this time Conway will push to point, scamper through, gets off the mark, and New Zealand are 4 without loss here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England bowled out for 280. Look at that run rate, Grant, 5.12 throughout their overs. I mean, they only average on first innings in terms of overs faced mid-60s. I keep asking our scorer Gary Morgan what the exact number is, and he will tell me again, probably with a sigh. I mean, 54 overs at 5s. I mean, so much about this England team still baffles in a good way. New Zealand will go about things very differently. If they can get to stumps, just 1 down, maybe 2, 100 on the board, job done in part, as Latham props forward again and just defends off stump. No runs. Sees off the over, 2 done, and New Zealand are 4 without loss.
Well, the reason why I said 3 wickets is because there's still a little bit in this wicket. It's not in any means an easy batting surface. I think if you get the ball in the right area, Matt Henry showed you the length and line that you needed to bowl. And already Atkinson coming around the wicket and attacking the stumps, bowling a decent length. But what England have in their favour is that you've got 2 very conservative players out there who are not using their feet. They're not coming at the bowler. They're not trying to get to that length and dominate them and put them under pressure. They're just standing in their crease and they're happy to respect the bowling. And when that happens, it allows the bowler to settle into a line and length, settle into a rhythm. And Chris Woakes is excellent at that.
2 catching fielders in the covers. As well as 3 slips of gully and a backward point. And that is an absolute japper from Chris Woakes. It's gone in again. And Conway, I'd like to see a replay, but he seems to have missed this by quite some distance past the inside edge. And how far this has gone over off stump. Oof. Well, it's just gone over, say, not even a 4th stump line. Oh, just over 4th stump. I mean, that is challenging the wicket, it's challenging the pad, it's challenging the outside edge. And even if he connects, he's got 2 catching covers. And there's a little smile on the face of Conway.
Well, Wellington player to Wellington player. Chris Woakes, a local lad, has played for Wellington.
Oh,
the
well,
Firebirds.
Local knowledge. Conway ready again. This time touch straight on the pads and a clip to short leg. No respite for Devon Conway.
He actually played for the Firebirds T20 team, the Wellington Firebirds, when I was captaining the team. And I promoted him to number 5 in the batting order in the one day, and he repaid the faith by scoring 50 off about 28 balls.
The wizard.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Wellington.
He was.
Oh, okay. Well,
excellent recruit.
I must admit, that one passed me by. Here is Chris Woakes. Squares Devon Conway up a touch again, bringing the bat down. Comes down and has a little look at the track.
If we look at the difference between the way that New Zealand batters are approaching this and the likes of Joe Root and even Bethel, they were out of their crease, batting almost a yard outside. They were shuffling down. They were trying to get to that length. We haven't seen anything. Conway now slightly outside of his crease, trying to negate that length.
This is a touch fuller, and actually Conway touched too soon on the ball, trying to just clip this through the mid-wicket region, picks out mid-on. Gary Morgan has got a touch. England average overs faced since Bazball started 77.6 overs, so they very rarely see the second new ball in the first innings. 52.3 overs, so actually they're kind of hitting that in second innings. Here's Woakes again, pitched up again, and at this time Conway does connect. Head in hands from Woakes though, another ball that's angling in on off stump. Conway will take 2 to mid-wicket. He moves to 5, and the score 8 without loss. But it's a touch nervy. But there, as you said, Grant, that's why you come down the track a little bit. Just means that when that ball starts moving in towards you, you hit the ball earlier, therefore it hasn't moved as much. Certainly England feel more than in the game. Left alone this time. Conway survives the over. 6 without loss.
Yeah, the little shimmy or batting outside the crease means that also the bowler has to pull their length back, which means that there won't be as much movement through the air potentially. It also means that any delivery that they're bowling is hopefully going over the stumps. Now, Harry Brook used it well. I guess Harry Brook probably used more the aggressive approach of shimmying outside the off stump and looking to whack the bowlers over that wide mid-off to get them off that length and put them under pressure. But both Tom Latham and Devon Conway are very conservative in their approach, and you can see that now with Conway 3 off 16 deliveries, struggling to rotate the strike. You don't want to be stuck on one end.
Latham facing Gus Atkinson, who's bowling round the wicket, angling in on the pads, and it's defended. In 2024, New Zealand's opening stands have only passed 50 twice. 20 innings at an average of 18. And Chris Woakes played for Wellington 5 times between 26th of November 2012 and 26th of December 2012, so exactly 1 month. Batting scores of 47, 41, 7 and 55 not out. And he took 8 wickets, best of 3 for 27. So that's not bad going. Here is Atkinson again. Latham on the front foot, but this is too short and left alone.
Yeah, he sat in the change room actually, and a player who was the same age asked him how many first-class wickets he had. The Wellington player had 17 wickets, and Chris Woakes had already had 200 wickets to his name. So at a young age, I mean, you know, Chris Woakes, exceptional player with both bat and ball. I think, is it fair to say he's probably underperformed with the bat? Because
over the course of his career, he's got a batting average higher than his bowling average, so that indicates he's done pretty well. Left alone again, Latham. But I suppose, I mean, he's been trusted to bat at 7 for England. Rarely, but he batted at 7 during the summer. His natural position is more of a number 8. He must be averaging about 34. So to have a number 8 batting at averaging 34 over the course of tests that Chris Woakes has played, you'd take that more often than you would.
And for Warwickshire, he was probably closer to 5, 6, 7, wasn't he?
Atkinson again. Latham inside edges onto his pads. There is another test match taking place. It's just about to get underway in Adelaide, the pink ball test between Australia and India. I'm sure you've been following that one as well, Grant. Absolutely riveting first test, which India have won handsomely. Well, India have won the toss and they chose to bat first. I'm just having a quick look at the team selected by Australia. It seems like there's just one change, with Scott Boland coming in for Josh Hazlewood. I'll bring you India's team in a second. Atkinson again. This is a touch wider of the crease and down the leg side. And it's a good bit of fielding behind the stumps by Ollie Pope. Team sheet for India suggests that Rohit Sharma will bat at 6. So KL Rahul and Joswal will continue batting as openers. Shubman Gill in the side at 3. Ravichandran Ashwin plays. So 3 changes. Washington Sundar, Padigal and Jarrell make way. Atkinson continuing, and Latham on his toes defending back up the track.
It's a classic captain's move, isn't it? I'll spat myself at 6, have a few toasted sandwiches, get the feet up.
He did such
a
good job, KL. you just stay with it. You stay opening. Very often gets trickier under light. So maybe if I come in at 6 when twilight, it's probably the hardest time to bat. So I'll take one for the team. I mean, that's strength in depth though when you've got Ravichandran Ashwin and Rohit Sharma to be brought back into a winning side, left alone by Latham. Atkinson's not quite got his radar where he wants it to be. It's Chris Woakes who's causing most of the problems, and Devon Conway's batting for sure. Grant Elliott is going to stick around, and he'll be joined very shortly by Daniel McCarthy. You, the Wellington loving.
Well, it felt like a Wellington domestic game when I saw Jeetan Patel and Luke Ronke and Chris Woakes all circling around me to say hello. I got trauma thinking I was actually playing a game for Wellington. Started shaking.
So did we, Grant. Thought of Elliott coming in.
Oh my goodness. Please no.
How did that Wellington team go with all that talent? Here is Woakes. Left alone outside of off stump by Conway, who was 3, Latham 1, 7 without loss. We're into the 5th over in reply to England's 280 all out.
Test cricket of the past that any Test cricketer would be proud of at the moment. The run rate of just 1.68. Lots of leaves, digging in, watching the new ball, very watchful. In total contrast to how England played their innings.
Have you been counting how many leaves?
I haven't, no.
I wonder if it's above Duckett's 2024 count. Woakes around the wicket full. Classical Conway drive through mid-off for 4. That will make him feel a whole heap better. He's a man who's just looked at times disorganised, a little bit rushed, wary of those hands as always, as you describe them, pop-it-on hands. They tend to break when they hit the ball, that is. It's a lovely looking stroke from Conway as he admires it. Catch a glimpse of the replay, 11 without loss.
Right in the meat of the bat, balanced, high elbow, and just a little extension and push Beautiful timing from Conway.
Wokes' response, those fractions straighter, challenging the inside edge, which I think is the way you want to challenge Devon Conway. You just talked about traditional start, slow run rate and leaves. Often bowlers want to challenge that outside edge, but from around the wicket, going to target those pads and stumps. Devon Conway has had his issues with right arm quick around the wicket.
Yeah, and Tom Latham with left armers coming from left arm over, so I think both these players probably to target them around the wicket is the key.
Very full, bat very close to pad. Conway pushing back to Wokes. No run.
Daniel, if you were in England's position, how many wickets would you want before the end of day's play? I said probably looking at 3. New Zealand can avoid that. They'd be maybe ahead of the game.
I don't think there's much pressure. Getting a whole host tonight. 28.2 overs remaining in the day's play as Conway once again comes forward, pushes to the offside. I think on average, in recent years, day 1 only brings about 5 wickets a day at this venue. Day 2 often, when it starts to quicken up, Grant, as you would know, day 2 can be quite a profitable day for bowlers. So there's going to be something in it if you are good enough on day number 2. It's not like, oh, we've got to get everything now and go searching.
It feels like a day 2 wicket today, though, because I think we've said that it's normally a little bit greener, a little bit softer.
Wokes, and again in bright sunshine, challenging that off stump, pushing forward into the cover region, no run. The end of Wokes' 3rd over, none for 7. Atkinson has none for 3 off 2. New Zealand are 11 without loss. Conway 7, Latham on 1. So I neatly danced around answering that question.
You did.
Minimum of 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think New Zealand...
Well, new ball wicket is often a line you hear at the Basin Reserve too, right?
Yeah, you're going to get most of your wickets with that new ball. But I think that if New Zealand can walk into the sheds and be, max 2 down, England can try and get that 3rd wicket. I think that puts them on top.
Atkinson from the Government House end, from around the wicket, drives. Latham punches a ball through the covers towards the boundary. Got 2 in front of the Wakefield Memorial. It's picked up and returned, but Latham home for a 3rd, moving to 4, 14 without loss.
It's just, it's so funny watching the contrast between England and New Zealand. We've seen Conway and Latham leave the ball on width and on length, and then that forces the bowler to get fuller, and then that gives you the opportunity to drive down the ground. And we've seen Conway punch one, and now we've seen Latham. Just the difference in approaches and how you get those runs. Doesn't matter how.
Here's an edge that lands in front of Root at first slip. Angled bat has helped Conway here. Again, a tentative little prod around off stump.
And that's one where the method that they're using, the New Zealand batters, Conway might think, I could have left that. I could have left that on length. I could have left that on line. A fortune for him. Got the tickle, didn't carry. Saw that a few times in the England innings.
14 without loss. Atkinson bowls short and a slashing cut stroke, takes the ball over the gully and down to the fence for 4. He went hard at it, and that was the keys. Hit from underneath the ball to up, sails high and down to the fence. 18 without loss. Conway moves to 11. I can only but imagine, as I peer through to the other commentary box where Jeremy Coney's on air, do you think he would have discussed depth on Slip Corden after that edge?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And probably that your tallest player should have been there.
There's a few landed in front of Root at first slip in Christchurch. Here's a beauty from Atkinson, slightly back of a length, nipping away. The hands went with Conway. He wanted bat on ball. He didn't hit it, lucky for him, through to poke behind the wicket. 18 without loss. Gary is a magician in the stats department. 10 leaves, Grant, through 5 overs. Duckett has 13 this year, if I'm not mistaken. Unless, I don't remember him leaving one today. Gary will correct me if I'm wrong in about 8 seconds, I reckon. England had 29 in their total innings. 29 leaves. Atkinson bowls foolish on middle stump, defending to the bowler.
Do you reckon that's all that's discussed? Brendan stands there and he goes, right, boys, just want to go through a few numbers. We had 29 leaves today. If you left the ball, can you please stand up?
Unacceptable.
Right, you had 5 leaves.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Get into the nets now. An extra few hours.
How many times did you run at the ball? 3.
How many times do I have to tell you? We do not leave the ball in this team.
Believe in the leave, Grant. Atkinson. Here's an edge to second slip. Gone. There's the breakthrough. Conway's misery continues. Trying to drive powerfully down the ground. Healthy edge gobbled up at second slip. England have the breakthrough. New Zealand 18 for 1. Conway leaves for 11.
Trying to find form in international cricket is tough. Really tough. When the bowlers are bowling good areas, there's a bit of nibble. Conway thought it was full enough. He had a full go at it. Got the outside edge. And the rest was done by the slip cordon. Brilliantly caught by Brooke, who's having a day out. Conway leaves for 11. Disappointing that New Zealand lose their first wicket. We said 3 by the end of today. England will be happy with. In walks Kane Williamson, most centuries on this ground. Tie with Martin Crowe, he's got 5 and averages 68. So loves batting here at the Basin Reserve, and a big wicket for England comes to the crease.
90 odd and a 60 in the first test match. Serene figure of Kane Williamson wandering out. That was the last ball of the Atkinson over. 3 overs, no maidens. 1 for 10. Evan Conway made such a great start to his test career over the first 2 years. Double 100 on debut, of course, at Lord's. But it's a prolonged slump, isn't it, Grant? And with Will Young in on the sidelines, I know hasn't had a lot of success as an opener, looks more comfortable at 3 or 4. That will become a topic of conversation if he has a second innings failure. As Woke starts a new over, bowling 2. Latham goes past the outside edge. Latham compact in defence, beaten with good pace and bounce.
I know what you're saying about Will Young, but also Rachin Ravindra has been an opener as well. And I think that, you know, Daniel, it all comes down to selection policy, and the selection policy within the New Zealand team is that you keep backing the players that are incumbent. And at what point do you change that selection policy?
3 slips, 2 gullies. Wokes from around the wicket. Latham a little step back. Nice and side on as he defends up to mid on. There's no run. And you've spoken about it on our radio show. Those listening on TalkSport too.
I'm sure they all have.
It's a fine product. Has to be said as he looks around. Yeah, lots of nodding. We haven't listened. Yeah. You've talked about how that consistency, the knowing that you're far more secure, that selection act's not hovering, has been a cornerstone of the side. Here's another edge along the ground though, to the squarer of the 2 gullies. There won't be a run, smartly fielded. Went straight to ground. But it can be to a fault. When you select, the first giveaway is you select a 3-test squad at home for all 3 tests. It's like you're all playing, no matter what happens.
Don't worry, there goes the fear of selection. You're all going to be playing. But I think that there comes a point where there's accountability, and there's 5 players that are averaging under 26.
Left alone by Latham, one of those players, I think, heading into this innings, calendar year, averaging about 25, lean year last year.
25.8 or 25.5.
Conway's 23.
Yep.
Mitchell, I know, was 27 before the 80 odd in the second innings of the first test.
Blundell's 13.
Yeah.
And Phillips 32. So
certainly not gaudy. Not
well. I guess how many tests do you give a player before?
This is the 10th of the year for them. They've played, and that's a lot by New Zealand standards. It's about 3 months for England. Here's a beauty again from Wokes. He's bowling without luck here. Again, challenging the outside edge of Latham. good bounce. That's the key here at the Basin. You get plenty of bounce, even if you're nice and full there, and that's just nipped away, and he's missed it by a long way.
And the New Zealand batters still content in staying in their crease and allowing England to bowl in that area and ask questions. You almost feel it's just a matter of time before one nibbles and gets that outside edge.
Shorter this time, flicked off the hip, very fine. Could be 4. Long chase for Bashir, who's quite square. He will not get there. Tom Latham picks up a boundary. That's his first. He's 8. 22 for the loss of 1. That's the end of the Woakes over. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 11. New Zealand 22 for 1 in reply to England's 280 all out. If you're just tuning into our coverage on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, Crawley made 17, Duckett no score, 16 to Bethel, Root 3, Harry Brook. Incredible knock, 123 off 115. Pope 66, they combined for 174 run stand for the 5th wicket. The tail didn't wag today. Stokes 2, Woakes 18, Atkinson 4, Cast the last to go for 9. Bashir was not out, 0, 22 extras, 280 all out in 54.4 overs. The wicket takers for New Zealand, Henry 2 for 43, Smith 4 for 86, and the run out of Harry Brook, last ball in the second session. Lovely fielding, his own follow through, picked it up at forward square leg and from a 45-degree angle through, hit the middle stump. Brook had given up the chase. He knew for that he was gone. While Willow wrought 3 for 49. Here's Atkinson back over the wicket to Williamson. He starts with short, wide. Help yourself, Kane Williamson. Christmas is a few days away, Gus. That's generous.
I can just imagine the discussions last night in the bowlers meeting. When Kane comes to the crease, let's make sure we're on the money. We're going to have to bowl with discipline. We're going to have to make him work for his runs. Yep, we're all in. Yep. We'll bowl tight, back of a length. We'll have assistance from the Basin reserve pitch, and then that happens.
Maybe it's let's give him a short one outside of off stump.
And then the good one.
And then the good one. Fill him full of confidence. 3 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip as well. Atkinson from over the wicket in bright sunshine goes full at this time. Check drive, straight back to the bowler, no run.
But it is so deflating, Daniel. I've been in those chats where you go in at tea time and you've just been in the dirt and, you know, it's tough. And you speak to your bowlers and you're like, guys, please, you know, let's just run in with aggression. Let's hit the right areas, and everyone's pumped up and the first ball's just a floaty pie outside off stump.
That's your problem.
Pumped.
Good areas. That's too broad. You need to simplify it for the fast bowlers. Bowl there, please. Here's Atkinson. Too full. Driven through mid-on. No real timing. Williamson scurrying. He's got back for 2. Latham well behind, so any chance of a third will not eventuate. Williamson to 6. It's 28 for the loss of 1 in the 8th over. England made 280, sent in earlier today.
Yeah, good start from Kane Williamson.
Yeah, I'm sure this happened a lot after your speeches.
Oh,
Did the famous Elliott shoulder drop then follow after the meat pie was dispatched?
Yeah. It's really deflating as a team. It's led by the bowler, but then obviously backed up by the fielders and the keeper, the energy.
Atkinson shuffling in again, a little bit wider of the crease. Good carry, left alone. Good length by Williamson.
And after that delivery, they'll say, that's better, Gus, that's where we want it. But to be fair, he has, and this is unsettling for a bowler, you've got to come round the wicket to the left-hander, and then you've got to come over the wicket to the right-hander. Yes, it's your craft, and you've got to be good enough to adapt. But in terms of rhythm, it's tougher as a bowler to find rhythm when you're having to chop and change between right and left-hander. So he has bowled to the left-handers, and now to Williamson.
Atkinson in again. Williamson dabs the ball to backward point. There will be no run. Scalloping. Big feature of the Australian Test here in March. And we thought it was a little bit browner underneath the heavy coating of grass. You will be fascinated to wander out to see what it's like at the end of the day's play. That becomes a factor. What happens is that brings inconsistent bounce and
variation. But that's more when it's softer, and I say when it's more lush. I don't think this is as lush as previous Test matches, and it felt like a very hard deck.
Atkinson bowls wide half volley, punched away through point. Crawley to shoot. Long boundary out there, about 70 metres towards the western side of the ground. Just 2 to the New Zealand total, 30 for the loss of 1. At the end of the over, 8 runs off the over. Latham has 8, Williamson has 8. The man out was Devon Conway, caught it second slip by Brook off the bowling of Atkinson for 11, the score at 18. Atkinson has 1 for 18, Wokes none for 11. Is it more from Grant Elliott? And then John Norman's jumping in.
Yeah, pushing it along, New Zealand in conventional fashion. Although the run rate now is just perked up a little bit to 3.75 and over. They'll be happy with that, where they're at. Tom Latham batting inside his crease to Chris Wokes. He's been bowling a magnificent line of length. John Norman.
It's Wokes to continue. Push drive from the bat of Latham. He won't get 4. It's not timed that well. Bryden Cast just dragging the ball back. It seems like miles away. We are quite high up the roof of the RA Vance stand. And even a tall man like Bryden Cast seems like quite some distance from us here. Brilliant spot though. One of the best commentary boxes in world cricket here at the Basin Reserve. One of the best pitches, one of the best grounds. Always a privilege to be calling a game from here. And do we have another classic on? 33 for 1, early stages of New Zealand's first innings. There seems to be a bit of a disagreement between our systems here and the scoreboard. Scoreboard suggests England hit 279. We think they scored 280. I mean, but look, what's a run? What's a run at this ground? That won't. It won't matter come the end of the match, I'm sure. When does one run ever really matter at the Basin Reserve? Williamson letting this short and wide delivery sail through to Ollie Pope. Still got that leg slip in position. 3 slips. Gully backward point. Mid off, as well as a fine leg. And Jeremy Coney is back for the first time today. Hope you're well, mates.
Hi, John. Yep, not too bad, thank you. You enjoying the height?
Always.
Stand up here, no nosebleeds?
No.
Coming up the stairs?
No, but
Good.
I'm glad I'm wearing my Fitbit. I'm getting those steps in. Forward is Williamson, and defending.
Nice vista, though.
Beautiful
Don't you
vista.
think?
Oh, one of the best vistas.
Sort of nice kaleidoscope of hats and skin.
What I
away
like-
to our left around the banks.
Yep, slightly turning colour.
Yes, they are.
A bit like Uluru.
And a bit like the
like
Bahutakawas behind them.
A bit like Uluru. Changes colour throughout the day. That's the England cricket fans.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Wokes again. He's pitching this delivery up, drawing Kane Williamson forward. He's 8 not out. Tom Latham 11.
Wokes has been tidy, hasn't he? Wokes, I think, tidier certainly than Atkinson, who's just struggled a little bit with rhythm. Coming around the wicket for a start, couldn't kind of find it, then, got the wicket, and then has given, I think last over when Williamson was able to sort of take 10 or 12 or whatever it was from him.
Wokes in again. He's fielded by the bowler. I totally agree. I think that Wokes has found his length immediately. I thought Atkinson was just, possibly because he was bowling predominantly around the wicket, his line was okay, but his length was a touch short. There was quite a lot of deliveries left on length, and obviously as an opening bowler you want to be making the batters play as much as possible. And he's the one with the wicket. Inducing the drive from Conway, who had to walk off with 11 pitched up, and this is pushed to Coss at mid-wicket, no run.
Well, it's usually a pretty important time, isn't it, when you're bowling to good players, and I mean Williamson is one of New Zealand's better players, of course, and you can't afford to allow them a start. You've got to make it as difficult as you can for them. You don't want them to feel suddenly comfortable at the crease. Their feet are moving. They're suddenly 10 or 12 not out, and they feel good about themselves. And any good player, and you don't need to give them chances like that. And so you've got to keep them you know, under pressure for as long as you can. They place a leg slip to him, and he is a sort of a defender, just sort of urges the ball around his legs, and it can be, sometimes people sort of feel into the slips if there's one that goes to the third slip. It's actually he's angled the ball down.
Bryden Cass has been brought in, and he's strayed onto the pads of Latham, who pushes this through mid-wicket. Chase on for the fielder, it's Bashir, and the ball isn't going to win. Good sliding stop, but how many did they run? They ran 3. I thought for a moment they might have actually got 4. It was a decent-sized boundary there. Bashir isn't the fastest, but he did enough. Cass really impressed, didn't he? A 10 for... We're just going to see a replay of this. It could be that... Oh, that's a terrific little bit of fielding there from Bashir, I think. I don't think his knee has hit the boundary rope.
We lose sight of it, don't we? The knee slides in as the ball is still in the... Now, this is the angle we want. No, I think that might...
Well, we've seen 2 views of it, and we're still not quite sure, so maybe we should just get on with the game. As I say, when does one single run ever really make a difference in this ground?
Never, only once here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're still watching and waiting. Bryden Cass really impressed, didn't he, in that first Test match at Christchurch?
Yeah, he was good.
Player of the match, 10 for.
Muscular, powerful bowler.
A few runs at the back end of the innings. A little bit of a back and forth with Nathan Smith, I think it was, which we love to see.
Yeah, he bowls a little bit short. I mean, I suppose we have to keep looking at this. These are the things that take so much time, because it means if it is a boundary, a different man's on strike. He remains on strike, and so it's just a question of, you know, you're changing who would be facing at this time. And so, yeah, I can kind of get that, but it's
4 runs.
Jolly annoying.
It is a little. Especially, I'm sure the captains watching on are thinking, well, we're going to get fined for our over rate. Maybe we should have a little counter, a bit like in other sports when essentially the match clock stops and you have a little bit of extra time. So we can go to 6:33, because we've had 3 minutes watching a replay. There's ways around it. You can do it. It's not, the spectators shouldn't have to lose an over because you can't quite work out if it's a 4 or not. Here we go again. Cass bowls. It's short, it's wide, and it's left alone by Williamson, who has still got that leg slip in place.
Yeah, well, that's that leg slip I was talking about a moment ago, just to angle the ball around. And someone will have done their work in the back room and in the deep of night, and they will have discovered that he's been caught there twice on a Thursday. And so that's the sort of thing that you've got to remember, I guess, as a skipper.
Williamson again, little trigger movement down the track, not backing out of his crease in the manner that we saw Joe Root and Zach Crawley, even Ben Duckett earlier today. And Matt Henry certainly was bowling brilliantly well, getting the ball to jag in.
Well, I think New Zealand, after you look at the total of 280, they would take that, I think, after asking England to bat. And it depends now just how many wickets fall tonight, doesn't it? One's fallen already, but if they lose 2 or 3 more, then that's certainly not the best day at all.
Here's Cass again, bounding in, 4 from the bat. No running from that one. Williamson didn't leave his crease as the bowler was running in, didn't leave his crease when he caressed this drive through extra cover, didn't leave his crease because he knew the moment he'd hit that, it was travelling all the way to the boundary.
That's the sympathy with the bowled ball, isn't it? It's up there, and I'm playing the stroke. I take a little stride, I'm ready for that, and I punch that. Beats you in your follow-through, bowler, and it certainly beats the man Bashir at mid-off.
Cass again is in, beats Williamson this time. Better length delivery, and Williamson's kind of caught on the crease a touch. The ball goes past the outside edge. 40 for 1 then. So New Zealand have got off to a decent start in terms of the runs. They would of course have loved for Devon Conway to have stuck around.
Yeah, Devon Conway's just having problems with balance and the foot movement, and that then leads to how awkward he looks with the bat, because the hands have to do the work that the feet aren't. He's got to push it out towards the ball. He leaves one hand behind.
As was the way of his dismissals in Christchurch, as Williamson sets off quickly for the first and comes through for the second. Just one lone fielder in front of the bat on the leg side, and this has just been pushed to the right of Chris Wokes, I think, at mid-wicket. Another couple of runs at New Zealand, 10 overs into their first innings after England were bowled out for 280 or 279 if you believe the scoreboard, or 42 for 1. A little bit of news from Adelaide, where the second test has just got underway. India winning the toss, deciding to bat, and the best bowler in pink ball test history, probably have to say, Mitchell Starc. Yeah, with a wicket with his first ball, and the game's first ball, pinned at LBW. So
who was?
Jaiswal.
Ah, okay. Well, he got 160, so...
Wasn't he out for a duck in the first test as well?
I think he was.
The first
yes, he was.
Well, you don't want to get him out for a duck, because he'll follow it up with 100.
That's right.
Ben Stokes has brought himself onto bowl. That's a slight surprise. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Tom Latham, and this is pitched up and straight defended by Latham.
Yeah.
Skipper to skipper.
A lot of the opposition sides are bowling round the wicket to Latham and to Conway. They feel that they're dismissed, and certainly with Latham, he sometimes get that front foot across the body just a little bit too far, and you prevent the passage of the bat and the pathway of the bat getting access to the ball. So he's LBW sometimes.
Here he is again, and this is tucked away to fine leg by Latham. He moves to 15. Williamson is 14. The score 43 for 1. Are you surprised that Stokes has brought himself on at the R.A. Vance stand?
What do you mean, into the wind? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I'm thinking he's going to operate.
Why? What's the difference? Yeah. You think he likes the wind behind him? Is that what you're saying? Well, he is the captain. He can bowl from where he likes.
Has the wind changed direction? Wasn't the wind coming this way earlier?
That's right.
Today?
He's bowling into it.
Oh, into wind. Yes, he can do what he likes. He's taking one for the team.
Yeah.
He is the ultimate team man, and he'll let the other bowlers bowl at the other end. There's Williamson pushing a ball of good length on the body to the right of Bryden Castle at mid-wicket. So both batters on 15. I was reading out a stat earlier today that in the last 50 innings, New Zealand averaged 18 for first wicket, 18.45. So they hit that slap bang, 18 for 1 when Devon Conway was dismissed. But you can't continue in that fashion. So the pressure will continue. Left alone this time by Latham. There was a slight concern when Stokes pulled up halfway through an over. 7th over in the second innings at Christchurch, that possibly he'd done something. He's had hamstring injuries, he's had a knee injury. He hasn't bowled, he's missed a lot of test cricket, 7 consecutive tests he didn't bowl in. And then of course missed an entire series with a hamstring injury, Sri Lanka series earlier this summer. It's pushed to extra cover, short cover, but no run from the bat.
I watched him this morning warming up on some of those other pitches just alongside on the block, and he looked to be running in pretty well to me, and he didn't have any strapping or anything on the knees at all in that area, so he looked in pretty good order, it seemed to me, and he's running in quite well here, isn't he?
He is, and he knows he's going to have a break after this test series as well, which no doubt helps as he continues round the wicket to Latham, and this is left alone, touch too wide. And Latham isn't interested. End of the over. Big year 2025 for Ben Stokes with the arrival of India. Will you be in England during the English summer?
I'm hoping to be. I'm hoping to be, yeah. I mean, that should be a good competitive series, shouldn't it?
You'd hope so, especially if Mohamed Shami is possibly
Is he
back.
playing today?
I don't know. I don't think he's not even in the squad. I think he returned to action a couple of weeks ago, but I think India would dearly love not to have to call upon his services. But he should be back for the English summer. 5 tests against India, 1 against Zimbabwe. Welcome to listeners on Talk Sport. Joining us on Talk Sport 2, Brydon Carse starting his second over. His first one expensive, went for 9, and this first ball of the over is defended. Lots of pressure on both Williamson, former, and Latham, current skippers of New Zealand. Both have 15. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Devon Conway, caught at second slip from the bowling of Gus Atkinson on the drive for 11. If you weren't with us earlier today, England, incredible innings really. 43 for 4 at one stage. They were 217 for 4 at another. Bowled out for 280. This Carse is in again, and this is steered to gully from the bat of Williamson. No run. Brook top scoring with 123, coming from just 115 deliveries, 11 fours, 5 sixes. And just like the last time he played here at Wellington, he was run out. Nathan Smith, fine pick up and throw, essentially at square leg, but he was also bowling, which made it even more impressive. Last ball of the afternoon session, and England didn't last too long into the evening. Should mention Pope as well, 66 from him. Carse in again, and this is pushed square of the wicket by Williamson. Trademark shot, although going in front of square rather than behind it. But essentially that's where the gap in the field was, and he comes back for a second. He moves to 17. Alongside me in the commentary box, former New Zealand international all-rounder Jeremy Coney. And Jeremy, I do say low-scoring games can be more interesting.
Well, certainly here in New Zealand in the past, if you look back, 280 is they're good totals, you know, because obviously there's something in the pitch.
Carse again, and he's beaten the batter and celebrates Des Carse. Not joined in really by the slip cord, and Ollie Pope isn't sure either, but we did see a moment like this earlier today when William O'Rourke, he didn't even ask the question of the umpire. It was the 9th wicket to fall, and he successfully encouraged his captain to review. Brydon Carse has done the same thing. It was the right decision on that occasion, and we'll wait and see if it's the right occasion here.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind.
It's caught behind, so it's an edge onto the pad, and then from there to go through to the slip cordon.
Good to see it up on the big screen. It's a massive moment because, of course, Williamson is the key batter within this New Zealand side.
Ball is close to the bat to confirm or edge, please.
Now, what Brydon Carse may have heard is the sound of the bat hitting the lower pad, but the ball does go very close to the outside edge. This has been given not out on field, and the umpire, third umpire, is going to have a right old decision to make, because there will be a snicko, but it looks like the bat is hitting the pad at the same time the ball's going past the bat.
Yeah, it's a tight one for him. Yeah,
good luck overturning this one, if indeed he feels.
So it's just a simple case of the registration as we see it. Do we see something first? That is clearly different from the second kind of registration, if you like. That's what he'll hope to see.
We're watching it now. The ball is going, approaching the bat. The bat is hitting the pad.
Keep rolling. Nice and slow. Nice and slow.
Still hitting the pad.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
No, I think that's really hard to rule, isn't it?
Can you roll back?
Well, the England team is celebrating, but as are the spectators here.
But
it's a big English crowd.
Is it pad? Is it keeping on going pad, 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 pad? Is that still pad?
I think you can see a gap between bat and ball here.
Yeah.
And I can see the bat on the pad.
See, because it's scraped the back of the pad and it's come round the side of the pad as well.
Now
tough one.
It is a real tough one, and of course, the on-field call was not out.
Still hitting the pad. Yeah, still hitting the pad. Yeah, roll forward.
I don't think this is out.
Roll forward. Still hitting the pad. So satisfied, no bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Adrian, stay with your original noted decision. Stand by.
Hassan Raza.
You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Not out.
Not out is the call. And Ben Stokes is just going to go and have a quick word with one of the umpires. England feel that was out. Now, I think there was a bit of gamesmanship going on the field because, of course, the England players know that the third umpire is still making a decision. Maybe they feel that if they start celebrating, they're going to pressure him or her towards giving the decision their way. I think that the third umpire has made completely the correct call here.
Well, that's the decision is based on what we've seen from the registration. And then from because the bat, you see, has made contact and it's slid around the pad as well, so there's continual sounds and different registrations as the bat's rubbing up against the pad.
Short ball follow-up from Cast possibly. Well, it is a short delivery, and Williamson tries to steer this between Gully and backward point, and it just drops short of Gully. Jacob Bethel diving forward. Williamson a little rattled possibly by that. Cast isn't happy, England aren't happy. But crucially for New Zealand, possibly, Williamson's still there.
That's a good piece of bowling from Cast, a good follow-up. He's got Williamson with the height of it, he's risen up off the ground and he's ridden the ball and tried to control it to keep it down. Could easily have gone into that gully area.
Cast bounds in again. And this time it's pitched up and on the pads. It's half driven to Shoaib Bashir at mid-off. That's a fascinating little spell of this match. Williamson given not out on field. England lose a review as well. Caught behind decision, which Bryden Cast felt certainly took the outside edge of the bat. Went upstairs. Bat definitely hit pad. And I'm not sure it definitely hit the ball.
I think the first time we've seen Williamson in a slight bit of trouble, really. He's looked comfortable right from the start, where he got some runs from Atkinson, and he's played some nice strokes down the ground off front foot and then square of the wicket off the back foot. That was the first time he's looked just in trouble and hasn't controlled his strokes as well as he normally does. So Stokes coming in.
Thundering in and pushed away by Latham, up towards cover, up towards mid-off in fact. There's no run. 46 for 1. Interesting, Jerry. Since evolution of Bazball, England comes no surprise of a higher scoring rate than any other nation in the last 3 years. Do you know who's in second place?
No idea. Shall I guess?
Here's Stokes around the wicket. Latham drives it back down the ground, and it's fielded, I think, by Stokes off his own bowling. He deflects it onto Williamson at the non-strikers end. Of course I want you to guess.
Well, New Zealand?
Yes.
Oh, what luck, what luck.
and not a million miles behind, actually. I think the New Zealand scoring rate's been very impressive in that time.
Well, they certainly did in India, didn't they? They decided that was going to be...
Throw some punches, they said.
That's right.
And they did. One is pushed away by Latham for a single out towards cover. It was Tom Latham before the series began. He said, look, we're not here to make up the numbers. We're here to throw a few punches and see what happens. Yeah. I thought it was quite un-Kiwi. Right?
Yeah, I think what they thought was the sides in the past who have been going there for about 60 years. So they felt that they had tried to defend too much, and inevitably a ball would come along with your name on it, and so they thought they would try and change that slightly, which made sense to me.
Oh, they changed a lot. It's whipped away by Williamson beautifully off his hip. It's another teaser, and it won't quite get to the boundary. Bryden Cast doing the chasing, Gus Atkinson rather doing the chasing, and they do go through for 3. It was the way they played the spinners that was most impressive, and their use of the sweep and the reverse sweep, and they played both equally well, and I don't think Jadeja and Ashwin enjoyed it very much.
No, it started, I think, in Bengaluru, wasn't it, with Rachin Ravindra. scoring 100, but it was just the way he played, using his feet.
3 slips, 2 gullies. Here's Stokes once again off the back foot. Latham punches it to the squarer of the 2 gullies. Zach Crawley.
And the straight blade, you know, that's the way he approached it. And he scored very powerfully and quickly as well. There was also Conway, who got a 90, I think, in that same innings. And so that really, and they were scoring at 4.5 to 5 runs and over against the spinners, who had together, about 900 test wickets?
Yes, that's right. Stokes again, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Latham.
And then it was at Pune, the second test in particular, where India decided, right, you've played us on a seamer's wicket, we haven't done so well there, we were beaten comfortably, and now we're going to take the spin option. We've lost first tests before, and we've gone to spinning tracks, and that's worked for us. So back they went, but then in Pune, I thought once New Zealand got a little lead after the first innings, which was a good effort from, I know that's where Santner came from nowhere and got all those wickets. And it was, you know, that was the reason they got that 100 lead. But then New Zealand came out and they did play quite aggressively. And Tom Latham got about 80 odd, I think, in that second innings. But he led the attack, if you like, of his troops.
Bryden Carse from... Oh, he's bowled him! Williamson's been bowled. Bryden Carse, 11 wickets in the first test and a second for England. And it's Kane Williamson. Bowled, I suspect, possibly past the inside edge. And there's just some question about whether we're going to check the no ball. In fact, I think it has been called a no ball, and it has. Adrian Holdstock, the umpire, has his arm out. It's a no ball. Williamson, halfway back to the change rooms, has to put his gloves back on and stroll back for life number 2. Well, I tell you what, it's
a close one.
Nothing in it.
It's a close one, isn't it? The heel landing, whether it's the landing point rather than where you slide to, so it's the first landing and the back heel, obviously, of that front foot. It's certainly beaten Williamson all ends up and taken the off stump on the outside edge.
Absolute snorter.
It was.
Absolutely brilliant delivery, or would have been if it had been legal.
Well.
Here is Bryden Carse once again, and Williamson pushes this one up towards mid-on to the ironic cheers of the Black Cap supporters. I mean, there was nothing. You ask yourself, rather than asking yourself, was he over the line? If you ask yourself whether he was over the line, you could go yes or no. Ask yourself whether there was something definitely behind the line, and I think you've got to say no.
Yeah, it was a close one, wasn't it? But I think there was nothing behind. I think you're right.
3 slips, leg slip, 2 gullies. Carse in again. Williamson leaves alone outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Pope. Well, what a moment that might be. Williamson's record at the pace and reserve is pretty eye-watering. It's a ground he obviously loves, New Zealand's home of cricket. But that was an absolute snorter,
wasn't it?
Carse.
Pitched on and then left, yes. So a leg cutter, in other words. Yeah, I think it is. There's definitely
nothing behind.
No.
Nothing behind.
But he just has that little quality, doesn't he, Carse, where he just surprises you with a little bit of extra pace and movement.
Pushed away by Williamson to Shoaib Bashir. I think we'll see him in the attack quite soon.
Yes. They say that he bowls a lot of little shorter deliveries, Carse, but then he suddenly surprises you with one slightly on an angle that comes back in, and he got LBWs, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, and more reliably than usual, in that second innings, I think, and that's for New Zealand.
Here's Carse once again, bustling, thundering in, bowls a short one, and Williamson, as so often is the case, makes himself look taller than he is. He's right up on his toes, nudging this one up to mid-on, no run. Yeah. 51 for 1.
This is officially a good battle. A good battle. He's at decent pace. He's varying his pace as well. Between, I don't know, high 130s and 147 is the top.
That was the
that's
one
been pointed
after
out. What? Yeah.
After
the no ball.
A little bit of extra oomph in that one. Here is Cass once again thundering in, barrel-chested, turned away by Williamson. At least one as Shoaib Bashir chases, and it will actually only be one. He's done well there, Shoaib Bashir. If you're joining us for the first time, a reminder, England were bowled out for 280. A brilliant 8th Test century from Harry Brook, 123. Run out the last ball before tea. Magnificent stand of 174 with Ollie Pope, who made 66. England were 43 for 4. 43 for 4. 217 by the time the 5th wicket fell. That was Ollie Pope for 66. Here's Cass once again, and Latham is forward, guiding this one into a gap on the offside. Crowd just beginning to thin out a little bit. You can see a bit of grass on the big bank away to our left.
Yeah, they've had a great day there, though, haven't they? They've seen lots of action, lots of runs, and it's a good battle now, and New Zealand will probably feel the decision to insert England was a good one. I don't think the ball is doing quite as much now. We saw one just go outside the edge of Williamson's bat, but that's not the common thing that we're seeing with movement and so on. And whereas with Henry early on this morning, there was definite movement both ways. So that's how New Zealand wickets behave, and they doesn't last long, but then of course batting becomes easier for the rest of the match. So from a New Zealand perspective, they will just want to retain wickets and start partnerships, and hopefully from their perspective will bat a little bit better than they did in the Christchurch Test.
There have been Test matches at the Basin Reserve in which the pitch has got better and better and has not deteriorated at all, and we've seen some very, very big scores, 500 and 600 in the second and third innings, even the fourth innings. But they tend to be late summer wickets rather than early summer wickets, and this is the early part of the New Zealand summer. It's the drinks break, just in case we didn't mention that. So time for a regroup and some stretching, and the 12th and 13th men are on the field. Ollie Stone has taken some drinks out for the England players, who seem in pretty good spirits. Obviously Kane Williamson can make them pay. Bowled for no ball by Bryden Cass on 20. He's just one run to the good from that moment. Tom Latham has 17 from 30 balls. Been joined by former New Zealand wicketkeeper batter Katie Martin. Katie, it's been an absolutely absorbing, relentlessly entertaining day of Test cricket. There's normally ebbs and flows in a day, and there'll be a quiet passage. It hasn't been the case today. It's been all ebb and very little flow, or all flow and very little ebb, I should say. But relentlessly entertaining. An absolute snorter from Bryden Cass, wasn't it, that bowled Kane Williamson. And he's just the right man to take advantage of a second life or a first life.
There's always one player that you don't want to give a first or second life to, and that's Kane Williamson. He's got such a sensational record, especially batting first. He's sort of the glue in New Zealand's batting lineup, and we see different approaches in Test cricket nowadays, but you still have to have that player that sort of holds up an end, can accelerate and allow batters to bat around him. Did you think where he hit his pad and it may have been an edge at the same time, did you think that was out?
Above my pay grade. You're the expert. I was about to ask you that question.
Yeah.
Were you on telly at the time?
I'm the worst decision maker. And I thought, because when you look back at the spikes, they were quite flat. It wasn't like a big spike, which you do get when you do get a nick behind. So I just think sometimes the benefit of the doubt does go into the batter's favour.
A blunt spike.
Did you work on your English last time we were on? that is a very good word.
I don't think he was a misjustice. As Stokes begins a new over, and that is pushed out behind square on the offside, or an injustice. 53 for 1, Tom Latham 17, Ken Williamson 21. So you thought it was the right decision? I mean, I thought it was.
Yeah, I think it was. There was just too much doubt. I remember seeing the first test, Australia-India, where KL Rahul, he had his bat very close to his pad, got caught behind, got given out. There was a lot of controversy around that about whether there was enough doubt to suggest it was.
Oh, Stokes in, and he's bowled him. He's played on. Tom Latham's played on. The England captain has his man now, unless he's overstepped as well. He's got his opposite number. Tom Latham on the back foot, looking the bat angle at about 45 degrees. He chopped that one away behind square on the offside, and he's dragged it down onto his leg stump. And I don't think there's any question about this one. Latham is on his way. The stumps are disturbed. There's no activity from the third umpire, Ahsan Raza, and so Latham has to go. Williamson is still there, though. It's 53 for 2, 12 wickets in the day, a scoring rate of well over 5 and over from England, and it's just, as I said, relentless action. No time to talk about the scenery and all the other talking points, because the action has been absorbing, and England making the best of their opportunity. It's a 2-hour session. I mean, they scored 280 in basically 2 sessions, and so they've got 2 hours to bowl. Rachin Ravindra comes to the crease. We've still got just under an hour's play. I feel now that it's actually very important that New Zealand don't lose another wicket before the close. If they do get through to the close, 2 down, whatever they're on, having bowled England out for 280, it'll be their day. Or would you contest that?
I agree. Typically, batting does get better here at the Basin Reserve. The wicket dries out. We're even seeing it dry out a bit more now. Some footmarks are starting to appear from the bowlers. I don't know how much turn we'll get, maybe day 4 and 5, even if we get to that position, if we've got a day 4 and 5, by how fast forward this game has been. I think having Stokes bowls just creates such a nice balance in this side. Coming off that slight niggle in Christchurch. It was the second most overs he's bowled since 2022 in Christchurch, so starting to get his body slightly right. We'll continue to get the odd niggle, but just happy that he's continuing his England career and I guess prioritising England over that franchise leagues.
Well, and primarily prioritising Test cricket for England. That's his great love and his passion. Stokes is in. It's short. It's pulled immediately by Rachin Ravindra out to the deep square leg. Well, that's the England way. And it's obviously the Rachin Ravindra way as well. It was short first ball, and he happily took it on. He's got a happy smile on his face now. He played it very well, kept it down. 54 for 2. Williamson 21. Rachin Ravindra has a single, and now the right-handed Williamson comes back on strike, and I think he knows that he'll get plenty of short balls. Never mind the conventional looking field. Leg slip in there. He is a tucker off the hip, is Kane Williamson. That's why the leg slips there. 3 orthodox slips in a gully. This time Williamson on the back foot punches it through the offside, wide of Chris Wokes at mid-off, who has to trundle after it. That will just be a single. Williamson on to 22.
Well, with Kane Williamson, what they did really well in Christchurch is they just, especially Chris Wokes, he bowled a slightly wider line, a little bit fuller, and dragged his eyes across and then brought one back. So on 2 occasions he got caught from the wider one with his body being away, and then the one coming back in. Ravindra's short point as well, potentially a wider plane to him.
Interesting that, isn't it? Yeah, it's gone straight to that short stationary point fielder, Zach Crawley.
It's one thing they say about Rachin Ravindra is he loves the rhythm of batting. He likes to score as well, likes to score quickly, and when he sees something wide, very much throws his hand at the ball. Got out against Australia here last year, caught by Nathan Lyon at backward point. Got the 3 slips in play, a gully as well, and then that short point. So the double plan, is it the short ball to try and get him caught on the boundary, or that wider plan?
Stokes again outside the off stump. Oh, and he's just... I thought actually he was clutching his head in pain, but in fact it was not physical pain, but anguish, because it was extremely close to the off stump. It was left alone by Rachin Ravindra, and Stokes can't believe it didn't clip the off stump. 55 for 2, 15 overs gone in reply to England's 280. Another word from Katie Martin, and then for the next 20 minutes you'll be joined by your old mate Garth Galloway.
Oh, another reunion. One of those ones where Rachin Ravindra, the ball coming around the wicket, shouldered arms, actually had to get his body out the way just to try and avoid it from getting LBW, which left a slight opening. We view of that off stump, and Ben Stokes thought, oh, I've got an opportunity here. Maybe 2 millimetres wide of that off stump, straight through to Ollie Pope.
55 for 2 it is. Afternoon, Katie. Gosh, it's absorbing the game. We get, you know, when England are playing, we get through the game quickly, don't we? And there's already talk of golf on day 3 or 4. Here's the ball driven by Williamson to mid-off where Atkinson fields. There's no change to the score. So Williamson's 22, Ravindra is 1. And Cass, what a magnificent spell from him. He is some find for England. 9 wickets in the series against Pakistan at an average of 20 or 24 or so. 10 wickets in his first test in New Zealand. And now, well, missed Williamson, of course, with the no ball. But gee, he is some bowler. As here he is bowling, and Williamson's onto the back foot and playing to Bethel in the gully. And Stokes, of course, capable of all sorts of things. So England, I imagine, at New Zealand 55 for 2, they'll feel happy with their day as well so far. It's right in the balance, it feels.
I think a couple more wickets here, you say, a really, really good day for England, especially when they got put in. They did say that they'd have a bet, but I don't know whether it was just a natural gamble or a wee bit of a hedge of the bet to say, okay, yeah, we might have, but I think they seemed undecided when we had conversations down the ground.
Such a contrast between the way that the batting sides play the game as Williamson's climbing over the top of this ball, getting on top. It's a nice shot. It's running across the practice wickets on the cover boundary and fielded by Bethel, but time for 3 runs for Williamson. 58 for 2. 280 England scored. New Zealand now 58 for 2. Williamson 25. Ravindra 1. But when you think that England were 43 for 3 and Brooke and Pope essentially hit their way out of trouble. Fantastic scoring rate. These players more orthodox.
I just think, Garth, I'm not sure what your thoughts are, but there was a lot of discussions maybe 18 months ago about whether Test cricket got moved back to 4 days or, well, it was originally 6 days, wasn't it? But moved to four days to try and speed up the game. Where quite often through the middle phases it was around just time.
Cast bowls over the wicket to Ravindra. He turns just to the left of Atkinson. He's a good fielder, Gus Atkinson. He dives to his left at mid-on and to make sure that only 1 run is taken. 59 for 2.
There's a lot of talking. Stephen Fleming was quite strong in his opinion that he felt maybe that afternoon, day 2, day 3, maybe into day 4, where a lot of players just batted for time, and if you got the 4 days, it meant that period had to speed up. Whereas naturally you see England, I mean, the amount of 4-day games that they're actually playing now is a lot because they get the game over quickly.
Williamson faces and is driving down the ground. It hits Carson in his right ankle. And he hobbles a little bit. You bowlers have always been told not to put their foot down. I'm not sure if he was struck or he was trying to save it. No run. It would have been 4.
I've seen a game in Dunedin where a bowler's done this and their stud got caught in the ground and then their shin was pointing down one way and their foot was pointing to square leg.
End of the game for them?
Yeah, end of the game, and it was a good 2-hour delay in that game as well. I reckon you probably would have been around.
Who was
it?
it?
A few years ago. Targo fast bowler. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, that rings a bell. Not Fuller, or yeah, it does ring a bell. Yes, indeed. Horrible injury as Cast bowls and Williamson drives. This time to the right of Atkinson, and Atkinson this time will just jog down to the boundary and retrieve the ball. Lovely shot from Williamson, 63 for 2. He's 29. Gee, it's going to remain to be seen how costly that no ball of Bryden Casters will be. Bowled Williamson on 20. He's now on 29. Ravindra is on 2. He looks to be giving the bowlers an opportunity. 63 for 2 it is. Oh, it's an interesting point about. I mean, when I was growing up, first-class cricket in New Zealand was 3 days, and I remember Martin Crowe and people being a huge exponent of pushing the game into 4 days, and I think that was the right thing to do for first-class cricket. And now, of course, you see many games finishing within 3 days in first-class cricket, so it is an interesting thing. I mean, I like the idea of 5 days. I love a 5-day game, but the reality is the way the game is being played now, not many games really seem to get into it. You don't recall those games where you're battling for a draw on the 5th day after tea. Here's Stokes bowling to Ravindra. He's playing a ball like it's jumping at him, spitting. I don't think it really was. He turns the ball behind square for 1. Well, I wonder if we're going to see Bashir into the attack at some stage. Not quite yet, because the ball's still doing a little bit. England have been able to get a bit of movement, Katie.
Yeah, they've bowled a lot shorter length than New Zealand did. Very much Henry and Smith and even Southee were a lot fuller in terms of getting the ball to nibble around, whereas England have just pulled that length back, but been able to get that seam off that shorter length as well. We know that they like to go to the short plan a lot quicker than New Zealand. Bashir, he is so much taller than in person.
Absolutely.
Than what I thought.
He's like a young animal, isn't he? You know, still growing into himself almost as this ball is outside the off stump. A good delivery from Stokes. Perhaps there is just a little bit of extra bounce as Williamson is looking down the pitch as if to say something strange happened there. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like he's like a gangly, like he hasn't got full control of his body. But gee, I love the
Giraffe.
way. Yeah, well, yes, indeed. But fantastic performance at Hagley Oval. 4 wickets in the first innings for a spinner, when New Zealand's best spinner previously was 2 wickets. Kane Williamson, that very well-known off-spinner. Here's Stokes bowling, and this is a classic Williamson shot where he goes forward and just opens the face a little bit. Goes to the gully region, 64 for 2. The Barmy Army's still in good stead and good voice.
When you come up against an off-spinner that's tall, you always feel like when you defend forward, it does catch the top of the bat, and that's when you bring that leg gully in place, that short leg as well. Haven't seen that short silly point or one in front that often now, because spinners like to encourage the batters to be able to drive and create that gate.
Stokes bowls, Williamson ducks. Yeah, and we saw him having a Joe Root taking a catch at short leg in the first test, just getting turn and bounce, which again was a little bit of turn, but mainly bounce. Surprising, because as we say, Hagley Park is a graveyard for spin bowlers. No turn at all usually, but he was able to get a little bit of bounce, and clearly there's something in what he does. England always play a spinner. Would have been Leach if Bashir wasn't preferred, or the leg spinner. Rayan Ahmed is just outside the off stump, no shot. They've got 3 spinners on tour.
Well, how often we've seen Leach for so many years in terms of his bowling, and just wonder now do they want more of an attacking spinner? I think the fact that Bashir can get that bounce, he can get some turn as well and create opportunities. He said he didn't feel like he bowled that well. He bowled a lot of short deliveries, but he loved the battle with Kane Williamson. He said he was in awe of him at the other end, and you just love those stories about new players coming against the great batters.
Ravindra says similar sort of things, that lovely, it's not a naivety, it's a respect, and it's lovely as this ball is short and Williamson ducks underneath it. Yeah, I love players who talk from the heart, and you don't hear the sort of cliche stuff that was surreal and all that sort of stuff that gets spoken about. I like, to hear people talking about how they're playing against their heroes, or, it was amazing. Lovely to hear those sorts of experiences, and we don't hear enough of it really at times. I think it's all a little bit sanitised.
Well, you've worked in media for a long time and been around the traps in various roles. You get a sense that now players are allowing, and people want to see the personality. I think the All Blacks, which is such a renowned team around the world, very sanitised in the way they speak. A lot of media managers will feed lines and that old cliche, whereas you want to be able to be relatable to a player, and I think we're seeing that a lot more. Social media players are posting a lot more about their life and who they are outside, and I even think about high performance sport. I think nowadays with high performance sport, there's the aspect of players, you know, the trickery that used to go on back in the day, and you know, you get filmed now, so you have to do a lot more things behind the scenes and maybe different stories that these players are sort of coming out.
Yeah, I agree, and I love getting an insight into what they're thinking and not having it sanitized, and you know, and we are seeing more of it. I think the games are realizing that it's a necessary thing if you want to be engaging and entertaining, as Ravindra plays to mid-wicket. We need to see more than just hearing about, they used to rib Sean Fitzpatrick, the great All Black captain, you know, things like it was a game of two halves, these constant cliches that would come out. I mean, I get profoundly irritated by them, and I think one of the things that you want to teach young players about is to have other interests in life, to open up your world beyond just cricket, and that allows you, it changes your language and the way you see the world. You can become a whole lot more interesting. Here's Woakes bowling, good delivery, squares Ravindra up. I thought Woakes was fantastic in his first spell today, bowled really well, struggled in his first spell in Christchurch and came right back into the game in the second innings. And today, 5 overs and a couple of balls, none for 14. He's been quite demanding.
You feel he reminds me a little bit of Jimmy Anderson to left-handers, where he bowls the ball away to right-handers, but he also bowls the ball away to left-handers, and that's just that difference in terms of his wrist position.
He's bowling to 3 slips and a gully, and he has Ravindra driving to mid-on. This is a more restrained Ravindra at this stage. He's only faced 9 balls. We saw him getting out in the second innings, pulling the first ball he faced after a break from Cass onto the boundary at square leg, being caught down there.
I just wonder as well, he's sort of the leader of this bowling lineup now, Chris Woakes, because of the young players coming through. He's a little bit older. So now he's actually being able to bowl with the new ball.
Round the wicket again, and Ravindra is playing away from his body. There's a dive by Pope. He takes the ball clean. He just a thought as to whether there was bat on that, but no appeal.
I just wonder the mindset around that as a fast bowler, where you go, okay, I've replaced effectively Broad and Anderson, even though he was playing when they were there. No Mark Hood as well at the moment, so it is his role, I guess, to be able to lead this attack and have the support from the skipper, and then just allow those young guys just to come in, bowl hard, bowl fast, put a little jeebers up some of the batters as well.
Woakes bowls and Ravindra's caught on the pads. Is the chances there? Has he taken it? Oh my goodness! It could be a miracle. The England players are celebrating. Ravindra went across his stumps and played into the onside. It's Cass at mid-wicket, who's come running in, dived forward and taken a brilliant catch. He's getting a shoulder rub from Jacob Bethel, and well deserved.
I've seen this a couple of occasions, just a little bit of extra bounce, got caught high on the shoulder of the bat. Rachin Ravindra, just enough nibble back in to be able to get it in the inside. He has scooped that up off the grass. Cass, that is such a good catch. It's a big wicket as well. These two bat so well together, and Ravindra at home just scooped the hand underneath, sat beautifully in the palm.
Who said that fast bowlers can't take catches? We saw that one from O'Rourke as well, the last wicket to fall for England. O'Rourke down on the square leg boundary behind square, took a brilliant diving catch to his left. Oh please, how long are we going to have to look at this for, Katie? I must say I'm totally supportive of the DRS, but it's just taking too long, and now Ravindra, well, he's gone. He knows what's happened. Well, that's one of the faster decisions. He's out.
One thing I get really frustrated about when you're looking at catches like this, and this was a clear-cut one, hand underneath, the palm was literally touching the grass. People forget that the grass actually grows, so you can have your fingers underneath the ball, but you do lose it in the grass.
Yeah, and it looks,
so you push the grass down, but it looks side on that it's touched the grass, but it's not.
And the more that you look at it from side on sometimes, the more you can talk yourself out of what looks like an obvious catch. And I think, and you hear the third umpire saying, just roll that again, roll it, come back, roll it again. And we just, you know, one of the reasons that the over rates were so bad in the first test, and I don't defend the teams at all, and I think Stokes' comments actually that there's still a day and a half to play, so what was the issue? That misses the point completely. It's about entertainment on the day of play. But one of the reasons that the overrates are so slow is the DRS is taking so long. So as it transpired, I think both sides were 3 overs short, whereas there were many overs short each day, but they have to make allowances for DRS.
I think tactically as well, especially the likes of England, who are they love the momentum, they love pushing the game forward. That as a batter you say, can I have some new gloves, can I have a drink, and it kind of actually is up to the fourth umpire to say, hang on, you've done this a couple of minutes ago or a couple of overs ago, just let the game play. Interesting field here, Gus, a leg gully and a leg slip.
Mitchell is the new player. He's 3 slips in a gully on the offside. He takes a pace down the pitch towards Woakes, and then lets the ball go outside the off stump. Woakes successful in the over. He deserves a wicket. He's bowled very well for England today. 6 overs, 1 for 14. Atkinson 4 overs, 1 for 18. And Stokes 4 overs, none for 9. Cass 4 overs, none for 22. He had Williamson out. He bowled him. And then they discovered that he had stepped over the line, Bryden Cass. So he was unlucky. He's made amends in a small way with that brilliant catch diving forward from mid-wicket. Just Ravindra getting an inside edge as he played back and across. It ballooned off his thigh, and Cass just saw the opportunity, came sprinting in and dived. It was magnificent. England celebrated. New Zealand have lost wickets at 18, 53 and 64. Conway out for 11, Latham 17 and Ravindra 3 after England were dismissed earlier in the day for 280. Here's Williamson onto the back foot. He's calmness personified as Kane Williamson as he plays in front of square and picks up 2 more runs. So Kane Williamson is 31 at 66 for 3. England out earlier for 280. They were 43 for 3 before Brooke and Pope joined in a splendid partnership. Brooke eventually out for 123, Pope before him for 66. And really that was all there was to talk about in the batting lineup for England. Woakes 18, Crawley 17 and Bethel 16 for New Zealand. Smith 4 for 86 and O'Rourke 3 for 49, Henry 2 for 43. Henry the best of the bowlers. He was magnificent as Stokes runs in and bowls, and Williamson plays to long leg, picking up his 32nd run, 67 for 3.
You get a feel here, this is really important period of play, maybe 35 minutes to the close of play for these 2 batters, Williamson and Mitchell, to try and navigate this period. New Zealand go 4 down, maybe the night watchman comes in, maybe then 5 down. It really is advantage England, so it's going to be a big half an hour for both of these players.
I said to Ian Smith next door before play started that England, New Zealand could be 4 down at stumps, and you always have that feeling with the top order struggling a little bit and England bowling very well, and they are. And here's Stokes. Good to see him back at the bowling crease after being stopping and being injured in the Hagley Oval Test. The first ball is pushed to mid-off by Williamson.
Do you feel
Mitchell.
Do you feel it's sort of a day 2 wicket because we're so used to green grass being on the top here, whereas that top layer is gone? Now that extra bounce, that's I guess probably was a downfall of Ravindra, and we've seen Williamson have to get high on his toes as well. Do you feel maybe the wicket is quickened up a lot quicker than we used to?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that, Katie, as this is played to mid-on. No change to the score. Yeah, I mean, England, because they get through things so fast, having scored their 280 off 54 overs and 4 balls, I think they will have been pleased. They would have liked 350, 400, but they would have been pleased that they get to use this pitch still reasonably early in the Test match, where it's been cool in Wellington Day, only 17 or 18 degrees, so it won't have dried out. It's a little browner than when we started play, as you would expect, as Stokes bowls, and it's defended by Mitchell off the back foot. But there's still something in it, and we have seen them hitting the seam and beating the bat on a number of occasions.
There's also some rain at periods, I think, scheduled for Sunday, Monday as well. So I guess maybe the players have looked at the forecast ahead as well, but it's definitely moved fast, this Test match.
Everything moves fast when England are playing. It's just it's frenetic, isn't it? It really is. As Stokes bowls the last ball of the over, and Mitchell drives, and Stokes fields on his follow through. The great athlete that he is, The end of the over, 67 for 3 it is. 19 overs have been bowled. And Williamson is 32. Mitchell has yet to score. And the bowling figures are Woakes, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Atkinson, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Cast 4 overs, none for 22. And Stokes has bowled 5 overs and has 1 for 12. 67 for 3, half an hour remaining in the day's play. And as always, you just sense that this is a critical period in this match. It's going to be Chris Woakes again resuming from the Government House end. He'll bowl to 3 slips. So Pope, of course, has the glove. Root is at first, Brook at second, and Duckett at third. Bethel is in the gully, and here's Woakes beginning the over bowls, and Williamson plays forward, just pushing into the offside. So Stokes is at point, and then we have mid-on, mid-off, and the player in front of square on the onside in a run-saving position. You'll be able to hear there's a really good hum in the ground, an animated audience watching and absorbing and enjoying it outside the off-stump. Good delivery from Woakes, and it just carried on moving away with the arm a little bit. Williamson thought about playing and then pulled his bat out. Steve Harmison's back. Harmy, absorbing stuff, isn't it? This is a pretty critical half hour for New Zealand.
It's been absorbing stuff. Yes, God, I mean, it's been an excellent day's cricket. I still think the best is yet to come. I really do. I can't wait to, I mean, put Kane to one side for a second. I think the Stokes-Mitchell battle in this next 15, 20, half an hour could be enthralling because it'll get verbal out there.
There's a bit of you in that, isn't there? Here's the ball dropping short and Williamson plays it. Don't see a lot of that now. It has gone out of the game a wee bit.
It has a little bit, but I think what you've got here is you've got 2 characters who won't back down. There's no Daryl Mitchell. I mean, you couldn't be a nicer bloke off the field, but on the field he's got fire in his belly. As we've seen another no ball, this time by Chris Woakes, and England's version of that is Ben Stokes. And I think the two of them going head to head. Bryden Carson, Mitchell had a huge ding-dong verbally in Christchurch. And I think the next half an hour we might see a little bit more.
Here's Woakes bowling, Williamson squared up a little bit, playing to mid-on. Well, there's been a little bit, I'm sure we're going to see a bit in Australia as well, as Jaiswal continues to establish himself as an opening batting sledger. That's a great thing.
He is what a player.
Oh yeah. Did you have? I mean, he was saying to Nathan Lyon, they say that he was saying you're a good bowler but you're old.
Yeah.
And he said to Stark, after Stark had a go at Rana, he said, look, you're not bowling fast enough. You're not coming through. As this ball is played back to Woakes. Did you have opening batsmen who sledged you?
No, one, Graham Smith. He was the only one. I was in the first time he did it, I was a bit taken back by it. It's like hit him a couple of times, and the first 2 games he got double hundreds in them, so he didn't have much. We didn't have much to say back to him. But over the years, that was a great battle. He would come and sledge you, and then after a while, he realised that he's doing it to get himself going. It was
say nothing back.
Say nothing back. Well, not so much say nothing back, but nothing.
Driven by Williamson away from his body a little bit. A sprawling dive at mid-off is unsuccessful, and maybe just taking a little bit of pressure off the ball, and indeed 3 runs to Williamson. 71 for 3. But so when Smith was sledging you, the stuff that you can share, what was the tenor of it?
He was just telling us that you've got maybe 1 more over, and your backside will be going, you'll be tired, and we'll capitalise on that, and you're not very good. And I mean, he was a feisty character, was Graham Smith. Again, one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet off the field, but another one on the field who needed to get into a contest, wanted to get into a contest. He was very good at getting into a contest.
Fine player as Woakes bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Mitchell. Well, he came over here as a young captain. It's the end of the over, and in fact it's going to be Neil Mantle. But he came over here as a young captain, and I can remember in the Stephen Fleming days, Steve Rickson was coach of the New Zealand side, and they gave Smith a very tough and torrid time with the mouth.
I played in his first game as a captain, and Nasser Hussain called him by the wrong name. Manners will tell us more. At the toss, he didn't know his name, and so that upset Graeme Smith. So, but what a character, what a player. Characters like that, I wouldn't say they've gone out of the game. He had his own unique style of batting as well. Very difficult to bowl to. He said double 100 at Lords, double 100 at Edgbaston. Finished off Darren Goff's career. Finished off Nasser Hussain's career as captain.
Here's Ben Stokes thundering in from commentary and the RA Vance stand end, and that's left alone by Daryl Mitchell outside by Kane Williamson, I should say. Come on, take a single, Kane. We want Stokes against Mitchell. That's what the crowd have come for. Stokes against Daryl Mitchell. But it's Williamson on strike at the moment. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, quite straight. Square leg, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Stokes in again, bowls. Williamson defends once more. He's 35, bowled on 20 by Bryden Cast. No ball. Added 15 since then. New Zealand are 71 for 3, having bowled England out for 280. Winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, and at the moment that decision is in the balance, you would think. They need a big 4th wicket partnership. England had a very big 5th wicket partnership of 174. Stokes in again. Williamson leaves alone. He removes the bat and gloves high above his head, out of harm's way. There's nothing wrong with Ben Stokes' fitness, is there?
No, definitely not.
You saw him bowl 20 minutes flat out yesterday.
Yeah, and he bowled nicely. He looked comfortable. Whether it was he just landed awkwardly and thought, well, there's no point me carrying on bowling, you're so far ahead of the game, and especially the injury record he's had recently, it looks as though it was a smart decision to walk off to 3 balls.
Here's Ben Stokes once again, and this one clipped off his pads down towards fine leg, and it's fielded in the deep by Shoaib Bashir. They go through for a single. Graeme Smith was appointed captain of South Africa at the age of almost 23, and it's incredibly young, and he went on to captain South Africa in more tests than anybody else has ever captained their team. And it was interesting. He had some senior players in that South African team, and he was at one point he was captain. He was the youngest player in the team.
He was fiery as well, even with his own team.
But here's Stokes again, clipped away through square leg, and they go through for a single. I'm chuckling because there were a few players who were quite chastened by the words that their captain delivered at them. They were his teammates, but
at least Nasser Hussain, my captain, had nearly 100 Test matches behind him.
Do you know what? I still think that the biggest challenge that Graeme Smith ever had was to captain the World 11 in the Super Test against Australia, which I thought very naively at the time was a great idea, but it was destined never ever to work and never to be repeated. Turned away through square leg by Kane Williamson, and he's kept the strike. It was the end of the over, so Williamson moves on to 37, 74 for 3. So it's one thing captaining your predecessor, Sean Pollock, and captaining senior players, Gary Kirsten and the like. It's quite another when you've got Steve Harmison and Andrew Flintoff and
Brian Lara,
Inzamam Hack.
Yeah, it got well. You see, it wasn't a very good contest. It wasn't a very good idea. It got McKinn's a free holiday to Australia, there and back business class, which was very much needed at the time. But no, it wasn't. The day before, 2 days before the game, the slip fielding practice was absolutely brilliant. Inzi standing there at second slip, to which Graeme walked up and went, "You're not fielding there." And Inzi was at mid-off, mid-on and mid-off. He didn't. He just walked straight in the dressing room, and that was the end of Inzi's fielding practice.
Here's Bryden Cast thundering into Kane Williamson. He's once more on the back foot playing defensively. Do you remember it was scheduled for 6 days?
It was scheduled for 6 days.
Mark finished in 3.5.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest spectacle. We had I mean, Estella, we had at the time, you're right, naively thought it was a good idea. Just showed you a team will always beat a team of individuals. Will always, no matter if the individuals are classed as better or from a performance point of view, was a top 10 players in the 11 players in the world rankings.
Edge gone. Pope takes the catch. Williamson's gone. Carse has his wicket finally. Having bowled Williamson on 20, he's got him now on 37. Is it a no ball?
No, it's not a no ball, but Bryden Carse has bowled the ball. It was a very, very good catch. Say a great catch. It was an excellent catch. Regulation catch from Ollie Pope. I think it's a bit better than the regulation one, but it's a good outside edge. Ollie Pope diving to his right. He catches it, does the roll, takes it, and there's a lot of elation there. Joe Root, all of them came running across to Bryden Carse, who stood motionly about 10 yards away from the cut strip, and he quickly turned round to the umpire, and the umpire gave him a nod to put the thumbs up and went, that was okay, and then he celebrated with the 2 fist pumps in the air. And not surprising it was like that, because obviously they've had him out 3 times. This will be the 3rd time they should have had Kane Williamson out, and that was an excellent delivery from Bryden Carse, and one I think he's deserved, because we talked about the chances that he's missed. England have bowled well here. They've created opportunities, they've created chances, they've put pressure on New Zealand, and when anybody talks about how England play, and normally when there's a little bit in the wicket, it's England the one that suffers. If you just play like you played conventionally for the last 100 years, you'll end up 74 for 4. The reason why England, Ben Stokes' group, Brendan McCullum, have decided that positivity is the way forward. I mean, you can have a counterpunch the way Harry Brook played. I don't see that. I don't see now at this moment in time. I don't see New Zealand getting to 280 where England got if England continue bowling this way and playing in the manner that they're playing it.
We've got just under 20 minutes left, and Will O'Rourke is the new batsman. Were you ever prepared for slaughter this early as a night watchman?
No captain or coach would ever send me out as a night watchman. Never. It's the one job you didn't want to be good at. I think I got done for Durham. I did it once for Durham and got caught hooking with about 4 balls to go.
O'Rourke was facing the bat to his first ball and defends it into the straighter of 2 gullies.
I think it was against Coffey, actually. If I remember right, it was either Gough or Silverwood for Yorkshire. Ran out, bowled the ball halfway down. Oh, I can hit this. Bang, top edge, out. The look, I mean, the disdain look on David Boone's face when I came back to the dressing room. It was not, well, he didn't give much away anyway, Booney, but he wasn't best pleased with his big fast bowler then. I hit it straight to him as well.
Here is Bryden Carse thundering in again to O'Rourke, leaves it alone outside the off stump. His stump geography is exceptional, and I just think it's, you're used to more like 10, 12 minutes to go, not closer to 20, but I have been close to effusive in my praise of Will O'Rourke's batting at number 11. I thought the naught he made in the, it sounds facetious, that 14-ball naught he made in a partnership of 20-odd for the last
Left the ball well, didn't he?
Did really well, really well. 3 slips, 2 gullies, short leg. Oh, good ball from Carse, nips back, hits him on the thigh pad. Couldn't do much about that one. That's a bit uncomfortable. But so what I'm saying is, and I don't mean in any way to tempt commentators' curse, but he looks equipped for the job to me.
Yeah, that first leave was, well, there's only 2 types in there. There's you wait for the death rattle, and he didn't hear it, so it was a good leave. But he did. He left the ball quite nicely. He doubled his career best in the second innings as well. He looked as though he was quite well organised.
Here's Bryden Carse, bowls to O'Rourke. It's a bouncer, and he's done that very well too, leaving outside the off stump, but also ducking under the short ball. So I just think he's very, very much amongst the more organised number 11s in international cricket at the moment. 22 overs gone. New Zealand are 74 for 4. The most wickets ever to fall on the first day of a Basin Reserve Test match is 15. So this is unusual. We're in rare territory, unusual territory. 14 wickets we've had today, and there's been some good bowling. I don't know that people will look at the scorecard and go like, "Oh, what was wrong with the baseline? It's a dodgy pitch." It's not been, I don't think.
No, I don't think it has. There's something there. I mean, I think it's a decent cricket pitch. There's something there. Brooks showed that you can get it. If you get in, you can get going. So did Pope. But I think there is something there for the bowlers of good length.
Ben Stokes into Daryl Mitchell. This is the battle we want to see. Two very, very strong-willed men, and Mitchell there has to react very quickly to keep that one out. Ben Stokes is cranking it up to Daryl Mitchell. One of Mitchell's many strengths as an international cricketer and batsman in particular is his feistiness and his ability, actually, and this is an underrated quality, his ability to get under opposition's skin. So Mitchell comes forward again and drives down the ground. That's gone for 4. That'll get Stokes' heckles up. Good shot though from Daryl Mitchell. It's I think it doesn't suit everybody, and some cricketers don't want to get under the opposition's skin. They don't want to rile their opponents, but for Daryl Mitchell, that is clearly a key component of his success.
Yeah, he is very, very fiery. He'll not back down to anything. Go down the bouncer route like England did first innings, got rewarded. Didn't fall for it second innings.
Stokes in again and thundering in. That's in at the thigh pad. Tucked away out onto the leg side. They go through for a single. Mitchell moves on to 5. Will O'Rourke, the night watchman, comes down to take strike. Now that is the idea, of course. The night watchman is supposed to try and take a little more than his fair share. The closer you get to the end of the day's play, you want the night watchman watching as much of the night as possible.
That's it. That's his job. Making sure that he faces as many balls as he can between now and the close of play, and not to expose Daryl Mitchell or a new batter.
Stokes in again. O'Rourke is forward. Nudges it to backward point. Fielded by Atkinson. How good a catch was that from Bryden Carse? The reaction,
very good
game
catch,
awareness.
Yeah. I mean, very good catch. I think you're right, the game awareness bit. Yeah, he showed great athleticism, but the game awareness bit, he was on the move. He was on the move as the sort of shot was played, and then he anticipated that the ball was going to go to his left-hand side.
Stokes in again. Will O'Rourke, the night watchman, forward, pushes it to short leg.
It was also good that he kept a hold of it. He got his hand underneath it, and as he impacted the ground with the rest of his body and his leading arm, he managed to get his other hand around it and grab it with both hands and hold on tightly to get the wicket, because that was a big wicket. Ravindra breaking that Williamson-Ravindra partnership psychologically for England was, I think, massive.
Here is Stokes looking 100% fit, I'm delighted to say, and O'Rourke plays on the back foot, playing back to that one from Ben Stokes, who tosses the ball to Chris Wokes at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 23 gone. New Zealand 79 for 4. They've lost the advantage that they created for themselves, having chosen to bowl first and bowling England out for 280 just after tea. That box was firmly ticked. Their response at this stage has a box with a cross in it.
Yeah, a big cross in it as well. Stokes is always going to bowl early in the innings. Very rarely does he bowl early in the innings, but he's stubborn, isn't he? So it's like when he's trying to make a point, he tends to go over the top of making a point. So he's now bowled 7 overs when everybody's questioning, 7 overs out of 23 when people are questioning his fitness.
Here's Bryden Carse continuing. No one's questioning his fitness. That's a short one, and Daryl Mitchell leaves it alone. And Bryden Carse is just letting everybody know that it's not only Ben Stokes who can be fiery, and it's not only Ben Stokes who can be particularly fired up by Daryl Mitchell. And there was a verbal bouncer to follow the bouncer with the ball.
There was a verbal response as well, which was good to see. As I say, this is get him on strike, because this is a crucial 10 minutes in the game.
Here is Bryden Carse again, bowls down the leg side, and there's an appeal, and up goes the finger. He's caught down the leg side. The Bryden Carse bouncer does it. Mitchell didn't know whether to play it, to leave it. In the end, he was caught in two minds, and he's got a little glove or a little tickle. Ollie Pope takes another good catch, and New Zealand are in disarray with the night watchman at the crease. Who do they send out now? They're 79 for 5. England's day emphatically.
Yeah, an excellent delivery from Bryden Carse. It just bounced. The one before, Mitchell comes out of his crease, and this time Carse follows him. Gets big on Mitchell. He can't keep his hands away from it. A little tickle on it, and another good catch down leg side for Ollie Pope. It looked regulation, but it's not. He has to move to his left. It's above his head. It's an excellent catch from the England wicketkeeper. Good aggression from Bryden Carse. He had the verbal barrage the ball before. There was a response from Daryl Mitchell, and this time the response from Bryden Carse was emphatic. New Zealand's Daryl Mitchell's gone, and they're in big trouble now. Man under pressure comes to the crease, along with Will O'Rourke, the night watchman. It's 79 for 5. 201 runs behind England. England are definitely in the box seats in this first day at the Basin Reserve of the Test match.
Tom Blundell then. I mean, we can't be completely certain, but usually it is the batsman, the specialist batsman, or who is given the choice. Do you want a night watchman or not? And if that is the case, then Blundell has said yes, please. Unless Gary Stead, the coach, said, listen, we want to send a nightie in to, just because we don't want you to go out there for the... We don't know. But if it was Blundell's decision, reflecting perhaps a lack of desire to go out there for an awkward 20 minutes, now he's there, that makes it doubly difficult. Here is Bryden Carse bowling to Blundell, leaves alone outside the off stump, taken behind by Ollie Pope. If Ollie Pope's not careful, he's going to find himself with the gloves for a little.
Yeah, no. And you might find Jamie Smith coming back as a number 3 batter, and he's going to have to have the problem position. It has been, I mean, very impressive as Ollie Pope, and I think that's where I hope the people who really stuck the boot into Ollie Pope over the course of the of last England summer, talking about his captaincy, talking about his demeanour, talking about his personality, dissecting his game. I hope they're coming out to give him some praise, because with both bat and gloves he's been excellent.
Carse in again to Blundell, who once more leaves alone. That one was an easy decision. It was pretty wide of the off stump. I think that the comments about his personality were bang out of order. I mean, I really don't think that was appropriate. And I think it was Michael Vaughan who made that comment, and I think perhaps he didn't mean... I don't think he meant.
No, I don't think he did mean it.
I don't think he meant character. Yeah. I honestly, now that he's just looking a bit less skittish as a batter, he's producing the runs. As Blundell down the leg side, and there's another magnificent attempt at leg slip by Ben Stokes, diving away to his right. I think it's come off the thigh pad. Was that leg by signalled?
I think it's leg buys. No, it's runs. Calling his runs. Been given his runs. I mean, man, as I was nearly off, I thought he caught that. I really thought he had caught that. I didn't see the ball go to the fence. I thought he's caught this. Oh,
not far away.
Fingertips from, and what would have been an unbelievable catch from Ben Stokes. It's off the middle of the bat. Oof. It's flown to leg slip.
It wasn't far away at all. Here's Bryden Carse again, bowls to Blundell. He's backing across and nudging into the gap at square leg, and they go through for a single, and they'll keep the strike. I wonder whether Shoaib Bashir... No, I don't. He's not going to get an over, but no, I don't wonder at all. 5 to Tom Blundell with that 4, and Will O'Rourke, the night watchman, has faced 7 balls and has yet to score. It's 84 for 5, equaling the most number of wickets to fall on the first day of a Basin Reserve Test match.
Shoaib Bashir is going to get a thanks for coming. A very good performance. Yeah, he's going to earn his match fee from going from fine leg to fine leg, batting once,
making naught not out
of 2 balls, and he's going to have earned his test fee for that. He's got his hands on his hips. He had his hands in his pocket a second. second to go. They say it's going to spin at the Basin Reserve. I don't think the game's going to get that far.
Ben Stokes continuing outside the off stump, and it's left again by Tom Blundell, and it's also very, very close indeed to the off stump as we welcome our listeners on Talk Sport. An epic day of Test cricket, truly memorable, played at 100 miles an hour. 15 wickets have fallen. There's been a memorable century from Harry Brook, 123. England asked to bat first, 280 all out just after tea, with 66 from Ollie Pope. They were 73 for 4. 174 run fifth wicket stand brought them back to level terms as Stokes is in once again looking for a sixth wicket, punched away by Tom Blundell through the offside. England out for 280 then. 4 wickets for Nathan Smith at a cost of 86 from just 11.4 overs. I'm out of breath just going through the day's events. And then 2 wickets for Bryden Cast, 1 apiece for Chris Woakes, Gus Atkinson and the skipper Ben Stokes, who got rid of his opposite number Tom Latham for 17. Kane Williamson was bowled off a no ball on 20 before being caught by Ollie Pope off Bryden Cast for 37. And all in all, New Zealand at 85 for 5, still 195 behind as Stokes is in again. Night watchman Will O'Rourke steers this one into the gully. I hope that listeners on TalkSport managed to digest all of that.
Yeah, take a breath, Manners. It has been an enthralling day. 3 minutes left, 3 minutes left. I mean, England have been fantastic. The way they batted, the energy of an aggression, the way they've batted, and then the way they've come out and again, energy and aggression into the surface has been fantastic. The lead by 195.
Stokes thundering in again, bouncer, nicely played by Will O'Rourke. It's been a long time since I've been quite so struck by the demeanour and the organisation of a number 11.
Yeah, he does look in good order. You'd argue you'd want to keep Will O'Rourke at that end for these 2 balls and try and get Bryden Cast to bowl 6 balls at Tom Blundell, because if they get him out tonight, I mean, then that is it for New Zealand.
Forward comes Will O'Rourke, pushing this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run as Chris Woakes fields. 85 for 5. You almost said it's game over, which is, as you know, you didn't say it because it would be a daft thing to say halfway.
Good at that.
Just because you never know what's going to happen. But, 195 down with 195 behind with no specialist batsman left. That is a very, very long road back. Stokes in outside the off stump again. It's very well left by the number 11, the night watchman Will O'Rourke. 85 for 5, and it's been breathlessly, relentlessly entertaining all day, and we've got another day to come. There's a pumping southerly wind forecast for days 2 and 3, and a bit of rain I think on day 3 as well. But that's day 3. Let's just concentrate on day 1.
Day 3, yeah, that might be the only reason it gets largely part into day 4, because this game is in fast forward. It really is. England now 2 leg slips, 3 slips, 1 gully, 2 leg slips. Bryden Cast got a tailwind. Probably the last over of the day.
I'm sure it will be. Here is Bryden Cast bowling into Tom Blundell, the wicketkeeper, and he nudges a single out towards the onside. And Bryden Cast will have the last 5 balls of the day at the night watchman Will O'Rourke. And frankly, I don't think England, they're not going to complain. They get rid of the night watchman, they're not going to be, there'll be no, we wanted the other guy.
Oh no, definitely.
They'll take anyone.
Absolutely, you take what you can at this part of the day. They would like to get rid of Blundell. He was under enormous pressure from external noise outside, the pundits, the supporters.
Here is Bryden Cast again. Oh, and it goes past the outside edge as Will O'Rourke does actually play at one that, ironically enough, he might be, he would have been better off leaving alone, but he's left a couple that ordinarily he should probably have played at, that have taken a coat of varnish off the off stump. That one fizzing past the outside edge, and Ben Stokes is just showing off now with his attacking field. He's decided we don't need a mid-on. In fact, we don't need a mid-off either. No mid-on, no mid-off. We've got 2 leg slips, 4 slips and 2 gullies. Here's Bryden Carse again, and fair enough, because Will O'Rourke's not playing any other shot than that one, the forward defensive or the backward defensive. It's a good shot. Take a picture of that.
It is a good shot. Our boss John Norman said the field looks like an anchor. The juggernaut, the big ship, is definitely sailing in some speed, force from an England point of view. It's been a brilliant day of Test match cricket from both sides, New Zealand and from England, but England now massively on top.
5 slips and a gully now, a little tinker, 2 leg slips, short leg, that's left alone by Will O'Rourke outside the off stump. And the crowd enjoyed it, what remains of the crowd, and it is pretty substantial. I mean, it was sold out 8,500 throughout most of the day, but a number of them have either got a little too chilly or they decided to avoid the rush at the end of the day's play. But there was a cheer from them when Ben Stokes removed mid-on and mid-off, and we now don't have a single fielder in front of the wicket, not one. Short leg, 2 leg slips, 5 slips and a gully as Bryden Carse is in once again. Bouncer to Will O'Rourke, ducks underneath it. That was the penultimate ball of the day. 1 to go.
Yeah, it's been a good day for the crowd. I mean, 2 contrasting areas, isn't it? You know, where we're sitting in this stand, just a little bit to the right, probably to the wide of where third man would be. I mean, that's been in the shade for most of the day. So that's like watching cricket in Durham. I mean, they've had a big hat and a big coat and everything, but on the bank on the left-hand side where the car park is, yeah, they've been in bright sunshine. They've got shorts and no tops on. It's been beautiful over there throughout the whole day, but the one on the right-hand side, it must be freezing.
Last ball of the day coming up. It's Bryden Carse bowling to Will O'Rourke, and he leaves it alone at the last minute, and it's taken by Ollie Pope, who tosses it in the air in angst and frustration, because that again was very, very close to the off stump. It is certainly the first time I've seen a Test match played in 2 different climates simultaneously, the same game, and the players shake hands, or the England players shake hands with each other, a couple of pats on the back and congratulations. Absolutely absorbing and enthralling in equal measure the first day of this second Test match. England, of course, won in Christchurch at the Hagley Oval by 8 wickets, and they've taken a giant stride towards another victory which would wrap up the 3-match series. But it's always slightly daft and premature to make statements like that after day 1, but you can't help it, because England have a lead of 194. New Zealand are trailing by 194 with only 5 wickets remaining, and just the one specialist batsman, although he's a wicketkeeper as well, Tom Blundell, in company of Will O'Rourke, who's done brilliantly to survive 16 balls. So he did his job, but Daryl Mitchell was out, the 5th man to be dismissed, with the night watchman at the crease, and England will reflect on an extraordinarily brilliant century from Harry Brook, his 8th no less in Test matches, 800s in 23 Test matches. It's a breathtaking feat, 7 of which have been scored outside England's shores. And now in reply, 86 for 5, with 2 wickets for Bryden Carse and 1 apiece for Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson and Chris Woakes. Just a quick word from you, Harmy, but as always, save the good stuff for the following on podcast, because John Norman is going to take my place to host that.
Good luck, John Norman, fitting all this day in a 15-20 minute podcast. It's been a brilliant day of Test match cricket. Carse was excellent with the ball, with the wickets of Williamson, the drama of everything goes. But for me, the day belongs to Harry Brook. He's batted on a different surface to what 16 other players have batted on here, and he has been the difference between the Black Caps and the England cricket team. And the 193 runs behind with 5 wickets in hand. It looks a long, long way back for New Zealand.